Ableton Live 12 is a music program used to compose, record, arrange, and mix projects, and is equally effective in studio production and live music making. If you're new to music production or live, Ableton is a fun, innovative working environment that will stretch your creative potential, whether you produce electronic, pop, or hip-hop music. Hi, I'm Rick Schmunk, and I look forward to introducing you to Ableton Live 12, covering all the features you'll need to get up and running with various audio and MIDI examples. So let's get started. In this course, I'll be using Ableton Live 12 Suite, which is available for both Mac and PC operating systems, and I suggest you install the latest version. I've provided exercise files for most of the videos in this course, and once you've downloaded them, I suggest you add the exercise folder to your Ableton browser so that you can access the files without having to leave the program. You can do that by clicking the Add Folder button at the bottom of the Ableton browser and navigating to and selecting the exercise files folder. Once it's selected, click the Open button to see it appear in the browser. If you don't have access to the exercise files, I suggest following along using your own files and projects. Now, let's get started with Ableton Live 12 Essential Training, the basics. Connecting your audio and MIDI hardware to your computer is the first step in setting up your computer-based home studio. Assuming you're setting up your system for the first time, start by installing Ableton Live 12 on your computer. The first time you start the program, you'll need to authorize it through Ableton's website. Next, connect your various devices to your system. First, connect your audio interface to your computer. Most interfaces today connect via USB, USB-C, or Thunderbolt cables. In most cases, the interface is powered through the cable connecting it to your computer, but you may need to power the device by plugging it into the wall using an AC adapter. Most MIDI controllers also connect to computers using USB cables. Depending upon the available ports on your computer, you may need to purchase a USB to USB-C adapter or a USB hub. Next, you'll need a microphone and an XLR cable to record vocals and instruments. Plug the female end of the mic cable into the microphone output and the male end into a microphone input on the interface. If you're using a condenser microphone, locate the phantom power button on the interface, usually labeled +48V, and enable it to power the microphone. You can also record instruments like guitar or bass by connecting them directly to the instrument input on your interface using a 1/4-inch cable. If you have an external synthesizer or drum machine that you want to use as a sound source, plug it into a line input on the interface using a 1/4-inch cable. Finally, connect your headphones to the interface's headphone output and your speakers to the monitor outputs on the back of the interface. Most studio monitors today connect via XLR or TRS 1/4-inch cables. Now that your equipment is connected, it's time to boot your system. Remember that your speakers should be the last devices turned on and the first turned off. Now that your system is connected and powered up, you're ready to begin using Ableton Live 12. In the last video, we discussed how to connect your home studio. Let's continue and set up Live 12 to recognize your audio input and output devices. So I've just got a default set open, and we can get to the audio settings in Live through the Live menu if you're on a Mac or the Options menu if you're on a PC. Now, it used to be called Preferences. They've changed it to Settings in Ableton Live 12. Notice while we're here that you can also do this by key command, which on a Mac would be Command, comma, or on a Windows machine, it would be Control, comma. So once you've got settings open, you'll want to click the Audio tab here on the left pane. And at the top, you'll notice that we can choose our driver type. On a Mac, you should choose Core Audio, and on a PC, you'll want to go with ASIO, or ASIO driver. Now, in some cases, you may want to install a third-party driver. Good examples of this would be for interfaces like Apogee or Universal Audio, because that third-party driver includes an applet that sits in front of Ableton, and it gives extra functionality. So once you've set your driver, you can drop down and you can choose your audio input and output devices. Now in Ableton, you can use 2 different devices for this, but it's recommended that you use the same one if possible. So for my audio input device, I've clicked this menu and I've chosen my interface, which is a Prism Lyra 2, but you'll find yours here, or you can choose the built-in microphone, for example, if you're on your laptop. Below that, I can choose my output device, which in this case is the same thing, or you can use your computer speakers, or sometimes you'll have speakers in your monitor or other similar device. So anyway, I'm going to choose the same thing, my Lyra 2. Now below that, we can actually configure the inputs and outputs. One of the main reasons here is that Ableton gives us several ways to cut down on CPU usage, and one of those is to deactivate inputs and outputs that we don't commonly use. So my device has stereo inputs for analog and digital, and that's why it's giving me these 1, 2, 3, 4 options. And for this example, I'll disable the 3rd and 4th inputs on my interface. We'll see this when we go to address an audio track. So I'll undo that and I'll click OK. Now, while you're here, if you want, you can just double check to make sure that you're hearing something through your speakers or your headphones. And you can do that by simply clicking this test tone option here. So you notice that we could hear that, which gives us an indication that our setup with our driver type and our audio input and output devices are correctly set up. Now, if I want to close this window, I can click the red button up here in the upper left-hand corner. But when you have any dialog boxes like this open on Ableton Live, you can also close them by hitting your escape key. So just to demonstrate the change that I made, I'm going to go to the input selector on an audio track, and you'll notice that I don't have mono inputs for 3 and 4. I disabled those. So it says 1 and 2 only. Now if I want, I can quickly get back into the settings area by just clicking this configure button, and it takes me directly to the audio tab, and I can click the input config, re-enable the 3rd and 4th mono inputs, and I'll click OK, and then hit my escape key. And now when I check my available audio inputs, I can see that I've got 2 pairs of stereo inputs and I've got 4 mono input options. So now that we've selected and tested our audio devices, we're ready to start working with audio. Check out the next video where we'll discuss how to set up your MIDI controllers. All right, let's take a look at how to set up your MIDI devices to work with Live 12. So I've got a default set open, and let's go into Settings, which again is under the Live menu on a Mac or the Options menu on a PC. Now once there, I'm going to drop down and I'm going to select the Link, Tempo, and MIDI tab. So when you hook up a MIDI keyboard or some kind of a MIDI controller to your computer or laptop, it's likely that it's going to immediately show up down here in the input ports or output ports area. And that's because most MIDI devices are said now to be class compliant, meaning that they've been designed to work with the MIDI driver that's part of the operating system on your computer, whether you're on a Mac or on a PC. Now, other devices have been manufactured to work closely with Ableton, and those devices are said to be native. In the case of those devices, you can select them in this MIDI area, and you notice when I click on that, there are literally dozens of devices. So I've gone in and I've selected my native devices, which include here a Push 3 and a Launch Key Mark III. I've also got a Launchpad Pro, which is not currently hooked up, and that's why these are kind of grayed out. And then over here to the right, I've gone in and I've read the information in the owner's manual, and I've set the appropriate input and output ports. There's often more than one option, so you're going to want to make sure that you read this. So I've set those, and you'll notice that not only do they show up here, but they also show up in the input and output ports area. And in that area, we can determine exactly how the device is going to be able to work with Ableton, and that's because of these 4 columns, the track, sync, remote, and MPE columns. You'll notice that we have checkboxes which enable these options. So the track column is for basic MIDI messages like note on and note off messages. Your keyboard might be hooked up correctly, and when you hit the key, you may not hear any sound, and that's because it may be that this column has been disabled for that device. So you're going to want to make sure that you enable the checkboxes in this column for all the devices where you're going to want to be sending those basic MIDI messages. Next, we have the sync column, and that's for external devices that have a sequencer built into them. And that could be a keyboard workstation or a drum machine or an MPC player or something of that nature. And if you enable the sync option here, when you hit play or stop in Ableton, it's going to send information out to those devices and trigger the sequences. Now you'll notice that when I enable one of these sync options, I also get this EXT button that shows up in the control bar. And if you want to be able to actually control Ableton from this external device, for example, being able to hit play or stop on those devices, you're going to want to make sure that you enable this button here that's on the control bar. Now, I'm not using any devices like that, so I'm going to disable that. The next column over allows us to control Ableton with the often 8 knobs that are built into your controller that allow for external control of Ableton devices. If this column isn't checked or this checkbox is not enabled, you can go ahead and you can map one of your knobs on your keyboard to a device in Ableton, but it won't actually be able to control it until you enable that functionality for the device. And then last but not least over here, we have a column for MPE, which stands for MIDI Polyphonic Expression. So MPE is fairly new to the MIDI protocol, and it gives extended control over expressive features. And there aren't many devices that are available now that actually take advantage of that. The Push 3 is one. There's also a couple of keyboards from Roley, and there's one from Keith McMillan that I'm aware of that allow for MIDI polyphonic expression. So again, if you have one of those devices and you want to be able to take advantage of that functionality, you've got to enable it here. Now, if your MIDI keyboard or controller device is nowhere to be found here, it's likely because you need to load a third-party driver. So go to the manufacturer's website and look for their drivers, download it, install it on your computer, and then you should see your device pop up down here in the input ports and output ports areas. Okay, I'm going to hit escape to get out of here. And I'm going to go ahead and hit a key on my keyboard to see if Ableton is receiving MIDI from that device. Now, when I do that, you'll notice up here that these boxes light up. These are your input and output MIDI boxes that just show you that there's activity. Okay, so that's working. Let's finish this by just double checking to make sure that we can make sound. So I'm going to grab a default preset here from the instruments area of the browser, and I'm going to drag and drop it on this first MIDI track. Now the track is in record, so when I hit a key on my keyboard, it should pass MIDI to the device and we should hear sound. So when the track is in record, it's said to be MIDI through capable of passing that MIDI information. So let me do that. Okay, so now that we see MIDI and we hear MIDI input, our controller devices are ready to work with Ableton. Audio buffer settings can significantly impact the user experience. So let's look at how to adjust those settings in Ableton Live. So I've got a default set open, and I'm going to go back into settings, which if you remember is under the Live menu on a Mac or the Options menu on a PC. And I'm going to drop down and select the Audio tab. So just for context, you should be aware that the buffer size helps us control the amount of latency or delay that we experience in a program like Ableton Live, And it also has a lot to do with the computer performance that you experience. In fact, the larger the buffer size, the more efficiently your computer is going to work, the more tracks you can have, and the more plugins that you can have on those tracks. But the larger the buffer is, the more delay that there's going to be in the system. So notice that at 256 samples, I have an overall latency amount of 16.9 milliseconds, which is what you get when you add the input and output latency together. Now, if I increase the buffer size to the largest setting of 2048 samples, you'll notice that I'm now at a latency amount of almost 92 milliseconds. So personally, I don't experience much latency at about 128 samples, or maybe even as much as 256. But when I get up to 512 samples, I definitely experience it, and it's really annoying when you're recording audio or MIDI because you play the note and then you hear it. So the general rule of thumb is if you are recording, you're going to want to set the buffer size as small as you can get it. And when you're mixing, you want to bump it up as large as you can go, because at 2048 samples, or about 91 seconds of latency, you're not going to really experience that when you just hit play, but you would definitely experience that if you're recording. So a good general rule of thumb is around about 128 samples is a good place to start for recording, and then adjust it accordingly depending upon what you're hearing. For example, when you go really low, you might experience pops and clicks. And you can test that on your system by choosing a low latency setting, or low buffer size setting, I should say. And then you can go down here and you can play this test tone. Now I've got the CPU usage set as high as it will go, and it's going to simulate that at about 80%. So I'll click the test tone. And on my system, which is pretty robust, I'm not really hearing any clicks or pops or dropouts. But you'll want to check that on your system. And again, I would likely set this around 128 samples for recording. And then when I'm not recording and I'm editing and mixing, I'll go as high as I possibly can. So most of Ableton's settings don't need to be changed or adjusted once they're set, but you'll want to adjust the audio buffer size to maximize your recording or mixing performance. Let's take our first look at the Ableton user interface and see where things are located. If you want to follow along, I've got the AL12 project file open. And I'll start by mentioning that there are two different workflows in Ableton. There's session view and there's arrangement view. I can switch between these two views using these buttons in the upper right-hand corner of the interface. The one on the far right, that's the horizontal lines. If I click that, that will take me to arrangement view. And if I go just to the left of that and click the one that looks like 4 vertical lines, that will take me back to session view. Now, as I did that, you might have noticed that kind of everything around the outside edges stayed the same. So across the top, we have the drop-down menus, and then below that we have the control bar. And on the control bar, we'll see things like the tempo setting and the meter, the metronome on-off button. As we move to the middle, we've got transport controls like play, stop, and arrangement record, session record button. Then just to the right of that, we have the punch switches as well as the loop switch. And then over on the right, we have buttons that activate key and MIDI mapping, which allow us to map keys on our computer keyboard or knobs and other buttons on a MIDI controller to control parameters in devices in Ableton Live. On the far right, we have some information about the performance of Ableton Live. Like, for example, currently there's 4% CPU usage. Now, just below that, we have the help view in Ableton. Now, if that's not open on your computer, you can go over to the view menu and you can click on help view to open it. Now, in help view, you'll find lessons on different aspects of live, and it's very, very useful. Now, I mostly work with this closed because I want the screen real estate available to me to be able to see more things on my tracks. So I'll click the X button up here at the top to close that. Now, if we go down to the bottom, there are several different things that we can see here. Now, currently, I've got a clip selected on the drum track, and I'm seeing the MIDI editor view. But if I was to go over to, say, the piano track and click a clip there, you'll see that it automatically shows me the kind of content on that track, which is audio, and so I've got the sample editor visible. Now, additionally, let's go back to the drum track. I can close the MIDI editor by clicking this little toggle switch down here at the bottom. And then if I move over to the right, I can click on the toggle switch next to where it says drums, and that shows me device view. And this shows me all of the plugins. And if I scroll with my mouse here, I can see all the different plugins that are on that track. If I want both of those open, I can have them both open at the same time by clicking the toggle switches for both of those. Now, on the far right, I can show and hide the mixer controls. Let me close down one of those other views so that we can see all of the areas of the mixer. And when I click on that button, you'll see a bunch of stuff disappear. Those are all part of the Ableton mixer. As I go to the far left, in the lower left-hand corner, I'll find Info View, and this is really useful. If there's something in Ableton that you don't understand, you can just point your mouse at it and it will tell you what it is. For example, if I go over here and point at the loop switch, it tells us turn on the loop switch to play the selected region of a clip or envelope in a loop. If I disable that, that clip will only play once and then it will stop. But if I enable it, that clip will loop once it gets to the end. And if I go up into the mixer and point, let's say, at one of these triangles, it'll tell me that that's the track volume adjuster, or it's the fader on the track. So as I click and drag that up and down, I can change the volume on that track. Now, above the info view, we have the browser. And in the browser, you can look and find your instrument plugins, your audio effects, MIDI effects. And by the way, these are all Ableton devices. If I go down to plugins, that's where you'll find all of your third-party devices. So if you've got universal audio plugins or Fab Filter plugins, this is where you'll be able to find them and then load them onto a track. Below that, we have access to MIDI and audio content in the clips area and in the samples area. All right, let's talk a little bit about Session View. So Session View was very unique when Ableton first came out. It's a nonlinear way of working with your content, and it's great for live performance when you want to trigger different song sections. Now in different DAWs like Logic, we're starting to see something similar pop up there. In Session View, we have tracks as we go across from left to right. And on these tracks, what might have looked like areas where you could add plugins, these are actual clip slots where I can put bits of audio and MIDI. So for example, if I wanted to play this first clip, I can play that by clicking on the play button. Now, if I want to stop that clip from playing, I can click one of the stop buttons that's on the track, like down here just above the mixer, or I can click the stop button up here in the transport controls. Notice that when I do that, the play button still is lit on that clip, and that means that that clip is in focus, and if I hit my space bar, any clips that are in focus will play. I can hit my space bar to stop playback. Now, as you begin to work out the different sections of a song, you'll want to put all of those clips on the same row. And if I go over to the far right on the main track here, what looks like more clips are actual controls for playing scenes. And scenes are a collection of clips on the same row. So if I want to launch that scene and all of these clips, I can click the play button on that scene. Okay, now if I want to go from one section of the song to another, I can just click the play button on the next scene. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. in that we have what's called the global quantization setting. That's where it says 1 bar here. And that controls how different clips and scenes launch in session view. So for example, the way it's set right now, if I were to click another clip on the drum track while this first clip is playing, it would wait until the beginning of the next bar to launch that clip. And similarly, if I've got this verse scene playing and I want to launch the pre-chorus, it's going to wait until the next bar before it launches that. So I'll play 4 bars of the verse and then I'll launch the pre-chorus. So I'll wait until the beginning of the 4th bar and then click the launch button on the pre-chorus. Here we go. Bar 2, bar 3, bar 4, and I'll click. And I'll press my spacebar to stop playback. So you'll notice that when the pre-chorus section launched, it was right in time. And that's why I use this global quantization set at 1 bar. And that's the default setting. There are other things that you can do, but that's the one that I find the most useful. All right, let's click the Arrange View button over here on the far right, and let's talk a little bit about Arrangement View. Now, when I first come here, you'll notice that it looks like my content is grayed out. And that's because Ableton thinks that I'm working in Session View currently. So if I click this little orange button here, that's called the Back to Arrangement button, that kind of film over the content disappears. And if I click Play Now, it's going to play the content that is in Arrangement View. In saying that, I should mention that I can have 2 versions of this project, one in Session View and one in Arrangement View, and they can be very different. They don't have to be the same. They can be totally independent of each other. The only thing that is the same with both Session View and Arrangement View is I have the same tracks, I have the same plugins on the tracks, and I have the same mix settings overall. But Arrange View is different in that I'm working in a more conventional, linear way, where I've got bar 1 over here, or the beginning of the song, on the left, and as the cursor moves to the right, I'm getting later in the material or later in the project. Some of the things are exactly the same. We've got the drop-down menus, we've got the control bar, we've got the browser, we've got info view, and across the bottom, again, I've got switches to toggle open clip view or device view. And then new to Live 12 down in the lower right-hand corner, I've also got a button to show or hide the mixer. We could never see the mixer in Arrange View in versions before Ableton Live 12. And so if I click that, the mixer goes away. But it's really, really handy to have the mixer available when you're working in Arrangement View, so I don't have to go over to Session View to make changes in the mix. And typically when I'm working in this view, I'll close down almost all of the other aspects. So for example, I'll click this button to close the browser, and I'll leave the other things like device view and the MIDI editor or sample editor closed, so that I can basically just work with the arrangement until I'm ready to work with those other areas of the window. Now, one thing that's very different in Ableton 12, actually all versions of Ableton Live, is that instead of having the track controls on the left side where they're normally located, they're on the right side in Ableton. So if I click to open up the track so I can see more detail, and I can drag down if I want to make it even taller, I can now see the track activator button, the solo button, the record button, the pan setting, and the volume setting on the track, as well as the sends over here. And we can control the different things that we see here through the view menu. And if we drop down to arrangement track controls, you can click to show and hide those aspects that you want to see. Now, if you want to play in this window, if you want to play back the project, you can click somewhere in the arrangement and then click your play button or hit your space bar to start and start playback. Okay, so we'll dig deeper into both session and arrangement views in this course, but we'll start with the browser in the next group of videos. Live's browser provides access to plugins, presets, and audio and MIDI content. Let's take a look at how it's organized. So if you're following along on your computer, I've just got a default set open. And as we discussed in a previous video, the browser is located on the left-hand side of both session view and arrangement view. Now you can show and hide the browser by clicking the toggle switch here at the top, or you can do that by key command. And on a Mac, that would be Command Option B, or on a PC, it would be Control Alt B. Now, the browser is divided into a sidebar and content pane. And if you want to resize the browser, you can do that by hovering your mouse on the line that divides these two panes, and you can drag right or left. Or you can go over to the right edge of the content pane, and again, you can click and drag right or left to expand that. Now, when I do that, you'll notice that we get an extra column here in the content pane, and that will allow us to see more information about the content that we see there. Now, the sidebar is divided into collections, the library, and places. And we're going to focus on the library in this video, and we'll talk about collections and places in an upcoming video. Now, the library is divided into different categories. The All category gives us access to all of the different devices and presets and loops and one-shots. The Sounds category narrows that to virtual instrument presets. Below that, we have Drums, and that's going to further narrow this to the Ableton Live drum presets, loops, and one-shots. And one-shots are recordings of single kick, snare, and hi-hat hits. And then below that, we have the Instruments category. Now, the Instruments category allows us to access the included virtual instruments that come with Ableton Live. And in this case, we're seeing what's available with Live Suite. Now, I can click to choose a folder over here, and each one of these folders represents a different instrument. For example, at the top we have Analog, which is a subtractive synth plugin. And the folder itself is a default preset. But if I click the arrow that's on the left edge of that folder, it will open up and we can see all the different presets that come with the Analog device. Now I'm going to close that. I'm going to go back over here and select the Instruments area. Now, another way to navigate this is to use your arrow keys. So once you select a category, you can use your right arrow to move into the content pane, and then you can use your up and down arrows to go to the different devices. Now, if I hit the right arrow key again, once I've selected one of the devices, it will open up that folder, and then again I can use my up and down arrows to select a particular preset. Now, once I've found a preset that I want to hear how it sounds, I can audition that by pressing the right arrow key. And I can quickly press my down arrow, go to the next one, right arrow. Now, I can also audition these automatically by enabling the preview button here that's at the bottom of the content pane. So if I click that, we're going to hear the currently selected preset. And notice that it continues to play until I hit the space bar or I disable the preview switch. Now if I use my up and down arrow keys now, every time I go to a new preset, I'm going to hear the preview. So you can see how you can quickly go through and audition different sounds. Now, once I'm done here, I can leave this instrument by pressing my left arrow key. That takes me back up to the default preset or the folder. Pressing the left arrow key again will close that folder. And then if I press the left arrow key again, it will take me back over into the sidebar. Now, below instruments, we have audio effects, MIDI effects, modulators, Max for Live, and plugins. These are all different categories that allow us to see different effects. In the audio effects category, we see the included audio effects that come with Ableton Live. Below that, in the MIDI effects, we see the included MIDI effects that come with Ableton Live. So we have the arpeggiator, and we have the scale plugin and the chord plugin, for example. Below that, we have access to modulators. And again, these are Ableton Live plugins. And these are devices that allow us to somehow modulate an audio or MIDI sound. Below that, we have access to Max for Live devices. And if you're not familiar with Max for Live, Max is a visual programming language that allows you to create music and multimedia devices. And Ableton is unique in that you can directly use Max for Live devices in Ableton. So all the people out in the world that are creating these devices, you can access these through the Cycling 74 Max for Live webpage, and a bunch of these come included with Ableton Live. Below that, we have the plugins category, and this is where you would access all of your third-party content. So these are different types of plugins that you would purchase from a third-party manufacturer. So for example, you can see that I've got plugins from FabFilter there, and if I press my right arrow, that will open up the category, and I can see all the different FabFilter plugins that I have purchased for use in Ableton. So the plugins category not only has audio effects, but it could also have virtual instruments and MIDI effects, all the different kinds of devices that are made by third-party manufacturers. Now, below plugins, we have the clips and samples area. And these two are going to give us access to audio and MIDI clips, or audio loops, clips, and one-shots that you might find included with Ableton Live. Below that, we can access groove files, and groove files are files that allow us to quantize different MIDI files or audio files. Now, new to Ableton Live 12, we have the ability to have alternate tunings in use, and they're all collected here in the tunings category. And then finally, at the bottom here, we have the templates category, where we can save Ableton Live sets that already have a bunch of tracks and devices on those tracks. And each one of these would represent maybe a different workflow for where you want to start a particular project. Now that you understand how the browser's library area is organized, you'll be able to find presets, clips, and loops to use in your Ableton Live projects. The Places section of the browser allows you to download additional content from Ableton and quickly access frequently used folders and files. So if we go down to the Places area in the browser, the first thing that we have access to are packs. And Ableton packs expand the core library, which is included with all versions of Live, and can contain devices, racks, presets, clips, loops, and/or samples. Now, depending upon your Live version, you can download additional packs for free. And if we go over to Ableton, we can take a look here at the packs area. And as I scroll down, anything that says download is included in my version of Live. And if I see something where there's an amount, if I want that, then I'm going to have to purchase that for, in this case, $49. Now, if I go back to the Places area and I click on packs, at the top, it shows me all of the packs that are currently loaded on my computer here. And as I scroll down, there's a lot of them you can see. I can see that there are updates for some of these packs. So if I click that open, it shows me that there are updates, and some of these I've already downloaded the content, but I just haven't installed them yet. So first you click the arrow to download, and then once it's downloaded, you click the Install button to install it. And then if I close that and I go to the very bottom, I can see that there are 12 more packs that I haven't downloaded or installed yet on my system. Now, below the packs area or category in the places section of the sidebar here, we have access to what it says the cloud. And this allows you to pull files from the cloud that were created by Ableton Note, which is an iPad app. Below that, we can access files that were created on a standalone version of Push 3. So that's a version of Push that actually has Ableton built into it, and you can use that without having to have it connected to a computer. Below that, we can access the user library. Here you can see that we can save clips and grooves and presets for use in other Ableton Live sets. So for example, if I go up to the instruments area and I go into analog, and let me grab and let's load this preset onto this first track by dragging and dropping it. And then let's say I made a few changes to this and I changed the level or something. So now I want to save that version of the preset for use in another live set. So if I go over here and I click on the Save Preset button in the upper right-hand corner of Analog, that immediately takes me into the user library, into a presets folder, and into the instruments folder and a separate folder for Analog. And now I can name this my best preset. And I'll hit enter. And now I can drag and drop that preset onto a different track. Now below the user library, we have access to the current project. So wherever that's saved, and this one is not saved yet, I would be able to access any of the audio folders or subfolders contained within that project. Below that is an example of a folder that I have added here in the Places area so that I can access this inside Live without actually having to go out to the Finder window on my Mac and find that folder. And you can do that by clicking here on the Add Folder button and then navigating, and I'm going to go out to my samples area, and let's go to the output folder. And I've got some free content that I got from output. So I'm going to select that folder and I'm going to say open. And now that folder is available inside Live without me having to go outside to a Finder window and navigate to find it. So if I click on that, I now have direct access to all of that content. So now that you're familiar with the Places section of the browser, you'll be able to download additional content from the Ableton website and configure the browser to access your projects, folders, and files via Live's browser. Now that we have a basic understanding, let's look at the ways you can search Live's browser. So up at the top of the browser, there's the search field, and you can either click there to begin a search, or you can move your cursor there by key command, and that would be Command F on a Mac or Control F on a PC. Once you're there, you can type in search terms, and I'm going to type in kick and 808 to show you that when you do a search, the search results will contain everything that is part of your search terms. So in this case, all of these results contain both the word kick and the number 808. Now you'll notice that some of them start with the number, other ones start with the word kick, and we've even got one here that's got the word kick, it looks like right there, and then 808 with some other stuff. So every one of the results has both those words, and we don't see any results that have just the word kick or the number 808. Now, once you're done with the search, you can clear it by clicking the X button up here at the top or hitting the Escape key. Now, we can also search using filters and tags. This is something that's new to Ableton Live 12. So up at the top of the All category, you'll see that there is this option for filters, and if I click that triangle, it opens it up and it shows me different filter groups, and within these filter groups I see tags. Now what we see here is different for each one of the categories. So if I go down to instruments, for example, and open up the filters area, I see different options here. Now up at the top, I can right click and I can change the different filter groups that I see by clicking one that doesn't have a check mark next to it to add that, or clicking one with a check mark to get rid of that from the available filter groups that are there. So let's do a search using tags in the instruments area, and I'm going to do a search for a pad, and I'm going to drop down into the character area, and I want to do a search looking for, let's say, spacious tabs. Now, if I wanted to add the word soft to this, if I click that, you'll notice that within that group, it cleared the word spacious. It didn't clear the word pad from the sounds area, but it did clear spacious. So if I want to have both of those tags in this search, I've got to command click those. If you're on a PC, that would be control click. And at that point, I can go down and I can open up some of these folders and see what I've gotten for my results. So I've got 3 results here. Let's check out the first one. Okay, the first one is something that's close to what I'm looking for. And that takes me to another Live 12 new feature. And that's this other little button that shows up. And that is called the Show Similar Files. So if I click on that, it takes me to a group of results that are all similar to that original item that I had selected, which was this chomper split pad. I'll click that just so that we hear that again, and then I'm going to select some of these others. I'll hit my space bar to stop playback there. And you can hear that all of these are very similar to that. And in fact, you can even see that they're graded on how similar they are with this little bar graph that we see here. So as we go down, you can see that it gets shorter and shorter, indicating that as we get deeper into the results, that result is not as similar as the ones that are higher in the list. I'll also point out that when I clicked the Show Similar Files button, it took me into the All category. So if I clear this, and I go back into my instruments area, well, that search is still there. It's still active. So if I want, I can take this search and I can add that over here into the sidebar. And I can do that by clicking this little plus button that's at the top of the results area. So that's got the search terms that or the tags that I had in there. And if I hit my return key, I can save it over there so that if I ever come back later, all I have to do is click on that and it brings up those results. Now, if you want to rename that or delete it, you can just right click on it and you'll see both of those options available there in the contextual menu. So all of the content in Live is pre-tagged. And in fact, if I go into one of these categories like the drums area and I click the edit button here that's at the top next to the filters drop down, it shows me all of the different tag groups and tags within those groups. And with the drums one open, I can see that this choice here, this Candler kit, has been tagged as a hybrid kit. If I wanted to add any of these other tags, all I would need to do would be to click on them, and that would add that. So if I did a search, for example, for synth kit, now Candler kit would show up in the results. Now, the third-party items that we've made available in Live through clicking the Add Folder button, and you can see that I've got the Gold Baby folder and these Free Rises by Output folders added here, and I did that by clicking on Add Folder and navigating through my Finder window to these folders and then choosing them. Now, this stuff is not tagged, so if I go into, for example, Gold Baby, and I click on one of these, you can see that I don't see any tags that are checked. So if I wanted to tag one of these results, for example, in this bass drum category, I could go up and say, hey, that's a one-shot file, and it's a kick. Now, if I wanted to do this to multiple files simultaneously, I could either shift-click them, or if they're non-contiguous, I could click them and then command-click the other ones. On a PC, that would be control-click to select non-contiguous files. Okay, with that selected, I'll go one shot and I'll go kick. And I'll click away from there just to show you that one's not tagged, but if I click one of these top couple, we can see that the tags are available. So now if I go over to my all category, and I'll go out of the edit area, and I'll go one shot, and I'll go kick, I see that all of those ones that I tagged showed up. Now they're at the top because they've got numbers at the beginning. So that made it easier to show you this example. Now I want to tag something that there isn't a tag available for it. So I'm going to go back in. Let me clear this search real quick. I'm going to click the edit button again, and I'm going to drop down. Let's see, let's close some of these and get them out of the way. Yeah, I'm going to go into the clips area, and you'll notice that down at the bottom of each one of these tag groups, there's this add tag button. And I'm going to click that, and I'm going to add one called riser. So now I can go over into this free rises by output folder. And again, I'm going to just select about the first 5 of these. And I'm going to click and add the riser tag to those. And now if I go back to my all category and I go into the clips area, I can see that riser is available. And if I click on that, it shows me the 5 that I selected from that group of third-party samples that I've added into the places area. So finding and auditioning devices can be frustrating, but Live 12 offers several effective ways to search the browser. To work quickly and effectively, you'll want to configure Live's browser to support how you like to work. So I've got a default set open if you want to follow along on your own computer. And let's talk about the collections area at the top of the sidebar in the browser. So this is an area that you can organize your favorite content in Ableton. And that can include both Ableton content as well as third-party content. For example, in the synths area, you'll notice that I have both Ableton devices, and you can recognize them by this kind of icon, as well as third-party devices, which you'll notice that have different icons next to them. Now, if you want to add something to one of these collections, it's easy. And I'm missing one of my instruments. So I'm going to go into the Ableton instruments area, and you'll notice the Ableton instruments that I've added into the synths collection have these little red boxes next to them. And I want to also have analog in that collection. So with that selected, I'm going to hit the number that is associated with that collection. And since synths is the top one, it's number 1. Dynamics would be 2, EQ 3, and so on. So all I need to do is select one of these devices and then hit 1 on my computer keyboard, and you'll notice that it has now added that red box. And if I go to synths, I can see that analog is there at the top. Now if I want to get rid of analog, again all I need to do is hit the number 1 and it's gone. And if I go to dynamics and then come back to synths, analog is no longer there. But I do want it, so let's go back to instruments and let's quickly add it. So you can see that I have 6 different collections that I'm using. And there's actually 7 that are available. And you can show and hide those collections by going up next to the word collection and clicking the edit button that pops up when your cursor is hovering in that area. And now we can see that I've got these check boxes, and the ones that are showing have checks in those boxes to enable them, and the gray one down here at the bottom that I'm not using does not have a check in that checkbox. Now below that, you'll notice that you can also show and hide elements of the library. And again, all you have to do is click one of these checkboxes to either enable or disable being able to see that. Now I typically use, from time to time, all of those different categories in the library. So I'm going to leave those all visible. But you may or may not find the collections useful. And in my case, I do, because when I'm looking for an instrument, I don't want to have to go to just the instruments category for Ableton devices, and then down into the plugins category and search through all that third-party stuff to find a synth there. So I like to be able to have mixed content up in this collections area so that I can go into synths. I can see all the ones that I use most often. Same thing in the dynamics area. I've got all my Ableton stuff that I use, as well as all the third-party stuff that I use. All right, continuing, let's talk a little bit about the location of your user library and the live packs that you've got installed on your computer. So you may not want to store those on your system drive. You may run out of room, or you may not want to have all that content on that drive. So if we go into the settings in Live, and that's going to be under the Live menu on a Mac or under the Options menu on a PC, and we go to the Library tab, you'll notice that we have this Content Locations area, and I can use this to move the default location of the user library and the packs to a different location. So yours probably says something different than what mine says here. But if you want to move yours, all you need to do is click the Browse button and then navigate through your Finder window to where you want to move that. And then once you've got the new location, click the Open button, and it'll take a few minutes and it will move all that content to the new location and sync it so that Ableton Live knows where it is. So I'm going to cancel out of there because I don't want to change the location because I've already moved both my user library and my live packs. All right, let's finish by taking a look at the templates category. So Ableton gives us a few templates that we can use to start new live sets. So for example, if I click on this Quick Start song, that opens up this template and allows me to start working on a new live set. Now, in this case, I've got 4 tracks that have been named, and on my drum tracks, you'll notice that I've got, let's click that track, yeah. So I can see that I've got different kits that are loaded down here that I can switch between, and I've got several clips that give me some different grooves already loaded. If I go over to the keys track, I can see that there's several different keyboard sounds that are located here. On the bass track, there's different bass sounds. And then on the vocal track, I can see that they've added some vocal plugins or plugins that will give me some EQ and compression and things like that for any vocals that I might record. Now, if you want to create your own, we can do that. Let's go up to the File menu and let's create a new live set. And then we could add plugins onto tracks here. We could rename the tracks. We could add reverbs and delays, and we could configure this. And then once we're happy with what we've got, to save this as a new template, all we need to do is go File, Save Live Set as Template. It automatically kicks us into the user library, and I can rename that. Let's call it EDM Template. And now I can either go into the user library and choose this template to start a set, or if I go into the templates category of the library, I can see that that EDM template is there as well. So now that you know how to customize the browser, take some time to configure it so that you can work comfortably and effectively. One of the first things that you'll want to do in Live 12 is save your work. So I've got a default project open here, and let me start by saying that we use different terminology in Ableton Live, and an actual project is often referred to as a set, whereas if we were working in Pro Tools or Logic, we might call it a session. But I'll use the words project and set and session interchangeably as we work our way through this course. So to save a live set, all we need to do is go up to the File menu and drop down and choose Save Live Set. This allows us to give it a name, and so I'm just going to call this Test. And I'll go ahead and click Save. Now let me briefly hide Ableton Live so we can get out to the desktop. And we can see that we've got a folder out here that's named Test Project. And inside that project folder, there's a file here called test.als, and that stands for Ableton Live Set. So that's our actual file that contains the work that we're doing here. And as we do other work, we'll see other subfolders pop up in this test project. Go back to Ableton Live. So as I work, I might want to create an updated version of that live set. So I'll go in and I'll go File, Save Live Set As. Let's call this Test Version 2. And this time, when I hide Ableton Live, we'll notice that there is still the project folder, and inside that folder, now I have two versions of that project. I've got Test and I've got Test Version 2. So let's say hypothetically I've finished that and I want to move on. So I'll go up to the menu here and I'll go File, New Live Set. And it closes the previous one, and now I'm working in an untitled live set. So if I go File and I go Save Live Set, I want to point out that Ableton is pointing us into the original project folder. So I'll call this one New Live Set. And I'll go ahead and click Save. And let me hide that. And if we take a look now, we can see that we've got three versions in here. I've got Test Version 2, and now I've got New Live Set. And I want to warn you about this because if this is actually a really different project, it's very likely that I don't want to commingle the work inside of one project folder. So what I should have done was gone File, and then when I did Save Live Set, I should have changed the save location. Now I can still do that here, and I'll do that by going Save Live Set, and I'll put this back to the desktop, and now I'll create New Live Set. And again, if I hide Ableton, I can see now that there are two project folders out here. I've got one called Test Project, and I've got one called New Live Set Project. And if I go inside that one, I can see that I've got something called New Live Set. Okay, so as you continue to work, you may want to take your work to another location on another computer. And it's very likely that the computer you're working on has different content on it than the one that you might work at a friend's house or at a studio somewhere. So before you move your live set or move your work to another computer, you're going to want to take advantage of one of Live's really nice features. And that is, I'm going to go up to File, and I'm going to choose Collect All and Save. What this will do will be to take all of the media files that we're currently using and give us the option to save all that content into our live set. So I'll go Collect All and Save, and it's going to give us options for where we want to pull stuff. So files from elsewhere could just be folders on your computer. Files from other projects would be any content that you're using that actually came from a different project. Files from the user library or the factory packs would pull any samples or any other loops or things like that that you're using from the user library or the factory packs. Now here you want to be a little bit careful because some of that content could be quite large. For example, if you're using a grand piano sample in your live set, that sample could include several samples of different velocities for each key on the piano, and you could literally increase the size of your live set more than a gigabyte by including that material. So typically I'll scan through my live set and see if I'm using any content like that. And if I am, let me cancel out of that. I'll right click on that track and I'll use this freeze and flatten track, which will turn that MIDI track. In this case, I'm on an audio track, but that piano would probably be on a MIDI track. But it would convert that MIDI track into an audio track. And so when I go to save that content, it won't be pulling all those files out of your factory packs or out of your user library. So it's always a great idea to go in here, go Collect All and Save, Choose the options that you want to use. In this case, maybe I'll pull only files from elsewhere and files from other projects. I'll click OK. It quickly saves that stuff, and I'm ready to go. So now that you understand Ableton's folder and file structure, you'll be able to save and keep your projects organized. Let's examine Arrangement View more closely, starting with the window setup and the track controls. So I've got the Arrangement View project open if you want to follow along. And right now this looks really busy to me, so let's close some of these areas of the window that we don't need open. So over on the left here, we can close the browser by clicking on this toggle switch. And we can do that by key command. That's going to be Command Option B if you're on a Mac, or Control Alt B if you're on a PC. Similarly, I can go down here to the bottom and I can close the mixer view. By the way, this is new that we can see this in the arrangement view in Ableton Live 12. We can close this if we don't want to see it visible. And we can also close device view. And we can do that using these toggle switches down at the bottom, or we can do that by key command. And the mixer is going to be Command Option M if you're on a Mac, or Control Alt M if you're on a PC. And device view, we can do the same thing by going Command Option 4 if you're on a Mac, or Control Alt 4 if you're on a PC. If clip view had been open, and if I want to open that, one of the ways I can do that is by double clicking on a clip. But now I can open and close that also by key command by going Command Option 3 if you're on a Mac, or Control Alt 3 if you're on a PC. All right. So over on the far right here, we have the track controls. And currently, we're only seeing the track header. But if I wanted to see more options there, I can do that by going to the View menu and down to Arrangement Track Controls. And then one at a time, I can open up the I/O view and then back down and go to the volume portion. And then one more time going in and going track options. Now, right now, all these track heights are minimized. So there are several ways that we can increase or decrease the track height. And let me take you through those. So first of all, we can click one of these disclosure triangles on the left edge of a track. And I can adjust that by hovering my mouse over the bottom edge of that track and then clicking and dragging up or down. And if I wanted to do that to all tracks, I can just add my Option key, and notice that it's doing that to all tracks simultaneously now. I can also do that by scrolling. So if I hold down my Option or Alt key and then scroll with my mouse, I can adjust the track height. And one other way that I can do this to all of the tracks is by using this H or height key down here at the bottom, and that will size the track heights to fit in the available window space. And you can either do that by clicking on H or pressing the letter H key on your computer keyboard. Now, I'm going to give you one warning here. If the computer MIDI keyboard is active, and I can do that by clicking on this switch in the control bar, that will override some of the one key commands. And so if you're trying to do something and the key command isn't working, double check to see if this button is enabled. So I'll disable that. So let's take you through the options that we have here now on the track header. So here in the I/O section, I have my input settings and my output settings. And then in the middle, we have our monitoring options. So currently we're in auto input monitoring. And what that means is if the track record button is enabled, I'll only be able to hear the audio that's coming into the track through your interface. If that's disabled, I'll be able to monitor the clips that are on the track. If I enable the input monitoring button, notice that the clips are grayed out, and now I'll only be able to hear the audio that's coming in through your interface regardless of the record enable button status. And then on the right here, if I enable the off button, I'll only be able to monitor the clips that are on the track. Most of the time, I'm going to leave that in auto input monitoring. To the right of that, I've got the track activator button. And if that is enabled, I'll be able to hear the track. If that's disabled, the track will be muted. Then I've got the solo button. To the right of that, I've got the track enable button. Then on the second row, I've got the track volume setting. And if I click and drag up and down in that field, I can change that setting. Similarly, over here with the track pan setting, if I click and drag down, I can pan that track to the left. And if I go up, I can pan the track to the right. If I double click on that, I can reset that to the default setting. Below that on the next row, I have my send amounts. And if I increase one of these levels, I'll be able to copy some signal from that track and route it to one of the 3 return tracks that are down here on the bottom. And then over here on the far right, I can work with any track delay that's happening. So I typically don't work with any of these open anymore because now I can have the mixer view showing in arrangement view, and that's going to allow me to have all of those settings down here at the bottom and not cluttering up the right-hand side of the track. So let's go over back to view, and I'm going to close the volume part and back in, and I'll get rid of track options. And notice that I can do I/O by key command. And on a Mac, that's going to be Command Option I and Control Alt I on a PC. And then I can bring back my mixer by going Command Option M. That's Control Alt M if you're on a PC. Finally, let me just mention that you can change your track order that we see over here by clicking and dragging on one of the track headers and moving it lower. Or we can do that by holding down your Command key if you're on a Mac or your Control key if you're on a PC and using your arrow keys to move tracks up or down in order. So we're just getting started in arrangement view. So check out the next video where we'll discuss how to zoom in and out and make selections. Let's continue our closer look at arrangement view and learn how to make selections and zoom in and out on a track. So I've got the arrangement view project open, and you'll notice that as I move my cursor around the interface, the cursor shape will change. For example, if I'm in the top half of the ruler, I'm getting a zoom cursor. If I go to the bottom half, I'm going to get a scrub cursor. If I go down on one of these clips, you'll notice that I get a grabber tool, and I can click that to select that clip. Now, if I want to select a portion of a clip, I need to increase the track height. So I'll click the disclosure triangle on that track. And now when I move into the bottom part of the clip, you'll notice that I get a pointer tool where I can click and select a point on the track, or if I click and drag, I can make a partial selection of a clip. Also, if I move my cursor over to the right edge of a clip header, I get a trim tool, and if I go to the left edge, I get the same thing. Now, if I want to select an entire clip, as I mentioned previously, I can click a track header, and if I want to select a portion of a clip, I can click and drag on the lower part of a clip to do that. I can also extend a selection by holding down my Shift key and clicking later in the track to extend the selection, or earlier in the track to shorten the selection. If I go over to the track header and right-click, I can select all of the content on a track by choosing Select Track Content from the contextual menu. I can also make selections with the arrow key. For example, if I click at a point on the track and then press my right arrow, the cursor is going to move by the current grid amount. And that grid amount on my system is currently set at a measure. And you can see that down here in the lower right-hand area of the track content area. Now, if I want to make a selection doing that, I can hold my Shift key down and then press my right arrow to extend the selection, or my left arrow to shorten the selection. And I can also select entire clips this way by holding down my Control key if I'm on a PC, or Option key if you're on a Mac, and my Shift key, and then pressing my right arrow to extend the selection, or my left arrow to shorten the selection. Now, if I want to zoom in and out, I can move my cursor up into the top half of the ruler and click and drag up and down to zoom in and out. Or I can also do that by hitting the plus and minus keys on my computer keyboard. So plus will zoom me in and minus will zoom me out. Now if I've zoomed in and I want to zoom all the way back out, I can go down and I can click the W button here below your main track, or I can do that by key command by just pressing the letter W. Now when you're doing some editing and you want to zoom in, let's say on a clip, you can click the clip header to select that clip, and then you can press the Z key to move in one level. That will extend it to the width of the window. And then if I press the Z key again, it will also zoom the track height. And then if I press my X key, that will take me all the way back out. Finally, if you want to move your cursor to the beginning of a set, you can do that a couple of different ways. You can click your stop button up here in the control bar, or you can press your home key on your computer keyboard, and you can move to the end of the live set by pressing your end key. So now that we're familiar with how to get around in Arrangement View, please join me in the next video where we'll discuss how to control playback. As we continue to learn about the user interface, let's take a closer look at how you can control playback in Arrangement View. So I've got the Arrangement View project open that we've been using in the last few videos, and I can set my start point a few different ways. For example, if I want to go to the beginning of the live set, I can do that by clicking with my mouse near the beginning, or I can click the stop button in the control bar, or a third way to do that is to press the home key on your computer keyboard. Now if I want to set a start point within the live set, I can select one of my clips and then start playback at the beginning of that clip by pressing my space bar to start and stop playback. Now if I want to set playback within this clip, I'll need to increase the track height, and I'll do that by clicking on the triangle here on the track header. And now I can move my cursor to the bottom half of the clip, and I can click and select a start point at that point. Now, I could have set my start point at the same place without increasing the track height by just clicking in one of the empty areas on one of the tracks that doesn't have a clip in that area. Now, as I'm doing this, I want to point out that I've got a start point here that you can see blinking, and then I've got this playhead that goes all the way across this content area. Now, you'll notice that when I hit my space bar, the playhead is going to return to the previous start point. If I want to have playback continue from my stop point, I can do that by holding down my Shift key and pressing the space bar. Now, another way that I could have started the playback from within this clip would have been to move my cursor up here in the bottom half of the ruler. And when I do that, you'll notice that I get this speaker icon. And if I click, playback will start from that point. Now, on your system, when you move your cursor up there, you may not see that speaker icon. And that's because of one of the preferences that you can make in settings. So let's go take a look. I'm going to hold down my command key and press the comma key. That would be control comma on a PC. And in the display and input area, I want to point out that you have this option for permanent scrub areas, and that is enabled. If I turn that off and I move my cursor into the bottom half of the ruler, you'll notice that I only get the magnifying glass. It doesn't matter where I put it. But if I hold my Shift key down when I do that, I want you to notice that I get that scrub icon back. So you can do it either way, but I prefer to leave that permanent scrub areas turned on. Now while we're here, I'll point out that we also have a setting here for follow behavior. So let's talk about that. So if I zoom in here and set my playback point over here near the end of the area that I can view. When I hit play, something's going to happen to keep that playback cursor in view, and that's because the follow switch is enabled here in the control bar. So let me hit play. So what just happened is the follow actions caused the playback cursor to page. Let's go back into our settings area. So I'll go Command, comma again. And I'm going to go to that follow behavior, and I'm going to click that and turn that to scroll. And again, I'll put my cursor over here near the end. Watch what happens when I hit play now. You'll notice that the playback cursor stays centered in our view and the content scrolls behind it. Yeah, for some reason I find that a little bit annoying, so I'm going to go back in and put that back on page. All right, let me zoom all the way back out by hitting my W key. And let's talk about loop playback. So I can turn on loop playback by making a selection and then pressing Command L. That would be Control L on a PC. And you'll notice that that turned on the loop switch, and it also set the loop brace to my selection. So now when I hit play, it should just repeat this one measure. Okay, so that's working. Now, if you want to adjust the length of the loop brace up here, you can do that by moving your cursor to the end of the loop brace and then dragging left or right to extend or decrease the length of the loop brace. I can also do that by key command by holding down my command key on a Mac or the control key on a PC and using your right and left arrows. So right will extend the length and left will decrease the length of your loop brace. You can also move that loop brace around by clicking in the middle of it and dragging that where you want to go, or just by using your right and left arrows to move it around. Now I can disable loop playback again by going Command L on the Mac or Control L on the PC. So understanding how to manage playback may seem simple, but it's an important part of feeling in control of a program like Live 12. Let's take a look at how to load instruments and instrument presets. So I've got a default set open if you want to follow along. And notice that in a default set that you get 2 MIDI, 2 audio, and 2 return tracks. If you decide that you want to delete any of these, you can do that by selecting the plugin header and hitting the delete key on your computer keyboard. And notice that you can't get rid of the last track. You have to have at least 1 MIDI or 1 audio track in a live set. Now at a later point, if you want to add a track, you can do that by going up to the Create menu and choosing one of these top 3 options, Insert Audio, MIDI, or Return Track. And we're going to use the first 2 a lot, so I'll suggest that you remember these key commands, which would be Command T for a Mac or Control T for a PC for audio tracks. And for MIDI tracks, it's going to be Shift Command T or Shift Control T for a PC. And we'll use those here in just a minute. So let's add a default preset to this one MIDI track that we have. So I'm in the Instruments category. And remember that the folders that we see at the top here, those are the default presets. Now, if I want any of the other presets, I need to open up the folder and select one of these. But I'm going to add just a default preset in this case. Now, I can add this default preset to the selected track a couple of different ways. Starting with, I can just hit the return key on my computer keyboard. If I want to delete that device, I can just select the plugin header and hit the delete key on my computer keyboard. I can also double click to add this, or you can click and drag the plugin from the browser and drop it either on the track itself or down here in the device area. Now, if you decide later on that you don't like what they've done with this default preset setup, you can make the changes here on the plugin interface and then right-click on the title bar of the plugin and choose Save as Default Preset. And that will take your changes and save it to the default preset so that when you drag this default preset onto the track, you're going to get your version of that, not Ableton Live's version. All right, let's add a MIDI track. And if you remember, that's going to be Shift-Command-T or Shift-Control-T if you're on a PC. And let's go down a little bit deeper here, and let's go into Wavetable, and I'm going to open up the folder here and take a look. And let's see. In the past, I've used this a thick wave. So let's add this to the track. So I've loaded that preset, and at a later point, I might decide that that's not quite the preset that I want. So I can go over here on the upper right-hand corner of the plugin interface, and I can click this little 2 arrow button, which is called the hot swap button. And that will take me back into that category, and I can look around and I can find other presets that I might want to use. And in fact, that'll also allow me to use the Show Similar button. So let me click that. And I'm not quite sure why I've got these 2 presets selected, but let me just swap out this second one. So I'm going to double click that. And add that down here. And then if I'm done, I can go ahead and close this by clicking the X button up here in the plugin header, or the swapping instrument X here in the browser. And then I can clear that search, and I'm ready to move on. Now, if I make any changes to this preset and I want to save those, let's say I change the cutoff frequency there, I can go ahead and I can click the Save button that's in the upper right-hand corner of the plugin interface, and that'll take me into the user library, into presets, and into Wavetable, and now I can call this something like My Polyjuno Square and hit my return key, and now that's saved for use in a future set. All right, let's take a look at one other thing, and that is if I wanted to load a third-party virtual instrument. So let's go into our plugins category, and there we go. Took a second for those all to display. And let's go down to the bottom, and I'm going to load Vital Audio. Now I want to point out that with third-party instruments, when you open up the folder, you'll notice that there aren't any presets. I've just got these options for loading the plugin itself. So let me grab one of those, and I'm just going to drop it out here in this empty area, which will automatically create a third MIDI track here and load this third-party plugin onto the track. Now, I'm looking at the normal plugin interface here that you would get in any program if you were to load Vital. But notice that in Ableton Live, down in Device View, I've got this device down here that represents all third-party plugins. And if I were to close the actual interface up here, I can reopen that by hitting this little wrench icon on that third-party plugin device. And then I can make any changes that I want. Now, if you want to get to the actual presets that are available for this plugin, you'll have to go through the interface. And in this case, I would click here, which would take me into the preset browser. I can choose something here like digital roller, let's say, and then I can close that, and I'm ready to start making changes if necessary. Now, one last thing I want to show you is that when you add a virtual instrument device to a track in Ableton Live, it automatically enables the track, and it does that so that MIDI will pass through the device when you press a key on your keyboard controller so that you can hear sound. And we refer to that as MIDI through. So that's handy because you can immediately start working with that instrument or that instrument preset. So now that we know how to select and load instruments, we're almost ready to begin recording MIDI. Before recording MIDI, there are several steps you need to complete to get ready. So I've got a default set open and I'm working in arrangement view. Remember that you can switch between arrangement and session with these 2 buttons here in the upper right-hand corner of the interface, or you can press the Tab key to toggle between the 2 views. So the first thing I want to do when getting ready to record MIDI is just double check and see if I've got MIDI input. So I'm going to press a key on my MIDI keyboard, And I'm looking up here at the MIDI input indicator, and I don't see anything. With this track record enabled, I should be able to hit a key and see MIDI signal on this track, and I don't. So the first thing you might want to do is check your connection of your device to your computer, and if that's okay, you're going to want to take a look at your settings. So let's go into settings here in Ableton by pressing our Command and comma keys, and that would be Control comma on a PC, and let's go down to Link, Tempo, and MIDI. Now you'll notice here under input ports for my keyboard, the track button has been disabled. And I did this on purpose just to remind us that that needs to be enabled for Ableton to see MIDI input from a device like my MIDI keyboard. Okay, with that enabled, I should be able to hit a key on my MIDI keyboard, and now we see both the MIDI input indicator as well as the meter on the track showing that there's MIDI signal. Now, while I'm doing that, I'm feeling that there's a little lag between my hitting the key and this lighting up. So I'm going to double check my latency. So I'm going to go to the audio tab to check the buffer size. And right now that's set fairly high at 1024 samples. So I'm going to bump that down to around 128 samples, which is what I find to be a good compromise between low latency and not having problems with CPU usage. So I'm going to bump that down to 128 samples, and then I'm going to hit my escape key to get out of settings. Okay, now that we've got MIDI signal, let's go into our instruments category, and I'm going to go down to impulse, and I'm just going to load one of the presets here. I'll do that by dragging and dropping it on the track. And now I should be able to hit a key and hear sound. Well, I'm doing that and nothing's happening, and that is because this particular device is a real simple drum machine, and it only allows us to have 8 different sounds, and those are mapped from C3 up to C4. And by the way, C3 in Ableton Live is middle C. So I need to make sure that I'm playing in the right area of my keyboard or transpose my keyboard to the right octave. And so in my case, I'm going to go and try another octave. And when I do that, I've got sound finally. Okay, so now that we've got MIDI input and we've got sound, I want to double check the tempo that we're going to record at. And right now my tempo is set at the default, which is 120. If you want to change that, you can click into that field and type a different value, and then hit your return key to enter that value. Or you can click in there and scroll up and down with your mouse. And let's set this around 110. Okay, next I can set my tempo over here in the tempo fields. And the first number is going to be the number of beats. For example, if I wanted to put that in 3/4, I can do that. And if I wanted to change the value of the beat, to, let's say, to an 1/8 note, I could type an 8 there and then hit return. But let's put that back at 4/4 for right now. And then the last thing I'm going to do in this process of getting ready to record is turn on my metronome. And that is this button right here. And I can either click that to turn it on, or I can hit the letter O on my computer keyboard. And then you might want to check your settings for the metronome. So I'm going to click this little pop-up menu. And here I can determine the length of the count in. And if you're at a faster tempo, you might want to set a longer count in. But at around 110, probably 1 bar is going to be enough. And then below that, I can choose a sound from these 3 options. And then I can choose the rhythm that I'm going to hear. With this set on auto, it's going to play at the value that you've set for a beat in your tempo field. So I would get a quarter note. But if you wanted something else, you can choose that manually from these options. And for example, if I was going to record at a much slower tempo, I might need more pulses from the metronome to actually be able to feel the rhythm. So I might want to set this to an 1/8 note or either a 16th note. But I'll leave this on auto for now. And then the last thing I'll point out is this option down here at the bottom, which is enable only while recording. And that's nice because when you're just playing audio, you won't hear the metronome even though the metronome button is enabled. So I'm going to leave that on enable only while recording. So just to review, in getting ready to record MIDI, you want to double check that you've got MIDI signal. You want to load an instrument onto your track. You want to make sure that the buffer size is set at something where you're not experiencing latency. And then you'll want to check your tempo setting and your meter settings, and then enable your metronome. All right, so now that we've established a pre-recording routine, we're ready to start recording MIDI. Now that we have a pre-recording routine established, let's make a MIDI recording. So I've got a default set open and I'm working in arrangement view. And let's load an instrument preset. And I'm going to go back to the same thing that we were using in the previous video. So let's go to Instruments and Impulse. And I'm going to grab this Impulse 808 preset and drop that on that first MIDI track. So let me just hit a key and make sure I've got MIDI signal. I do. The tempo 120 is fine, and 4/4 for my meter is going to work. But let's enable my metronome. And remember that you can either do that by clicking the metronome button or by hitting the letter O on your computer keyboard. So the next thing I need to do is set the point at where I want to start recording. Now currently my cursor's over here at measure 1, and that's fine. But if you want to record at measure 13, you can click over there. So with the track record enabled, the last thing I need to do is click the arrangement record button to start record. You can also do that by pressing on F9. Now if you try that and it's not working, it's because of a setting. So let's go into our settings. Remember that's Command comma or Control comma on a PC. And under Record, Warp, and Launch, and under the record area, there's a setting here for Start Transport with Record. And I've got that enabled. If that's disabled or if that's off, when you press F9, it won't start recording until you also press the space bar. So I like to work with that on, so I'll leave that the way it is. All right, so I'm going to hit the record button up here, and then I'm going to record just a simple kick and snare pattern. And I'm going to need to wait for the count off, which is currently set at 1 measure. Okay, so let's take a look at that MIDI recording, and I can do that by double clicking on the clip, and that will open it up down here in clip view. Now, I'm doing this to show you that Ableton does not intelligently truncate clips when you record them. When you hit the space bar to stop recording, that's the end of the clip. So if I want this to be a certain number of measures long, I'm going to need to go in here and adjust the length of the clip. So I can do that by grabbing these triangles here on the right and dragging those over to measure 3 in this case, so I have a 2 measure loop. So we've recorded some MIDI, but I want a hi-hat part, and so I want to add a hi-hat part into this recording. Now if I go back and just start recording at measure 1, I'm going to wipe out this kick and snare part. So what I want to do is I want to overdub that hi-hat part, and I can do that by enabling this switch here in the control bar for the MIDI arrangement overdub. So let's click that. I'll put my cursor back at measure 1 here, and looks like it's not doing that for me. Let me do it again. There we go. Now I could have done the same thing by clicking the stop button, which would probably have been easier. But with the overdub button enabled, now when I click on the record, it's going to allow me to record this hi-hat part over the top of my kick and snare without losing them. So let me find a snare. I'll use that one. And I'll click this and we'll get 4 clicks and we'll be back in record. Okay, again, I didn't stop the record pass at exactly the right moment, so I'm going to need to go down here and adjust the end of this clip. So let's grab these and drag those over. And I can verify the length of that clip by going over here in the clip properties area, and you'll notice that the start says measure 1 and the end says measure 3, beat 1. So it looks like we are good to go. So now we know how to record and overdub record MIDI. Check out the next video where we'll talk about punch recording MIDI. After making a MIDI recording, you may need to fix some of your work. So let's take a look at punch record. So I've got the punch record project open. And let me just play a little bit of this so you can hear that I've got problems here at measure 3 in the bass part. So you can hear that I've got a note that's late here, that's a little bit early, and then there's too big of a gap between these last two notes. So what I want to do then is set a time range where I want to re-record, and in this case it's going to be measures 3 and 4. And I can do that using these punch in and out fields. So this first one determines the starting point where you want to drop into punch record, and the second field determines the length that you want to have in your punch record pass. Now I find these fields a little annoying to use, so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the loop brace to define that. So I'm going to click in the middle of that and drag it over so that it starts at the beginning of bar 3, and then I'll hover my mouse cursor over the edge of the loop brace, and when I see the trim cursor appear, I'll click and drag that out to get that to be my 2-bar length. And if you look up here now, you can see that my starting point is measure 3, and I'm going to punch record for a total of 2 bars. So the next thing I need to do is activate the punch in switch. That's going to be this one right here, and that will establish that I'm going to start recording at measure 3. Now, I don't need to activate the punch out switch if I want to continue recording past measure 5, but if you do want to stop at this point, you'll want to engage the punch out switch. Next, I need to establish where I want to start playback. So I'm going to click over here at about measure 2, and instead of turning on the metronome, I'm actually going to use the track to get synced with the rhythm of what's in this 4-bar pass that I've got here. So what's going to happen when I start this process is that playback will start at measure 2, and then the system will drop into record at measure 3, and then out at measure 5. All right, let's give it a shot. Okay, I think that is a lot better. So you'll notice that when I finished this, I ended up with 2 different clips. And what I want to do is have this be one clip. So I'm going to click the title bar on this first clip to select it, and then I'll hold my shift key down and click the title bar on the second clip to extend my selection to include that. And now I can join those as one clip using the join command, which is Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC. So as you can see, punch recording is an easy and a quick way to fix your MIDI performances. If you need to record some MIDI notes and don't have a keyboard available, you can use your computer keyboard instead. So I've got the computer MIDI keyboard project open, and this time I'm going to use the computer MIDI keyboard to fix this bass part that we fixed in the last video, and I'll use punch record again to do that. So I've already got the loop brace set up, and let me engage the punch in and punch out switches. And now to activate the computer MIDI keyboard, all I need to do is click this piano button here on the right side of the control bar. You can also toggle that on and off using the M key on your computer keyboard. So let me show you how this works. So here's a graph of the keyboard, and the upper left-hand button here represents the Q key on your computer MIDI keyboard. So the Q key doesn't do anything, but the W next to it would be a C sharp, and the next note over here would be a D sharp. That's the E key. And then going up, you'll get the rest of your sharps and flats on that row. Now, on the row that starts with A, you're going to get all the white key notes, and you're going to get one octave. So A would be a C note, then S would be a D, and then D would be an E, and F is, thank God, is an F, and G is a G, and then H is A, and so on and so forth. The next row below that, starting with Z, will allow you to shift the range of the MIDI keyboard up and down an octave with Z and X, and then set your base velocity or default velocity with C and V. C will take it down 20 velocity, and V will take it up 20 in velocity. Okay, let's go back over to Ableton, and let me establish the start point where I want to start recording, which is going to be here at measure 2. The track is record enabled, so we should be able to hear something now when I press a key. So here's my first note. Okay, so that's completely in the wrong octave. So I'm going to press my Z key to drop it, and I want you to look down here in the status bar because it'll tell you what octave you're in. So as I press Z once, it tells me I'm now from C3 up to D4, and that's going to be a little high, I believe. It's getting better, but I still need to be another octave lower. So I'll press Z again, and now my low point is going to be C2. So if I press my first note, okay, that's where I want to be. And let's check the velocity on that because it sounds just a little bit soft. So I'm going to press the V key to take us up a little bit. So now I'm at a velocity or a base velocity of 20. It's not bad, but let's do it one more time. And I'll comment here that unfortunately our computer MIDI keyboard is not touch sensitive. So all the notes when we do this are going to come in at the same velocity. All right, so we're set up to do a punch record. I've got my notes figured out. I've got my starting point set, and we'll drop into record here at measure 3. Okay, so I was able to replace that bass part. You'll notice that I went up an octave at the end because we are limited to one octave, and I couldn't go down to get that lowest note. I have to admit that I find using the computer keyboard as a MIDI keyboard very handy, even with the lack of touch sensitivity and the one octave limitation. Now that we're familiar with arrangement view, it's time to look at session view, starting with the user interface. I've got the session view project open if you want to follow along. And as we look at the window here, you should see a lot of elements that you recognize. Across the top, we have the same control bar that we would see in arrangement view. We've got the browser over on the left, and the same key commands are used to open and close the browser. For example, it's Command Option B if you're on a Mac, or Control Alt B if you're on a PC. And similarly, across the bottom, we have Info View, and then we have Device View. And I can open and close Device View, again, with the toggle switch here at the bottom, or I can use the key command, Command Option 4, to toggle that open and close, or Control Alt 4 if you're on a PC. And then Clip View would be Command Option 3 or Control Alt 3 if you're on a PC. Let me close both of those. And then we have the mixer here in the middle. And I'll point out that instead of tracks going horizontally, the tracks run vertically. And each one of these tracks is in line with the mixer strip that it's related to. So when we wanted to change some of these elements with the mixer in arrangement view, or at least with what we saw on the track header, we would go to the view menu and we would go to arrangement track controls. Now we don't have anything similar to that for session view, but we can change what we're seeing in the mixer controls area. Now this same menu option also appears here in the lower right-hand corner with this pop-up menu. And let me just show all of these, and then we'll briefly go through them. So at the top of this area, we have our input and output settings. And as we saw in arrangement view, there's always two options here. The top one is always the device, and then the bottom one is the specific channel. So in the case of MIDI, I almost always leave this at all instruments or all ends, and I don't choose a specific MIDI controller, typically. Now below that, we can set a specific channel, or you can leave it on all channels, which is what I normally do. Similarly, over on our audio tracks, and the piano track is an audio track, we can choose where audio is coming from, and most of the time I'm going to leave this to external in. But you can also set this to the output of another track if you want to resample the audio from that track on this particular track. Below that, we can set the track inputs, the specific channels, and these would correspond with your interface. Currently, this track is set to a stereo input with inputs 1 and 2, but you can click that and you can change this to another stereo pair or a mono, and that would again correspond with the inputs that are available on your specific interface. So below that, if we continue, we've got our track outputs, and as you see here, every one of these tracks is currently going to the main track over here on the far right, and below that you can see that the outputs on the main track are going to our main stereo outputs, which are always typically 1 and 2. Below that we have our sends, and currently there are 3 sends in this particular live set, and they correspond with the 3 return tracks that we see up here, A, B, and C. So if I was to raise the send level on this drum track, that's going to copy signal from the track and route it over to the B return track for processing, and that's typically where we might add reverb or delay to a track or a group of tracks. Now, with sends and with the I/O area, we can open and close those via key command, and it's going to be Command-Option on a Mac or Control-Alt on a PC plus the first letter of that item. So for the I/O area, it's going to be Command-Option-I, and for the sends, it's going to be Command-Option-S. Below that, we have our volume area, and we've got our track fader, which is this little triangle that you can raise or lower. To the left of that, you have your pan knob, and you can go left or right with that. If you double click the little triangle, it will reset it to the default. And then we have our track mute button, solo button, and our record enable button for the track. Below that, we have our track delay settings where you can add delay to the track, or you can work with track latency. And then below that, we have an option that we didn't see in arrangement view, and that is the track crossfader. This lets you assign tracks to either A or B, and then take the track crossfader and crossfade between those groups of tracks. If you pull it to the left, you're going to hear signal from the A tracks, and if you go to the right, you're going to get signal from the B tracks. And then finally at the bottom, we have our track performance meter. So I typically work with at least these bottom 2 closed, so let's get those out of the way. And that just gives us a little bit more room to work with. Now, as I was talking about the return tracks, you can see that currently they're really narrow. And in fact, if I move my cursor over here around one of the audio or MIDI tracks and I scroll right or left, you can see that there were actually tracks that were hiding behind the return tracks. Now, we can open and close the return tracks with the same kind of technique that we used for the mixer and the I/O and the sends, and that is Command-Option on a Mac or Control-Alt on a PC plus the first letter, which is going to be R for return. So let me close those with my key command, and I can reopen those. Now, if you need to see a little bit of detail with these tracks, you can hover your mouse over the left edge of one of these and click and drag to the left. If you want to do all 3 of them at the same time, just hold down Option while you do that. And you'll notice that that is increasing the width of all 3 of the return tracks plus the main track as well. Now, similarly, we can work with the track width on our audio and MIDI tracks, And in this case, if you put the cursor near the right edge of a track and click and hold and then drag, you can change the width of that track and then an option, and you can do it to all of the tracks. We can also change the track order that we see here with the audio MIDI tracks, and we can do that by simply clicking on one of the tracks and then dragging it to a different location. Or you can hold down your command key if you're on a Mac or the control key if you're on a PC and use your right and left arrows to move tracks around. So now that we're familiar with the Session View window, we're ready to take a look at how to control the playback of clips in Session View. Playback in Session View works differently than in Arrangement View. Let's start by learning more about clips and how to control clip playback. So I've got the Session View project open, and like in Arrangement View, the clips on each one of these tracks are the content on that track. And clips in Session View are typically 1, 2, 4, or 8 measures in length, but they really could be of any length. And the reason that they are typically exactly like 1, 2, or 4 bars in length is so that they'll loop correctly. I'll also remind you that the content that we see in Session View is independent from the content that we have in Arrangement View. You could have 2 versions of the same song, or you could have 2 entirely different songs. They would just share the same tracks and plugins. So there's also got to be a way for us to see where playback is coming from when we're working in Ableton. And we can do that by looking down here on the main track at this button, which is referred to as the Back to Arrangement button. If that is lit orange, we know that we're working in Session View. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click this square button here on the main track, and that's the Stop All Clips button. And if I click that, you'll notice that the Back to Arrangement button lights up orange, and now we know that we're working in Session View. In fact, if I tab over to Arrangement View, you'll notice that we have this film on it. And that's an indication from Ableton to us that playback is going to come from Session View. Now, if I go up here, we'll notice that we have that same Back to Arrangement button. And if I click that again, well, now we've indicated that we're working in Arrangement View. So let's tab back over to Session View and let's click the Stop All Clips button. Okay, so over here on the drum tracks, I've got several clips, and I can launch any one of these by clicking on their launch or play button. And I'll also mention here that you can only have one of these clips on a track playing at a time. So let me go ahead and I'm going to launch that, and then let's talk about how we can stop clip playback. Okay, so one of the ways that we can stop clip playback is to click one of the stop buttons found on that track. Now, since this track is in record, the only stop button is down here at the bottom of the clip area. So notice it took a couple of beats to stop, because when I clicked that stop button, I was near the beginning of the measure, and it then looked at the global quantization amount, which was 1 bar, and it waited till the beginning of the next bar to stop playback. So another way that we can stop playback is with the stop button here that's in the control bar, which would be the same as pressing your space bar. Now when I do that, it's going to stop playback immediately, and I want you to notice that it left the play button on this clip that was playing, it left it green, which indicates that that clip has focus. So I can launch this clip again by clicking on its launch or play button, but I can also click the play button in the control bar or press my space bar. So any clips that have focus can be launched that way. Now, this time I'm going to let this play and I'm going to launch another clip. Let's launch this sine bass clip over here on the bass track. So when I do that, it's going to wait until the next bar to start playing because of this global quantization amount. 3, 4, and I'll launch it. 3, 4. Now they'll both play. And if I want to launch another clip, I can do that. Now that time I clicked it right at the beginning of the measure, so it didn't wait. So this is an important part of playing clips in session view, because if there's no timeline, which there isn't in session view, how do we get things to play together in a rhythmically coherent way? And that is using this global quantization amount. Now you can set this at any of these settings that we have available here, but I most often work with this at 1 bar. And that just means that when I launch something, it's going to wait until the beginning of the next bar before it starts to play. Now, if I want all of these clips to stop playing, again, I can go down and I can click on the Stop Clips button, and I can launch other clips. Now, I launched all of those on the same row, but I don't necessarily need to do that. I can launch this drum clip and then have it play with this bass clip over here. It took a second to start playing. That's the piano part, excuse me. And so on and so forth. And again, by pressing my space bar when I stopped that, these clips all retained their focus. So now that we understand better how clip playback works, we'll look at how scenes work in the next video. Now that we understand how clips work, let's look at how they can be combined into scenes. So I've got the session view project open that we've been using. And as you're working with your ideas and creating clips, you're going to find that you have a bunch of clips that you want to have play together. And you can make that happen by dragging them onto the same row here. And then if we go over to the far right, what looks like clips over here on the main track are actually controls for scenes. And I can launch an entire row by clicking the launch button here on the left edge of one of these scenes. Now I'm going to do that, and then we'll talk about how we can stop the scene from playing back. So one of the ways that I can stop this is by clicking the stop button here in the control bar or pressing the space bar on my computer. So either one of those will stop playback, and you'll notice that the clips that we're playing retained focus. And that's going to allow us to launch those same clips by using our space bar. Because they already have focus, I don't need to click the scene launch button. So now I'll press the space bar or click the play button here in the control bar, and that will launch those clips. Now this time I'm going to stop playback by clicking the Stop Clips button. So you'll notice that it stopped playback and removed focus from the clips that had been playing. You might have also noticed that it took a fraction of a second there for playback to stop. And that's because when you click the Stop All Clips button, it's observing the global quantization amount, which is set at 1 bar, meaning that it's going to wait until the start of the next bar before it stops playback. Now that global quantization amount is also going to play in to how we can move from one scene to another. So for example, if I wanted the intro to play for 4 measures, and then I want to move to the verse, well, I need to observe this global quantization amount. And what I need to do is in the last measure before I want the verse to start, I need to press the launch button for the verse. So I'm going to play the intro for 4 measures and then launch the verse scene. That's the second measure. Third measure. There's the fourth measure, launch. And again, this global quantization amount helps us to sync the playback in a way that it is rhythmically coherent and musically coherent. So, as we're working with clips and we move them onto a row, that's typically going to form a section of your song or your composition. And as we look at the main track over here, you'll notice that I have named all of the scenes as song sections, and I've also color-coded them so that all my choruses are the same color and all my verses are the same color, just so that that will help me to kind of quickly see what's going on. Now, if you want to name something, you just select that scene or that clip or that track and use the rename command, which is going to be Command R on a Mac or Control R on a PC, and then type whatever it is you want to call this. Like, let's call this the beginning. There we go. And if I want to color code it, well, I just need to right click on it, and then from the contextual menu at the bottom, we have a color palette, and you just need to click on a color to choose the color that you want for that scene. So currently, everything's really organized in my set. And if I wanted to interject another scene in the middle of what I've got here, well, I can do that. All I need to do is select the scene before which I want to add something, and then right click, and then from my contextual menu, I can choose Insert Scene, or I could have used the Insert Scene keyboard shortcut, which is either Command-I on a Mac or Control-I on a PC. And now when I do that, I've got kind of an empty space where I can start dragging clips or copying clips onto that scene row. Now, if I want to delete that scene, well, I'll just select it and hit my delete key to do that. Now, if I want to copy a scene, that's really easy to do. And the best way, I think, to do that is to use the hold your Option or Alt key down and then select a scene and drag it. For example, if I wanted a verse to appear after the bridge and before the last set of choruses, well, I'll just select that verse, hold down my Option or Alt key, and drag it and drop it after the bridge scene, and it adds it at that point. I'm going to Command Z or Control Z to undo that. Now, one other way that you might be doing this is you're experimenting with clips and how clips are playing back, and you've got a bunch of clips selected, and you want those to become a scene. So let me stop all these clips from playing, and I'm just going to launch a bunch of clips on different tracks. So let's launch this one and this one. Okay, so I've selected a bunch of clips, some of which are on the same row and some of which aren't. And so now what I want to do is have those form a new section of the song. And so I'm just going to go over here on the main track, and I'm going to right click, and then notice I've got an option for Capture and Insert Scene. And so it's taken all of those clips that had focus, and now it's put them on their own scene row and left me now with a scene that I can name and color code if I want. So one other thing I want to point out is you'll notice that on some of these tracks, I have this really exactly the same clip. And one of the things that I could have done is actually to remove a stop button. And let me show you how that works. So let me click the Stop All Clips button, and I'm going to remove this signed bass clip here that is on our second scene. So I'm going to delete that just by selecting it and hitting my delete key. And then I'm going to right click on that clip, and I'm going to choose the Remove Stop button. So now when I launch the beginning here and then I go to the verse, you'll notice that this signed bass is going to continue to play because on this track there is no stop button right here. Check it out. Okay, now I'll launch it. You'll notice now that the second scene is playing, but that clip is still playing. So if you remove the stop button, you can have a clip play for as long as you want through many scenes until there's either a stop button like you see here, or there's another clip. So now that you're familiar with how clips and scenes work, we're ready to record MIDI in Session View. While recording in arrangement view has similarities, there are some important differences in recording MIDI in session view. So I've just got a default set open if you want to follow along. And let's start by loading an instrument. So I'm going to go into the instruments category and down to impulse. Let's open up that folder. And I'm going to grab a preset here and just drag and drop it on that first track. So the kind of pre-record process is similar to what we did in arrangement view. I'm going to load a preset, and then I want to double check to make sure that I'm receiving MIDI from my MIDI keyboard. And that is going to work. Yep, that's still working. So that's ready. And I've got a tempo set. I think 120 beats per minute will work for what I'm about to do. And I'm going to be in 4/4. That's fine. The record button is already enabled. If it wasn't, remember that you can hit the O key on your computer MIDI keyboard to enable that, or click this button. I'm also going to check to see what the length of the count off is, and 1 bar is going to work for this. So with everything set up and ready to go, let me point out that when you have a MIDI track record enabled here in Ableton, all of the empty clip slots, their stop buttons, turn into record buttons. So all I need to do to start recording now is click this record button. I'll get my 4 beats for the count off, and then I need to start playing. So let's give it a shot. Okay, so I recorded a couple measures there. Let's take a look at it down in clip view. So I'll double click my new clip. And again, you have to be watchful to see that Ableton Live truncates the clip to the right length. I let it play just a little bit too long, and so it's automatically truncated it out to 3 measures in length, and I only need 2. So let's grab those triangles, and I'll click and drag them over to the start of measure 3, so I've got a 2-bar clip. So overdubbing MIDI in session view is different than arrangement view. So first of all, I need to make sure that the clip has focus, because when I hit the session record button, which is this button here up in the control bar, it's a circle like the arrange record button, but it's not filled in. So when I click that, that is going to start any clips that have focus, and I need this to have focus, and it will allow me to overdub into that clip. Now I don't need to enable the MIDI arrangement overdub button. It will happen automatically here in session view. So again, let's give this a shot, and I'll add a hi-hat part to this. Here we go. Okay. Now this time you noticed that when it got to the end of the clip, it just started looping. So we don't need to truncate this clip after we've finished. Now, if this clip hadn't had focus, we would have needed to just play the clip and then press our spacebar to stop playback so that it has focus. And now if I wanted to overdub another part, I could go ahead and click the session record button and we drop into record. And I'll finish by pointing out that one thing that we have in arrangement view that we do not have here in session view is punch recording. All right, so now you know how to record and overdub record MIDI parts in session view. Check out the next video where we'll take a look at how to enter MIDI with the pencil tool. Let's take a look at how you can use your computer mouse and Live 12's pencil tool to enter MIDI notes and parts. So I've got a default set open, and let's load a preset on this first track. So let's go back into the instruments category and into impulse, and I'm going to grab this same preset that we've been using and load it on that first track. So I've got to do a couple things to get ready here. First of all, I need a place to put the MIDI to be able to use my mouse or the pencil tool to enter MIDI notes. So I need a clip. So the way we can do that is to choose a clip slot and then right-click and choose Insert Empty MIDI Clip from the contextual menu. So now that I've got a place to do this, I've got to check one other thing. When you use your computer mouse or the pencil tool to enter notes, they're going to come in at the default velocity setting that you've set when you use the computer MIDI keyboard. So I'm going to enable that. And if you remember, we can use the C and V keys to either decrease or increase the MIDI velocity. So if I press the letter C and look down here in the status bar, it'll tell me what the current velocity setting is. And it's at 20. That's quite low. So let me bump that up to about 80 so that we can get started here. All right. So now all I need to do is double click to add notes where I want them. And they're going to snap to the grid setting. Currently my grid is set at a 16th note, and that's going to work for what we're going to do. So I'll double click to add my kick notes on the beats here. And now I'm ready to do the same thing and add the snare parts, and I'll put those only on 2 and 4. Now I want to add some hi-hat notes, and we'll do that with the pencil tool instead of just using the plain mouse. So to activate the pencil tool, I can go up here in the control bar and click the pencil button, or I can just press the B key, and that will toggle the pencil tool on and off. So now if I want to add a hi-hat note, I can go ahead and just click it in here. Now, by the way, we're not hearing anything. So as I do that, if you want to hear something, you can enable this MIDI editor preview button. So now when I click in this hi-hat note, we should hear something. I can also click and drag with the pencil tool. That's not something you can do with just the plain mouse. So if I want to click and drag and add notes all over the place, I can do that. Let me undo. Now, if I want to add MIDI notes, but I only want them to be on a certain pitch or a certain drum instrument, I can just hold down the Option or Alt key if you're on a PC and click and drag, and that will add the notes that I'm looking for. But I just need to add these on the ands. I don't need them all over the place. And you'll notice that I had added a note on the beat and I got rid of it by just clicking it again. So let's go ahead and click in these 4. And let me hit play and just make sure that the level is good. Okay, that's a good starting point. It's not the most musical because everything is snapped to grid and the velocities are all the same, but we'll be talking about how to fix that in future videos. So remember, if you're stuck somewhere without a MIDI keyboard, you can use your computer mouse or the pencil tool to enter MIDI notes and parts. In order to edit MIDI pitch, velocity, or rhythm, you'll need to work in clip view and the MIDI note editor. So let's take our first look. Now I've got the MIDI editor project open if you want to follow along. And we can open a clip in clip view in either session view or arrange view a few different ways. First of all, you can double click on a clip. You can also drop down here to the bottom of the interface and click the clip view toggle. Or you can do it by key command, and that would be Command Option 3 on a Mac or Control Alt 3 on a PC. But I'll just double click this sine bass clip to open it. Now, if you need to resize the clip view, you can do that by hovering your mouse at the line at the top of clip view and then dragging up or down, or you can maximize it by key command, and that's going to be Command Option E on a Mac or Control Alt E on a PC. And for our purpose today, let's just increase that just a little bit. Okay, with clip view open, on the left side, we see our basic clip properties, and this has to do with the start and end of the clip. And then below that, we've got a loop switch, which will enable or disable the clip looping. Below that, we can set the clip start point and the total length that we want the clip to loop. Then we've got the time signature for the clip, and then an indication of whether we're using a groove file to groove quantize the clip, and that's something that we'll take a deeper look at in an upcoming video. And then below that, we have the new setup for indicating whether a clip is in a particular key and scale. So on the far left, we have the toggle to turn on or off scale mode, And then to the right of that, we have the root of the scale and then the scale mode, whether it's major, minor, harmonic minor, melodic minor, or some other scale. To the right of that, we have the pitch properties area, and then we have two new tabs here, one for MIDI transform tools, and then another one for MIDI generate tools. And again, we'll take a look at both of these in detail in upcoming videos. Now, you can also resize this part of clip view. You can do that by moving your cursor here to the right edge and then dragging to the left. And what that's done is it's taking these three tabs and it's folded them down here on the bottom of our clip properties area. Now, to the right of that, we have the actual MIDI editor. And on the far left, we have the piano ruler or piano roll. Now, you'll notice that some of these notes are highlighted, and that's because we've turned on scale mode. Now, up top, we have the fold button, and if you enable that, that will collapse what we see to pitches that contain a MIDI note on them. To the right of that, we have the scale fold, and that will fold the view down here to show only notes in the key. And then last but not least, we have this highlight scale. Now, we've already see highlights on the keys over here on the piano ruler, but if we enable highlight scale, it will show the root of the scale in more detail, and then it will extend out the coloration from the notes in the key out into the MIDI editor area so that they're more easily visible. Now, moving to the right across the top here, we have three tabs, and these have changed position from Ableton 11 to Ableton 12 as well. So right now we're in the notes editing view. If I click envelopes, here is where we can work with clip envelopes or clip automation. And then last but not least, on the right, we've got the tab for MIDI polyphonic expression. And we'll look at all three of these in greater detail in upcoming videos. Now, just above our piano ruler or piano roll, we have this audition or preview button. And what that does is if I click on a note out here in the MIDI editor area, we'll hear it. If that is disabled, we won't hear it. And also, when you have the preview or audition button enabled, if you click a key, you'll hear that sound as well. Above the MIDI note editor area, we have the ruler. And at the top, we have the loop brace. And I need to zoom back out here. So I'm going to click in the ruler itself and drag up or down. That'll allow us to see that we have this timeline for the clip at the top. Then below that, we have the loop brace. And again, that defines the length of our clip. Now, on the left here, you'll notice that there are two triangles. The bottom one defines the loop starting point. So if I drag this over here to measure 2, when the clip is launched, it'll start playing here at the beginning of measure 2, but when it loops, it's going to go back to measure 1 and then continue to loop the entire 4 bars that we have here. Most often, though, you're going to have this set over here on the left edge. Now, on the right, we also have these two triangles, and again, the top ones define the loop length, and the bottom one here on the right edge is going to define the loop stop point. And that doesn't do anything when the loop button is enabled. If you disable that, well, then you can drag this to another point where the clip will stop playback. All right, so let's talk a little bit about zooming in and zooming out. So you already saw me do one way of doing that, and that's to move my cursor up into the timeline and drag up or down. I can also use the plus and minus keys on my keyboard, and that's both in the QWERTY area of the keyboard, or if you have an expanded computer keyboard, you can do that with the plus and minus keys in the numpad area. So it's going to be plus to zoom in and minus to zoom back out. Now, if you are zoomed in, there's a quick way to go all the way back out so that you can see the entire clip range, and that's to hit the W or width key on your computer keyboard. Similarly, we can zoom in and zoom out vertically. One of the ways that you can do that is to move your cursor over here into the piano ruler or roll, and then drag right or left to vertically zoom. And if you are vertically zoomed and you want to zoom back out so that you can see all of the notes top to bottom in the clip, well, you can do that by hitting the H or height key. Now, in the MIDI editor itself, we have our notes area at the top, and then down here at the bottom, we can edit the velocities of those notes. And we can open and close this area by hitting this toggle switch that's down here at the bottom. And we can also change what we see. So if I click on this disclosure triangle, it will show us a little pop-up menu, and we can choose to see velocity and chance. And if you want to go back in and just see chance, well, we can uncheck velocity. And we'll talk about these other controls here on the right as we get into upcoming videos. So there's a lot to learn about in the MIDI note editor. So we'll take a closer look in the next few videos. Managing the grid is a basic skill you'll need in order to work effectively in Ableton 12. So let's take a closer look. I've got the MIDI editor project open if you want to follow along, and I'm going to select a clip so that we'll see it down here in clip view. Now if you look over here in the upper right hand corner of clip view, you'll notice that we see a rhythmic value, in this case a 16th note, and that's the current size of our grid. Now I'm going to tab over to arrangement view to show you that that same option exists here. It's currently off. Let me turn that back on. And above that, we'll also see in the lower right-hand corner of arrangement view, there's another option for grid. So the grid value that we see here in arrangement view can be set independently of the grid value that we see down here in clip view. And in fact, when you're working up in the arrangement view, you're working with moving clips around. And down here in clip view, you're going to be working with the contents inside the clip. So you'll be moving notes around. Now, when I'm working up here in arrangement view, I'm most often going to set this to a bar or a measure so that as I'm moving clips around, they'll snap to bar lines. But if you want to change that, you can right-click anywhere in the area, and from the contextual menu, we have a bunch of options. First of all, if you set this to an adaptive grid setting, as you zoom in and zoom out, the grid amount is going to change. Below that, if you choose a fixed amount, as you zoom in and you zoom out, the grid will stay the same. So you'll see here that I've got that set to one measure, as I mentioned earlier. Now let me select a clip so that we can see the contents down here. And again, if you want to change the grid in clip view, you can right-click in that area, and we get these same options here from the contextual menu. We can also see that in this pop-up menu in the upper right-hand corner where you saw me change the grid earlier. Now, if there are any key commands that you're going to use a lot in Ableton Live, it's going to be changing the grid size. So let me take you through those. So first of all, Command 1 and 2 on a Mac or Control 1 and 2 on a PC will increase or decrease the size. So if I go Command 1 or Control 1, it's going to change the grid to a finer or smaller size. And if I go Command 2 or Control 2, it's going to make it bigger. So for example, let me go Command 2, and I'm going to go from 16th to an 8th note. If I do it again, now I'm at a quarter note. Again, I'm up to a half note. And if I go Command 1, it's going to gradually make that smaller. Now sometimes you're working here in the clip editor and you'd like to see triplet grid sizes instead. And you can toggle that on or off with Command 3 or Control 3. So now you see each beat is divided in 3/8 notes instead of 2. And if I go Command 3 again, it takes it back to 2/8 notes to the beat. Now, if you want to override the grid entirely, there's a couple of things that you can do. So if I go Command 4 or Control 4, you'll notice that the grid turns from solid lines into a dotted line. And that's an indication that I can now grab notes and move them around without them snapping to grid. So I'm free to move that anywhere I want. Let me turn the grid back on. And if I want to override the grid as I'm dragging a note, I can click and hold on that, and then either hold down the Command key if I'm on a Mac or the Control key if I'm on a PC. And again, now I can move that around and put it anywhere I want it without it snapping to the grid. And then as soon as I let go, the grid comes back and I can work with snap to grid. Now, if you want to change the intensity of the grid lines so that they're easier to see, well, we can do that in settings. So let's go Command comma if you're on a Mac or Control comma if you're on a PC. And in the theme and colors area and customization, you'll see there's an option for grid line intensity. So the default is 100%. If you want to go twice as intense, well, you can click here and you can drag up to 200%. Or if you don't want to see them at all, you can drag down to 0. And you can reset that parameter by double clicking on it. And I can close settings by hitting my escape key. So let me emphasize that knowing the grid-related shortcuts is just a huge time saver. After making a MIDI recording, you'll likely want or need to fix some rhythmic errors. I've got the Quantize project open if you want to follow along, and let's select this bass clip by clicking it, and that will show it down here in clip view. Now, right now it doesn't look like we can see all of the notes, so remember that if you click in the background here, you can hit your H key to size things vertically so we see from the highest to the lowest note in the clip, and then if you hit your W key, that will zoom back out so you can see the entire clip contents. Now to edit one of these notes, we need to select it. And I can select a single note by clicking it. Now, because the preview switch is enabled, I'm hearing things. So I'm going to disable that temporarily. Okay, the other way that I can select a single note is to drag and close it. And that also works if I want to select multiple notes. I can also select multiple notes by making a time selection. And you do that by clicking in the timeline and dragging to the end of where you want to select and then letting go. Now that I've got a time selection, if I hit my return key, it will select the notes within that selection. I can also select all of the notes on a single pitch by clicking on the corresponding key on the piano ruler over here on the left. And finally, I can select all of the notes within the clip by pressing Command A if you're on a Mac or Control A if you're on a PC. All right, I want to make a manual adjustment, and I notice that this one note that's right here is quite late. So I can click that note, and then I can drag it, and as I drag, I want you to notice that right now I can move the note freely, but when I get over here near the grid, it's snapping to the grid. And then as I begin to move it more, it's going to be snapping to the grid as I do that. So that's great if you want notes all to be on the grid, but that's typically results in a non-musical performance. Now, if as I move this note, I want to have freedom to put it anywhere I want it, as I click and drag, I'm going to add the Command key if I'm on a Mac or the Alt key if I'm on a PC. That's going to override the grid and let me put this wherever I want it. Now, when I'm ready to release this, I'm going to let go of my mouse first and then the Command or Alt key, and that will ensure it doesn't snap to grid. If I hit my W key again so I can see all the notes, I want to point out that it looks like there is a lot of stuff that's late. So instead of clicking and dragging all these individual notes into place, I'm going to use the quantize command instead. So I'm going to click here in the background, and I'm going to go Command A or Control A on a PC to select all the notes. And then we can go up to our Edit menu, and we can choose either Quantize or Quantize settings. Now, if you choose quantize, it's automatically going to quantize this to whatever the settings are, and I don't know what they're set at. So typically, I will always use quantize settings instead. And this is another one of those key commands that you're going to want to memorize. So on a Mac, this is going to be Shift-Command-U, and it's going to be Shift-Control-U on a PC. So if I click that, it's going to bring up one of our new transform options. Now in the past, on Ableton 11 and before, it would have brought up a little dialog box that shows these same options that we now see here in the transform area. I'll also mention that I like to work with this transform button disabled. That way, as I'm making changes, it won't automatically start applying them to my selection. Then when I'm ready, I'll click the apply button down here in the lower right-hand corner. So let me click here. Again, I'll go Command A to select all the notes. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to set the grid. You're going to typically choose a rhythmic value that equals the length of your shortest rhythmic note in the passage. And here we have 16th notes. So I'm going to set this to 16th notes. I don't have triplets here, so I won't enable that. And then I want to apply this to the note start so that they all move to the correct places. And that will accomplish that without changing the lengths of the notes. Sometimes when the notes are early and you have this end also selected, it will truncate the ends of the notes. Now this won't hurt probably much with this bass part, but in some cases it won't sound right. So I'm also going to set the percentage amount here because I don't want to quantize at 100%. That will hard quantize everything on the grid, and that will result in those very mechanical performances that you want to usually avoid. So I'm going to pull this down to around 80 to 85%, which is a good compromise for the quality of my keyboard playing. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click the apply button, and you'll see all of these notes move closer to the grid. I'm going to quickly scan through here to make sure things didn't quantize the wrong direction, because sometimes when the notes are way late, they'll quantize to the wrong direction instead of moving forward where we want them. All right, let's quickly do this to the drum clip as well. And so all I need to do here is click in the background, go Command A. Again, I've got the same issue with 16th notes. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click the apply button. And again, I'm going to check to see what happened. And you can see that I've got one of these hi-hat notes was way late and it quantized the wrong direction. So I'm going to try and select that note very carefully and click and move that closer onto the grid. So now we should be able to hear this, and this should sound relatively rhythmically musical. Okay, that's all worked. So let's just review here some things that you're going to want to consider. So first, when I record something, I'll listen to it, and then I'll re-record it if I don't like the performance. And I'll do that until I get something that's pretty close to what I want. And then I'm going to quantize judiciously using that percentage parameter. Remember that these notes are differing amounts away from the optimal position. And when you quantize using that strength parameter, it's going to move them all a certain percentage closer. But remember, because the notes are differing amounts apart from where they need to be, it's going to move some notes more and other notes less, and thus it's going to retain some of that human imperfection of the original performance. And then I'm only going to quantize what's necessary. I typically won't do everything unless everything needs it. So knowing when and how to apply quantization is key to generating musical results. As we discussed in the previous video, quantization can result in music that feels mechanical. So let's look at groove quantization, which often generates more musical results. So I've got the quantization project open, and let's talk a little bit about groove files. So groove files are just MIDI files that contain both rhythm information and velocity attributes. And those files are all located over here in the grooves category. Now, when you look at the names of these files, there can be information that will indicate the kind of result that you're going to get. For example, we see bossa nova. So some of these have style in the title. Now, as we get a little bit deeper in our list here, I want to point out that we start to get some that say swing eighths and 52 or a larger number. So the swing eighths is an indication of the subdivision that is predominant in this groove file. So this is really intended to work with an eighth note groove. Now the number to the right of that is the strength of the swing amount. So if this was a perfectly straight file, the number would be 50, and each of those eighth notes would take up 50% of one beat. But as we get to these larger numbers, the first eighth note is going to last longer. So for example, with this 64, it would get 64% of the beat, and the second eighth note would get the rest. So as we go to larger numbers, the swing feel is going to get more and more predominant. All right, so we've got a straight groove here, and I do like just a tad bit of swing when I use groove quantization. So I'm going to use this first one here in the swing 16ths, and I'm using the 16ths because I've got 16th notes present in the MIDI performance that I want to groove quantize. So next I want to show what's called the groove pool, and I can do that by going to this pop-up menu that's in the upper left-hand corner of the user interface. So I'll click on the groove pool there, and then I'm going to scroll until I see my groove file that I want to use, and I'm going to drag and drop it in the groove pool. Now here I can determine what the bass rhythmic value is, so we'll leave it as a 16th note. I can pre-quantize this before the groove quantization is added. So I'm going to do that with this file because it's pretty bad. So I'm going to push that up to about 80%. Next, I can determine the amount of timing that I want the groove file to affect this clip that I'm about to quantize, and I'll set that at about 90%. I can also add a little bit of randomization, and I like to do this to a small amount, so somewhere between maybe 5 to 10%. And then I can also determine to what percentage that I want the velocity attributes in this groove file to affect the velocities of the notes in my clip. And this is often one of the things that can really improve a performance. So I'm going to have that quantize the velocities at about 35%. Okay, next I'm going to show this clip so that we can see it down in clip view, and I'll point out that we have this option for groove. So I'm going to click that pop-up menu, and you'll notice that the groove file that's currently in the groove pool is available there. So I'm going to select that. And actually, before I do that, let me put that on none, and I'm going to play the clip so that you can hear what it sounds like. So you can hear that rhythmically that sounds pretty poor. So let me go back down, and I'll put the groove file on, and I'll hit play again. So that sounds pretty darn good. And you'll notice that none of the notes have moved, so it doesn't look like it's been quantized. And that's an indication here that this is groove quantizing this in real time when you hit play. Now, if you get results that you like, you can apply them or flatten the performance by clicking this little arrow button. Now you'll notice that everything is moved, and we no longer see a groove file here in the pop-up menu. Also, we can see that that one note that was really late has quantized the wrong direction. So I'm going to grab that and pop that over on the grid. Now, if I wanted to use this version of this groove file to quantize other things, one of the things that I can do is now save this clip as a groove file. And I can do that by just dragging that into the groove pool and then clicking on the save button here. And then at that point, it's save that into the grooves folder in my user folder, and I can give that a name. And now I can use that and apply that to the bass part, and I can do that by simply dragging and dropping it on the clip. And now when I select that clip, we can see that that groove file has now been applied to that bass part. And if I hit play, we should get some pretty good results. So not perfect, but it's a lot closer to what I want. So groove quantization is a great tool to improve the rhythm and musical feel of your projects. Let's take a look at how to edit MIDI pitch and note duration. So I've got the pitch and duration project open if you want to follow along. And let's start by selecting this first clip on the marimba track. Now I know that I've got a wrong note here, and I want to fix that. So you'll notice here at beat 2 in this first measure, I've got a D sharp here, and that should actually be a D. So I'm going to click to select that note, and then I can use my arrow keys to transpose that up or down. So with the up arrow, I can go up, and with the down arrow, I can go down. Now I can also do that with a group of notes. So if I drag and close these notes, and again use my up arrow key, I can go up, and the down arrow key to go down a half step at a time. Sometimes when you're working, especially with drum files, you may need to transpose all the notes on a particular key. And again, we can select all of the notes on a particular pitch by clicking the related note over here in the piano roll. So if I click select that, now again I can use my up and down arrow keys to transpose those notes. Now another thing that you'll frequently need to do is transpose a group of notes up or down an octave. And for me, this happens a lot with bass parts when I'm trying out bass sounds. Depending upon the oscillator pitch settings, they may be in the wrong octave. And I can either work with the synthesizer or I can just quickly transpose the notes in the clip. So when I need to do that, what I'll do is just click in the clip, press Command or Control A to select all of those notes. And now to go up an octave, it's going to be Shift up arrow, and to go down an octave, it'll be Shift down arrow. Now when I do this, you're not going to see much of a change with the notes, but if you look over in the piano roll, you'll see that G2 change to a G3. Or in this case, it says G sharp 3. But let me do that again. Now this time I'll go Shift down arrow to put it back down an octave. Now it says G2, and if I go Shift down arrow again, it should say G1, which it does. So you can see that they're transposing this by octave by looking over in the piano roll. Now let's take a look at adjusting note length. So one way we can do this is by hovering your mouse near the end or the beginning of a MIDI note. And as you hover it, you'll notice that the cursor shape changes into a trim cursor. And now to change the length of that note, all I have to do is click and drag. Now as I do this, you'll notice that all I can do is trim that to a grid amount. If I want to override the grid, like we've done in previous videos, all I need to do is click and hold on the note and then add the modifier that you need, which on a Mac is going to be Command or on a PC will be Alt. And when I hold that down, you'll see that the grid lines turn into the dotted lines, and now I can drag and put that where I want it. Now a word of warning, if I release the modifier, in this case the Command or Alt key first, it's going to end up snapping to grid. So I need to release my mouse first and then release the modifier key. I can do this to multiple notes at the same time. For example, if I wanted to lengthen all of these notes, I'll go Command A or Control A on a PC so that they're all selected. And now I'll click, drag, add the modifier, Command or Alt, and then drag this out to about the length where I want it. And in this case, I'd like it to be just shorter than the next note. Oh, so as I mentioned, that time I released the Command key before I released the mouse, and so they ended up snapping to grid. So let me go back and I'll do it again, and now release the mouse first, and we're good to go. So there's another even faster way that I could have set these notes to the length that I wanted. So let's go to the buzz bass clip, or the second one on that track. And this time I'm going to go down and I'm going to open up the pitch and time properties. So I want to set all of these notes to last until exactly the beginning of the next note, meaning that I want these notes as legato as possible. So in the pitch and time properties, I've got a legato button. Now, if nothing is selected here, it's going to make this change to all of the notes in the clip. Otherwise, it will only do it to the selected notes. So let me make sure that nothing is selected. And now I'm just going to click legato. And you can see that they're now all exactly the right length. I can also use this area to correct pitch as well as note length. So let's go over here to the marimba track. And again, I've got this one note that's out of the key. So what I'm going to do here is let me click in this area. And before I can use the pitch and time properties in this case, I need to make sure that I've got the scale mode turned on. So I'm going to go up here to the scale properties. I'm going to turn that on, and I'm going to set it to the right root note, which is going to be E, and the right mode, which is going to be minor. And now you'll notice that I get these extra buttons up here, and the one I'm looking for is the fold to scale. So I'm going to click that, and what it's done is collapse what I'm seeing to only notes in the key or the additional pitches that have been programmed that are outside the key. And so in the key of E minor, I've got one sharp. So I've got F sharp, but this D sharp that we see here is the wrong note. So now I can go over into the pitch and time properties and I can click the fit to scale button. And notice that it has moved that D sharp down to a D, and now all of the notes are in the right key. Now while I'm here, I can also set these notes to the right duration that I want. And I can do that using the set length button. And it's going to set the length to the value that I set here where it says grid. So right now with it set to grid, if I click that set length button, it's going to make all these notes a 16th note in length. If I don't want a 16th note, well then I can click this pop-up and choose the value here. Notice that if I just click on 8th note, it immediately turns those all to 8th note. But let me set that back to 16th note. Or actually what I'll do this time is just undo it. Well, it didn't set that back to a 16th note, so I'm going to have to do that manually. And now they're all at a 16th note. And I didn't even need to click the set length button because changing the value did that alone. All right, now that we know how to transpose and edit MIDI note durations, check out the next video where we'll look at how to edit MIDI note velocities and MIDI probability. Editing MIDI velocities often makes the biggest improvement in a MIDI performance. Let's look at how to adjust velocities and check out the randomization and chance features. So I've got a default set open, and let's add an instrument preset. So I want to go into the instruments category and down to impulse. And then I'm going to grab this impulse 606 preset and drag and drop that on the first MIDI track. Next, I'm going to be adding notes in with the pencil tool. So I need an empty clip. So I'm going to select this second clip slot, and then I could right click and choose Insert Empty MIDI Clip from the contextual menu, or a faster and easier way to do that is just to double click on that clip slot. Okay, now that we have this 1-bar MIDI clip, let's add some notes. So I'm going to hold down my B key to temporarily activate the pencil tool, and I'm going to click in some kick hits on the beat, and then I'll add some snare hits on 2 and 4. Now you'll notice that I added this snare hit on the wrong instrument, so let me select that note and I'll transpose it down just using my arrow key. Next, let's add some 16th notes in the closed hi-hat. Now I'm going to do this a bit of a different way. So I'm going to double click to add that note. Now I wasn't using the pencil tool there, I just double clicked. And then I'm going to hover my mouse over the right edge and just click and drag here to extend that out to the full length of the clip. Next, I'm going to slice this into 16th notes using a new function in Ableton Live 12 called Chop Note. And I can do that by simply selecting this note and then pressing Command E or Control E to chop this on the grid. So now that I've got my drum part here programmed, I'm going to lower the tempo just a little bit so that this isn't so crazy sounding. And I'm also going to Shift Tab down here to go from clip to device view. I'm doing that because the hi-hat levels on a lot of these presets are quite low. So I'm going to raise that up to about -10. If I wanted to adjust the snare or kick level, well, I could just select one of those pads and then adjust the volume knob for that pad. Let's Shift Tab back over. So to adjust a MIDI velocity, there's a couple of ways we can do this. First of all, I can select a note which highlights its related velocity marker down here in the velocity lane. And by the way, this is a little crowded. Let me bring this up a little bit, and I'll bring that up a little bit as well so we have a little more room to operate. So with that selected, I can just grab this velocity slider and raise or lower it to change the velocity. Now while I'm there, I'll point out that there's another velocity marker there, and it's the one with the kick hit. And those were all set to the same velocity because I entered those notes using the pencil tool or by double clicking, which entered the notes at the current default velocity. Okay, another way that I can adjust these velocities is to hold down the Command key if you're on a Mac or the Alt key if you're on a PC and hover your mouse over one of the MIDI notes and then drag up or down to adjust that velocity. I find that a lot easier than using these velocity markers. Now, another thing that I can do is select all of these hi-hat notes, and then if I hold down my B key and I get the pencil tool, well, I can adjust those selected notes by just clicking and dragging across here, and that's going to give me a little bit of variation. Now, another way that I could randomize these velocity settings is to use the randomization amount and the randomize button. So let me set all of these back to the same velocities. So with those selected, I'm just going to drag those all the way to the top. And then when I bring them down, you'll notice that they're all at the same velocity. Now what I'll do is I'm going to change the randomization amount. And with hi-hats, a lot of times I'm going to do this between about 25 to 35. So let me increase this a little bit. And you can see that it is arbitrarily just randomizing the velocities on all of these selected notes. Now, if I like the randomization amount, but I don't like what the results are here, I can just click the randomize button until I get something that's maybe a little closer to what I want. Yeah, let's try that. So let's listen to what I've got. Okay, that's getting a little bit better than what we had originally. One other thing that I can quickly do to help here is just change the starting point of these selected notes just a little bit. And I'm going to do that in the pitch and time area over here in the clip properties. And I'm going to do that by just clicking the humanize button. Now this is currently set to about 10%. And again, what this is going to do is just change the start point of all these notes, just a small little amount. Let's check it out now. Okay, that's a lot better. Now, another thing that I can do here is set a little bit of a probability range of where these velocities will hit. And we can do that using this deviation option here. And so I'll click and drag in this field, and I can either set a positive amount or a negative amount. And what's going to happen is each one of these notes will play, but they'll play within a velocity range. And when this repeats, the velocities on these notes will happen maybe at a different place within that range. I'm going to lower the output level here just a little bit, and let's hear what happens now. I like that, and especially moving it positive in this example just brings out a little bit of the accented notes a little bit more. Now, another way that we can introduce a little bit of probability is with chance. And we can do that in the chance lane. So let me click this pop-up menu down here, and let's bring up the chance lane. And so that we know what we're working with, I'm going to close the velocity lane for right now. And I'll drag this up. So again, I can select a note or notes, and I can drag these chance sliders up or down, or I can use the pencil tool, and again, I'll hold down B, and I can just click or drag across here. Or I can set, again, a randomization amount. So let me push these all the way back to the top. I'll bring them down so that they're all the same. And now I'll just click and drag up and down the chance percentage. And immediately, again, that starts to set a little bit of variation between the notes. I can also click the randomize button again, and you'll notice that it is randomizing all of this at about 36%. I'm going to reduce that just a little bit. And what this is going to cause to happen is for some of these hi-hat notes to not actually trigger. And on the next time that this loops, maybe other notes won't trigger. And the greater that these chance markers are below 100%, the greater the chance that they won't happen. So right now, the note that has the most likelihood that it won't happen is this fourth one. So the first two times that note didn't happen, but the third time it did, and on the third time one of these other notes didn't happen. So you can see how thoughtfully editing the note velocities can create a much more musical MIDI performance. In the previous video, we introduced a new editing technique referred to as chopping or splitting notes. Let's take a deeper look at how we can use this tool. So I've got the Chop and Split project open if you want to follow along. And I'm going to select this clip on the impulse track so that we see it down here in clip view. Now, before we get into chop and split, I want to lengthen this loop out to be a 4-bar loop. And we can do that a couple of different ways. First of all, you can just select the loop brace and duplicate it using the Command D function or Control D on a PC, and that will double the length of the clip with the content. Now I can do the same thing over on the control bar by simply clicking this duplicate button. And we've immediately got a 4-bar loop here. So let's zoom in here over here at the end of the clip. And I'm going to add a little bit of a snare fill. So let me delete those 3 hi-hat hits. And then I'm going to take this snare hit and move it over onto the 2nd 16th. And then let's add one more note there on the 3rd 16th, and then I'm going to lengthen that out to the end of the clip. So I want to split these notes into smaller increments, and I can do this a couple of ways. First of all, we saw the split on grid in the last video, and so if I was to set this to a 30-second note grid, I could select this 2nd 16th note and then just go Command E on a Mac or Control E on a PC, and I'll end up with 2 30-seconds instead of that 1/16. Now I'm going to undo that using the undo command, Command Z or Control Z on a PC. And another way that I could have done this would be to hold the E key down, and then when I hover my mouse over a note, it will give me a dotted line showing where the note will split if I click. And then I can just drag this until I line it up with where I want it to go, and then click, and I split that note. Not as exact, but handy nonetheless. Now, over here on the last note, I want to try a different technique. And what we can do here is we can split this note into 2 or more equal increments. And this is really great when you want to divide a note into some kind of an odd grouping that would be hard to program, like 3 against 1, or 5 against 1, or 7 against 1. So to do that, all I need to do is hold down the Option and E keys on a Mac or the Control and E keys on a PC. And then when I hover my mouse over that note, you see that odd cursor shape. And now what I can do is click and drag up, and it will tell us the number of notes that it's going to split it into. And for example, let's put that into a 5 grouping against that. And you can see where that would be very, very difficult to play in. But with this chop or split command, it's really easy to do. Okay, so now that we have those notes in, the last thing I want to do with them is add a little bit of a crescendo on those. So let me quickly select those notes. That was a long way to do it. And I'm going to go down and open up the velocity lane. Let's get rid of the chance lane. And next I want to take these ramp controls. The one on the left will set the starting point of your crescendo, and the one on the right will set your ending point. So I'm simply just going to drag this down a ways so that we get a bit of a ramp up on that snare fill. And then I'll just back my cursor up a little bit into the scrub area, and I'll click so that we can hear what that sounds like. All right, sounds great. So we're ready to move on. Now, I want to do the same thing a few times in the hi-hat part to just add a little bit of variation. So I'm just going to do this arbitrarily. So let's go to the end of the first bar. And again, I'm going to hold down Option and E or Control and E on a PC. And I'm just going to drag up and maybe turn that into triplets. And because we've got some chance and probability set, let's open that lane. Because what I want to do is I either want these notes to happen or not to happen. So I'm going to create a chance group, and I'm going to create one that's a play all group. So I'll just click that, and now you'll see that we have one chance setting for all 3 of those. And if I want, I can pull that down just a little bit so that sometimes we'll get this and sometimes we won't. And let's do that in a couple other places. So I'm going to come over here. Let's use the split on grid command. So I'm just going to go Command E. And this time with those selected, I'm going to create another chance group, and let's do this as a play 1. So with this one, because of the probability setting, if this step plays, only one of the 2 notes will play, not both of them. So let's finish up, and we'll do this in a couple of other places. Let's use the chop command on that one. So I did Option E and drag up with that. That would be Control E on a PC. And we'll do this in one more place. Okay, that's all a bit arbitrary, but let's hear what that sounds like now. Hopefully you can sense my enthusiasm that I have for the Chop Notes tool. It's going to make programming complex rhythms a snap. Copying and pasting notes, clips, and scenes are essential functions that we'll need when building song arrangements. So I've got the copy and paste project open if you want to follow along. And let's start by talking about how we can copy and paste in Session View and copy portions of clips. So to do that, I'm going to copy one of the clips here on the drum track to another clip slot so I can work with an independent copy. So I'm going to hold down Option or the Control key and just click and drag this clip down. Now with that selected, I'm going to increase the size of clip view so we have a little bit more room to work with. And then I'm going to delete some notes. Now, if I start selecting notes, we're going to hear them because preview is selected. So I'm going to disable that. And then I can just select a bunch of notes and delete them so we've got a little room to work with. So if I want to copy a note, all I need to do is hold down my Option key and select that note and then drag it to the new location. I can also select multiple notes and do the same thing. In fact, I could select this entire measure and copy and paste that the same way, or an easier way in this case would just be to use the duplicate command, which is going to be Command D on a Mac or Control D on a PC, and that will copy the selection and then paste it at the end of the selection. Now, another way that we can copy and paste, the entire contents of a clip would be to use the duplicate command that we see over in the clip properties. And to do this properly, I'm going to size this to the entire clip so that the loop brace defines the clip length. And now if I click the duplicate function, it duplicates the whole thing. Now, let me undo that and show you that I can also just select the loop brace and go Command D. And now that it is 4 measures long and the loop brace is still selected, I can press Command D again to duplicate the 4. And so you can see how we can quickly go from a 2 to a 4 to an 8-bar clip. Now, we can also move clips from one clip slot to another or from one track to another. For example, I can grab this ugly piano clip here and drag that down to a different clip slot, or I can copy and paste it again using the Option click and drag method. And if I want to use this clip on another track, well, I can just select it and Option click and drag it over to that track. Now in this case, I actually want the notes in this clip to be up an octave. So I'm going to go down into my clip view here and click, and then I'm going to go Command A to select all those notes, and then press Shift arrow to move those up an octave. Now that I've done that, let's rename that. So I'll go Command R, that would be Control R on a PC, and I'm going to name that SynthPad. And since I'm layering that particular part on a second track, I'm going to Option click and drag it over there. And then I can select both of these and I can change the clip color maybe to something that's a little bit more like the track. I also want these two clips down here on the chorus down here at the bottom. So I'll select both of those and then hold down my Option key and click and drag those down to a second place. So another thing that we can do here in Clip View is copy and paste whole sections of the song by copying and pasting scenes. So I might want to have a double chorus here at the second chorus. So I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to right click and I'm going to choose Insert Scene or Command I. That would be Control I on a PC. That's going to give me an empty spot. And now if I want, I can start selecting individual clips and Option click and dragging them to copy them down to that scene. Or I can Shift select a bunch of clips to copy and paste them all at the same time. So for example, if I click this first clip and then scroll over and Shift click the last clip on the track, I can then Option click and drag them all down there. Now that's one way we can do that, but there's a couple of faster ways. So let me undo that. And this time, I'm just going to select the clip and I'm going to copy it using Command C. And then I'm going to press Command V. And notice that it creates a new scene and pastes the contents just below the second scene. Now, a second way that I could have done the same thing is just to select that scene and then press Command D to duplicate the scene. And that will copy the selected scene and create a new scene and paste it on that new scene. So the copy and paste functions make building arrangements easy. Check out the next video where we'll discuss how to use similar techniques in Arrangement View. In the last video, we learned to use the copy and paste functions in Session View. Let's take a look at how to use those same tools in Arrangement View. So I've got the copy and paste project open, and let's tab over to Arrangement View. Now notice that, again, that we've got this kind of curtain in front of the clips, and that's an indication that Ableton thinks we're working in Session View. So I need to click the Back to Arrange button to activate Arrangement View. Okay, so before we dive into copying and pasting some clips, I first want to talk a little bit about moving clips. So typically, again, when I'm working in Arrangement View, I'm going to set a little bit larger grid, usually 1 bar, so that as I drag clips around, they'll snap to bar lines. So currently we're set at an 1/8 note. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to choose 1 bar. And now, as I click and drag this clip, notice that it's snapping to those bar lines. I can also do that by using my arrow keys. So left will move it earlier in the timeline, and right will move it later in the timeline, and it's moving by the grid amount. Okay, so if I want to copy and paste a clip, I can do it with the conventional Command C and Command V. So with this selected clip, I'll go Command C, and then I'll click it where I want it to go, and then press Command V. Again, that would be Control C and Control V on a PC. I can also do multiple clips at the same time, and this time I'll shift click so I've got 2 clips selected, and then I'm going to hold my Option or Control key down and click and drag to make a copy. Now, when I get over here, I'm going to release my mouse first and then the Option key. If you do it the opposite way around, you're going to end up just moving those clips. And then there's one other way that I could have done that, and that is with these clips selected, I could just use the duplicate command, which is going to be Command D on a Mac or Control D on a PC. Now, I also want to have a copy of these 2 clips in the second half of the second chorus, so let's quickly select those, and then I'll Option click and drag those over to where I want to put them. The next thing I'm going to copy and paste is going to be this clip that's on the synth octave track. So let's hold down our Option or Control key, and I'm going to click and drag this over to the second part of the bridge. Now, not only is this a clip, but this is a clip that's been loop trimmed. So with that selected, when I look down here in clip view, I don't see 8 bars or 4 bars or whatever that selection is. I only see 1 bar. And that's because this has been loop trimmed. And we can do that when the loop switch is engaged. If I disengage that, notice that it goes back to just being the original 1 measure, which is the content that's actually down in clip view. So if I re-engage the loop switch, now I can hover my cursor over the edge of that clip and then drag it to the length that I want it to occupy. Okay, let's talk now about how we can copy whole sections of the song. So we might want to have a double chorus here at the second chorus. So I need to move everything over and create some space for that to happen. So one of the ways that we can do that is to make a selection, the length of what we want to create here. So I needed 7 measures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I did that too long. So I'll do 7 measures. And then I'm going to go up to the Edit menu. Actually, it's on the Create menu. And I'm going to choose Insert Silence. Now we could have done this by key command, and that's Command I on a Mac or Control I on a PC. And when I click that, it moves everything over the length of the selection, and it leaves me this space where I can now copy and paste all of this stuff. So I can make a selection here to include all that content. I can Option click and drag it. I can Command C and Command V, copy and paste it, or I can simply duplicate it, in this case by going Command D. And again, that would be Control D on a PC. Now there's an easier way, or actually there's 2 easier ways that we could have done that. So let me undo that. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the loop brace to define what I want to copy. And so I've set a time range, and then I'm going to select the loop brace, and I'll right click and I'll choose Copy from the contextual menu. And then I'm going to move this over where I want to paste it, and then right click and choose Paste Time. So that again is going to create the amount of space that I need and then paste what was on the clipboard. So let me undo that. And I'm going to move my loop brace back over to the chorus there. And this time I'll click to select it and then right click, and I'm going to choose Duplicate Time. Now what that just did was copy what I had selected, create the space, and then paste that at the end of the selection. So as you can see, the looping, copying, and pasting tools in Arrangement View make building song arrangements easy. MIDI polyphonic expression is intended to enhance performance and it adds some creative ways to modulate MIDI parameters. Let's take a look at how we can edit MPE data. So I've got the Editing Expression project open, and MIDI Polyphonic Expression, or MPE, was added to the MIDI protocol in 2018, and it enables per-note control of pitch bend, aftertouch or pressure, slide, velocity, and release velocity. Now you'll need an MPE keyboard like the Roley Seaboard Rise or the Keith McMillan Keyboard Pro 4 to generate MPE MIDI signals, but they can also be added and edited manually in the MIDI editor. And they'll work in Ableton with MPE-capable devices like Wavetable, Drift, Meld, Sampler, or if you want to edit a simpler preset, you can convert it to Sampler where you can edit the MPE settings and then send it back to Simpler. Now, to view MPE data, we need to go to the MIDI editor, and I'm going to do that by double-clicking on this first clip on the synthbow track. And in the MIDI editor area, notice that we have an MPE tab. Now here, down in the bottom, you'll see that instead of velocity and chance, which we saw earlier, we have slide and pressure, and we have a similar pop-up menu down here in the bottom left corner, and you can see that we can show lanes for slide, pressure, velocity, and release velocity. Now we'll start with pressure and slide, and also one that we can't see, which is pitch bend. Now, pitch bend actually happens up here with the actual notes. So I'm going to do a little bit of a pitch bend here, and I want you to note that I'm not going to do anything to these two notes. I'm only going to do it to this one, and this would not have been capable before MPE. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, and before I click on this note, I'm going to disable this preview button so that we don't hear any sudden sound. So notice that when I select that note, we get this dotted line that runs there, and that represents the pitch for that particular note. So to edit this, it's much like we would edit automation, in that if we click on the line, we can add a breakpoint, and if you click the breakpoint a second time, you delete it. So now what I'll do is I'll add a breakpoint, and I'm going to just start adding a little bit of pitch bend. You can see that it's a little tedious doing this with the mouse, and I'll show you some other ways here in a second. Now, one thing I can do, like automation, is that if you hold down your Option or Alt key if you're on a PC and click on a line between two breakpoints, you can bend it by clicking and dragging up or down. Now, another way that I could have added this pitch bend was using my pencil tool, and I'm going to use it to edit what I've done so far, and I'm just going to hold down the letter B while I smooth out these transitions with the pencil tool. On this longer note, I'm also just going to add a little bit of variation up there, almost like vibrato. So this was a single note before, and check it out now. Okay, now let's take a look at slide and pressure. Before we do that, I want to show you what's been assigned to them. So I'm going to Shift Tab so that we can see the wavetable, which is our MPE device here. And notice that there's an MPE tab. Now if I click that, in this matrix here, I can see the parameters in this device that have been mapped to pressure, and then in this column, those that have been mapped to slide. So it looks like we've got some filter frequency changes for slide, and we've got some gain and wavetable position parameters set for pressure. So on these, let me shift tab back over. All I want to do is add some variation. So I'm going to scroll down here so that I can see these lowest two notes. I'm going to select the first one and notice that these two lines lit up in the slide and pressure lanes. Again, I'm just going to hold my B key down and click and drag and add just some variation to. And I'll do the same thing down here. And then I'm going to shift down and click the lowest note, A, because remember, we can do this independently. So this time, I'll do things just a little different. Oops, I don't want to go quite that aggressive. And notice that I'm doing something different here for the other notes. All right, and this is what we get with the slide and pressure changes. So you can hear that movement or modulation that's happening to those wavetable parameters. Now, I'm going to shift over here to the pad track here and just show you that another thing that a lot of people will use the pitch bend option for is to take a chord like I've got here. Now this is an E minor chord, and what's happening is we're just bending some of the notes to other notes in the E minor chord, so we're going from one voicing to a different one. Now, these top two notes are moving by about a fifth, the next one's moving by about a third. These are ascending, and then the bottom note is dropping an octave, and it's going the other direction. So that's what this sounds like. So the ability to modulate MIDI on a per-note basis enables some very interesting possibilities. Check out the next video where we'll begin looking at the MIDI transform and generate tools. One of the biggest additions to Ableton Live 12 is the new transform and generate tools. Let's start with arpeggiate and strum. So I've got the arpeggiate and strum project open, and I've selected this first clip on the analog soft pad track. Now, what I want to do here is I want to create some chords. So I'm going to select this first note, and I've got the pitch tools open here next to the MIDI editor. Now, we can add intervals, and I want you to notice that when we have the scale option or scale mode on, the values that we change by change from semitones to scale degrees, and that's indicated by this SD. If I disable scale mode, you'll notice that it says ST or semitones. So I want to add some thirds above this, and so that's going to be 2 scale degrees above the selected note. So I'll click Add Interval. We get 1/3, and I'm going to click it again to add another one. Then over here on the D, I'll do the same thing, and so that we don't hear that sound each time, I'm going to disable the preview button, and I'm going to click Add Interval really quickly. So we've got a D major triad now, and I'll grab this A over here, and let's do Add Interval again. Now, I want to go all the way up and add another root, and if I add interval one more time, I get a G, but I can just use my arrow keys to take that selected note up to A. I also want to add some other notes, and I'm going to do that by just Option clicking and dragging, or Control click and drag on a PC. So on this E chord, I want to add a 7th, so I'm going to hold down my Option key and click down a whole step. On the D chord, I want to add a 9th, so I'm going to Option click and drag up to add a note above that, and the same thing, I want to add a 9th on this A chord. One last thing I want to do is add an octave below the roots in this chord, and those root notes are E, and I'm going to shift click the D and the A. And again, I'm going to hold my Option key down and drag down so this E is an octave lower, which would put it right there. So, now notice that I did that incorrectly because it moved those notes. It didn't copy them. So I need to click and hold and then add my Option key or Control key, then click and drag, then release my mouse and let go of the Option key. And now we've doubled those roots. So this is what we have so far. Okay, that's actually twice as fast as I wanted this. So I need to double the length of the clip as well as double the length of the notes. And I also want to have these note values longer. So before I adjust the length of the clip, let's select these notes. I'll just click here and press Command A. And what I want to do is hit my legato button. That will extend the length of the notes to the next chord. So now we've got a quarter note, and a half note. So let's double the length of this clip. Now the easiest way to do that is to select the loop brace and press Command or Control D, or click the duplicate button that's over here on the main clip properties area. So I'll do that. So that was partially successful because now the clip is twice as long, but it also duplicated those notes. So I'm going to select and I'm going to need to zoom in a little bit to do this. I'm going to select those notes and hit delete. And then I'm going to select these notes. And there's two ways that I could double the length of these notes. I could hit the ×2 button, which would do that. Or one really curious but useful editing technique here I want to show you is these little handles that are up here, which are referred to as MIDI stretch markers. So if I click on this second one and drag, notice that it is doubling the length of the notes or expanding the notes as I drag to the right. And once I drag a bar, it has, in effect, doubled the length of the notes. But we can also compress them. And if you're going for something that is kind of asymmetrical to the rhythm, remember that you can temporarily disable the grid by holding down your Command key if you're on a Mac or the Alt key if you're on a PC, and now it's not going to snap to grid. But I do want that to snap, so I'm going to pull that over so we end up with this. So this is what we've got now. Okay, now let's switch to the MIDI generate tools. And I'm going to start with, let's go to arpeggiate. So again, I want to point out that when you have the scale mode turned on, any of the parameters that allow you to affect the pitch are going to change to this SD option or scale degrees. Now, what's going on here is I'm going to set up an arpeggiation or broken chord, and then with this steps option, it's actually going to transpose, and you can tell it how many times you want it to transpose, and then you can tell it the distance. So with this setting, for each one of these chords, it's going to transpose the arpeggiation pattern twice, each time an octave. Now I've already chosen to do this at the rate of a 1/24th note, which would be a 16th note sextuplet. And I'm using a value like that because I've got a slow tempo. Otherwise, I'd be normally setting this to like a 16th note or an 8th note. Now, you'll notice that as I'm moving this, it's automatically or auto-applying these settings out here to the notes. Now, I didn't want to do that. And that was happening because of this auto-apply transform button was already enabled. Now, if you don't want it to auto-apply, you can have your settings, select some notes, and then hit this manual apply button, which is what we're going to do here. Because one of the things that I find really fun about this is that I can select some notes, and then I can choose a pattern. In this case, I'll go to Converge. I'll hit the Apply button, It's done that one. And now I can select the next one and I can use a different pattern, maybe similar but different. Hit the apply button and then select the notes in the last one and do yet a third pattern. Now notice that as I'm doing this, it's actually moving the MIDI notes around, which is a really nice feature. If you compare this to how the MIDI arpeggiator plugin works, you would end up applying the same settings to everything, and it actually would happen in real time. The notes wouldn't change. But here, we can actually use the generator tool. It will change the position of the notes and the length, as you can see in this case. And then if we don't like something, we can actually transpose any notes or add notes if we want. Anyway, this is what it sounds like, what we just did. So by doing this, we got a lot more variation to the arpeggiation pattern than we would if we had applied the same style or arpeggiation pattern to it. Now, while I'm playing this, I'll just point out that you can work with the length of the notes using this gate option. At 100%, you'll get the original note length. If you go over that, we're going to hear the notes start to blur into each other. And as we go shorter, it'll get more and more staccato. Okay, now let's drop down to the next clip here, which is set up something somewhat similar. In fact, let me zoom out so that we can see what we've got here. And this time I'm going to select everything. And let's flip to the strum option. Now this will create a guitar-like strumming of that, where the notes will be not played all simultaneously. Some will be delayed. And we can do that by using this low and high setting by dragging around these dots. Now I'm going to turn the transform option on. Now when I did that, I already had settings, so it already started to move things around. So I want this lowest notes to start right on the beat, so I'm going to leave this low point right at the note start, which is the center line. And now notice that I can manipulate how the other ones, how much delayed they are, by moving this other high dot. And by the way, if you want it to go the other direction, you can just drag it that way, but we'll do it this way. And down here on the bottom, this tension creates a bit of a non-linear action where as I make this higher, it delays the strumming and the upper notes get closer together. And I guess that is to emulate how when you're pushing a pick through the strings, you're facing tension. Anyway, this is what it sounds like. And while this is playing, you can move these with the auto enable button active or enabled. While this is playing, you can mess with your settings. I think I like it like that. So these MIDI transform tools are very useful. We'll continue this discussion and look at the rhythm, stacks, and span generator tools in the next video. Let's continue with our introduction to the new MIDI transformers and generators and look at rhythm, stacks, and span. So I've got the rhythm, stacks, and span project open, and I want to create just a little bit of a rhythmic keyboard part. So let's add an empty MIDI clip here on this first track by right-clicking and choosing Insert Empty MIDI Clip from the contextual menu. So I've already got the generator tab open, and we've got 4 of these options for generator under the Ableton type. And I want to start with this rhythm one, so let's select that. Now, when it generates a rhythm, it's going to do it on a single note. So we can either change that note here, or you can simply hold down your Option key and click a note on the piano roll. So let's do this on E. So I'm going to Option or Control click that E, and now we can see that it's set to E3. So next thing, I'm going to generate a 16th note pattern. So let's change the step duration. Now as I do that, notice that it's already creating rhythms. So the number of notes that we get in this rhythm are determined by the number of steps and the density of those notes. And the higher that we set this steps option, the more available rhythm patterns we're going to get. So right now, notice that we get about 34 on 8. But if I change this to say 12, notice that we're now up to 219. And as I go higher, we end up with a lot of different patterns. So I'm going to stay with this right around 7 or 8, and I'll leave that at 4. Now, before we get to the actual pattern I want to generate, let me point out down here under split, you can set a percentage that one of the notes will be split in half. Now, once you actually have a rhythm, you can shift it right or left by changing this value, and this value is positive, it's going to shift the rhythm to the right, and if you make it negative, it's going to shift it to the left. Let's put that back on 0. Down here, you can set the unaccented velocity and the accented velocity, and then with frequency, you can set the number of notes between the accents. So I'm going to put this just a little lower so that we've got a little bit of headroom. And I'm going to put that on an odd number. And then once we've generated the rhythm, we can use these arrows to shift the accents. It doesn't shift the notes, it shifts the accents. All right, so I'm going to hit play here, and then I'm going to start dialing our patterns and see what's available. Okay, that's close. Okay, that's really close. Okay. Notice that as I click the frequency arrows, you'll see these change. Okay, so let's stop that. This is close to what I'm looking for, and I'm just going to edit just a couple of things. I'm going to take this one. Let's move this over. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to hit my left arrow key to move it over 1. And I'm also going to move this one over 1. Then these two here in the middle, I want to join those into a single one. So I'm going to select those two by dragging and closing them. And then I'm going to press Command J or Control J if you're on a PC. And that will consolidate or join those two together. So this is what we've ended up with. Okay, now let's move on and let's generate some chords on these. So I'm going to switch from the rhythm generator down to the stacks generator. So here we can create chords. And when we do that, we can stipulate the root note of the chord and which inversion, being whether we want the root, third, or fifth as the lowest note. And then this graphic up here is a representation of the shape that it's going to create. And this is based on the tonit system, something I'm not all that familiar with. So the first chord that I want is an E chord. So let's select this first note. And I'm going to go ahead and hit the apply button, see what we get. Okay, now it's shortened the duration because of this here, and that will shorten the duration based upon whatever note or duration that you have selected. So at 1, you're going to get that duration, And as you lower that value, it's going to shorten the notes. And that's not what I'm interested in doing here. So let's go ahead, and you'll notice that as I hover my mouse over this shape, there's an up arrow. And if I click that, I get a slightly different shape. And now I've got a down arrow, so I can either go either way now. But if you select this and hold down your Command key and then press the up arrow, you can go to the next possible shape. And if you hit your down arrow, you can go down. So there's a lot of different possibilities here. And I would suggest that you just go through these and determine what kind of chords they actually create. So for this exercise, I'm actually just wanting some basic triads. So I'm going to leave it on the first option, which gives me an E minor triad. Now I want to do the same thing over here on the next chord. So now that that's set, I'll just hit the apply button to apply that, go over to the next chord and hit the apply button. Now the next chord is going to be a D root. So let's select this, and I'm going to use the arrow keys to change this rather than my mouse, because there's a lot of different MIDI notes, and so you move that knob just a little bit and it changes quite a bit. And all I want to do is go down one pitch. So with that selected, I'm going to hit my down arrow, and now I'm on D3. Now it didn't go to D sharp or E flat because I've got the scale mode turned on here, and this generator is scale aware. So now if I go to the next note and select it and click the apply button, I'm going to get a chord built on D. Now notice that this time it was D major rather than E minor. Again, it's because of the scale awareness. Now the rest of these chords, I want to set these to an A chord. So let's select that root pitch, and I'm going to use my down arrow to get me down to an A. And then I think I want this to be on a first inversion. That'll give us better voice leading. So I'm going to select that and switch this to a first inversion, which will put the third in the bass, and click. And now I've got good voice leading across here. So all I need to do is simply select each one of these, hit the apply button, and let me undo that. Not sure why that happened. Okay, there we go. And let me hit play. Okay, so now we got a good starting point for this chord pattern. It's a little bit square sounding, so I'm going to go back over to the pitch and time utilities, and with all of these selected, I'm going to click the humanize button and just humanize it a small amount. Next, I'm going to go to the transform tab, and let's go to span. It's about 2/3 of the way down there in that list. So this will adjust the note lengths. And if I click legato with the transform button enabled, it's just going to extend all the values all the way to the next MIDI note. And that's not what I want. So let's go to staccato, which will shorten the notes. And then I can set an offset, which will vary the note lengths a little bit. And I'm just going to do that a little bit. And then I can add variation so that they're not all exactly the same. And again, I want to just do that a little bit. And let's lengthen these just a little more. I don't want them quite a 16th note, but I don't want them to be a half that amount or a 32nd note either. So let's listen to that. Okay, so I like that I ended up with something different than what I might have done without these tools. But there's a lot to take in here, so spend some time experimenting and see what you come up with. Creating interesting rhythm patterns can be a bit of a challenge, so let's look at how the rhythm, recombine, and time warp MIDI tools can help with that. And I've got the Rhythm Recombine Time Warp project open, and I want to create a hi-hat pattern, so let's insert an empty MIDI clip on this drum set track. Okay, and let's go over to our Generative Tools tab, and I'm going to use the Rhythm tab to get us started. So this time, using this particular tool, you'll notice that we don't see MIDI notes, and that's because I've got this drum rack here. So we can actually choose the instrument that we want to generate this rhythm for by selecting it from the list here. Or again, you can hold down your Option or Control and just click that note in the piano roll to select it. So now we're on the hi-hat. Okay, now I want to create a 16th note pattern, so let's change our step duration to 16th notes. Now it's already generating stuff because I've got the Generate button active. I want to have more steps in the pattern this time than we've done in the past, and let's go with a greater density as well. So maybe I'll go with about 9, and we'll go with about 13 here. So next, I want to set my unaccented velocity a little bit lower, and also my accented velocity a little bit lower, so it gives us a little headroom. And again, I'm going to set the frequency of the accented notes to every third note. And now, as I play the clip, I'm going to go ahead and dial the pattern to see what we get. Okay, that's a little boring. Okay, I like that. That's a good place to start. Now, before I move on, I actually want to duplicate the length of this. So I'm going to select the loop brace, and I'm going to press Command D. That would be Control D on a PC. So we get a 2-bar pattern. And then I'm going to select the back half of this, and I'm going to use the Shift option to move these notes around. Now remember, if I set this to a negative value, it's going to move notes to the left, and if I set it to a positive value, it will move notes to the right. So let me pull that down a little bit. And I'm just looking at this, kind of gauging what I'm getting. Let's go positive and see what happens. I think I like that. Okay, I'm going to run with that one. Okay, so now that we've got that set, I'm going to go over to the Pitch and Time Utilities tab, and I'm going to select all of these notes by clicking on the related key here in the piano roll, and then I'm going to click Humanize to just change the start times of these notes just a little bit. Okay, now let's go to our transform tools, and I'm going to start with recombine. That's about halfway down this list. And what this will allow us to do is rotate the values of the pitches or the lengths or the velocities. Now, because this is a hi-hat part, I really don't want to change the pitches, and because they're hi-hat or drum hits, the length doesn't really matter. So I'm going to disable both of these buttons. And now, essentially, I'm just going to be rotating the velocities. While I do that, I can either go earlier in time or later in time with this option here. And I can also just choose to randomize this with the shuffle button down. Also, the mirror button will just reverse the properties. So I think I'm going to go with the shuffle option on this. So I'll turn that on, and I'm going to enable transform. And then while we play this, I'm just going to rotate this dial here in the middle. Okay, and I think I'm going to go with that one. I like it when I've got an accent on the downbeat of the different measures here. Okay, so another one that we can use is this time warp. And this is a bit of a mind warp, this particular new tool. So what we can do with this is, based upon a curve, we can kind of move these notes around. And we can either do that so things are snapping to grid and fitting the two measure loop that we have going here, or we can do it freely. And so to do it freely, I'm going to disable quantize and fit. And notice that when I push this up at the beginning, it's going to squeeze everything forward. If I pull it down, it's going to push everything back. Now let me undo that. Put that back to normal. And on the other side, I can do the same thing. I can push things forward or I can pull things back. And if I want, we can also make everything snap to grid and fit the pattern as we do this. Now, one of the things I like is that we can add a third breakpoint here in the middle, and I can drag that one around, and it's going to pull some of the stuff kind of closer to the beginning if I do it that way, or if I can delay it a little bit, can advance it over towards the right. And again, so I'm just going to move this breakpoint around as I'm playing and just listen to the results that I'm getting. And with this, I like just a little bit of variation. I still want to have the pattern somewhat fairly evenly distributed across the loop, but I like that this kind of moves things around in a way that are unexpected. So with that done, I'm going to turn off transform. Let me hit the W key so that that displays the full width. And the last thing I want to do is I want to add just a little bit of an embellishment, and I'm going to use the chop and split tool that we learned about. Remember that I can split a note into even pieces by holding down my Option and E key and then scrolling up and down on a note. And on a PC, that would be Control and E. So let me just split. I'm going to do the end one. I want just a little bit of a fill there. I'll put some triplets. Now, while those notes are selected, I'm going to use our velocity ramp. I'm going to pull the beginning of that way down and the end of it just a little bit so that this all leads to the beginning. And then arbitrarily, I'm going to, let's see, maybe on this, well, let's do something in the first half. Okay, here towards the end of this beat, I'm going to do the same thing. I'll just split this one in two. And again, let's put just a little bit of a ramp to that. Okay, let's hear what we get now. Okay, I'm liking it. So let's add the kick part and the snare part. Okay, I've got that for 1 bar, so let me select those notes in the time range, and I'm going to duplicate that part of the pattern by just pressing Command D or Control D if you're on a PC. And let's hear that with the chord loop so that we can kind of hear this in context. Okay, so as I've mentioned, there's just a lot to learn with these tools, but I'm excited that there are tools that will inspire me to create something new. The new generative tools can also help us to create melodies. So let's look at seed, ornament, and shape. And I've got the seed, ornament, and shape project open, and I want to use these tools to create a bass line this time. So I'm going to go to the bass track, and I'm going to right-click, and I'm going to choose Insert Empty MIDI Clip. Okay, now once we've got our clip here, let's go to the Generative Tools tab, and let's select Seed from this pop-up menu. So Seed will randomly generate notes within specified ranges. So I'm going to set a range for each of the pitch, duration, and velocity options here. And let's pull the pitch down to maybe somewhere around G1. And then I'll go as high as maybe A2 for this. Okay, it's a little hard with these sliders, but I got it. All right, now the minimum duration I want is a 16th note to start here. And the maximum duration, an eighth or a quarter, will work. So I'll start with an eighth note. And in terms of velocity, let's go with a more medium velocity. So I'm going to go about 70 on the low end. And around 100 on the high end is a good place to start. Now, since this is a bass line, I only want one simultaneous voice. So I'm going to pull that down to 1. But you can do more if you want. And in terms of density, I want this fairly busy. So let's push this up maybe around 75%. So now that we've got this set, let's go ahead and let's click our apply button. Okay, let's hear what this sounds like. It's not bad, but let's try again. Now with these selected, if I just hit the apply button again, it will give me new notes and replace the old ones. That's interesting too. Another time. Okay, I think that is something we can start with. So I'm going to move some of these pitches around so that they fit the chords. So that first note, I'm going to move that up a whole step to E because that's the first chord. And then this note needs to be on a D because that's the chord there as well. And then this pitch needs to be an A, and I'm going to drop that down. And this octave jump might be kind of cool, so I'll leave that. And then let's work our way back up to the higher A. So I'm going to put this on the 5th. We'll put that on an E, and I'm going to jump that one up an octave. So I'm going to hold my shift key down and press my up arrow, and then I'll just arrow it up 2 more pitches to get us there. And I think I'm going to move that one down to maybe a D. And let's hear what this sounds like. Okay, so just so I can see all the notes, I'm going to drag this up a little bit. And we can also hit our H key. That'll bring all the pitches in range. And let's hear this with the rhythmic pad and with the drums. So I'm going to... Okay, I'm liking this. Now, I just happen to know that I've got glide set in this bass patch that's on this track. So I'm going to trim this octave A out just a little bit so that it overlaps with this lower A, and that should cause this to have a smearing gliding effect. So I'll put my trim next to the end of that note, and I'm going to click and hold, and then I'm going to add my command key to override the grid. That would be Alt on a PC. And I'll pull that out a little ways. I did that wrong. You've got to make sure that you let go of your mouse first. So I'll do that again. I'll let go of my mouse and then let go of my command key. And now we have this. Yeah, it's a little bit too far of a interval, so I think that's not going to work. So let's undo that, and we'll pop that back over there. Okay, let's go over to the Transform tab, and I want to go to the Ornament option. And this is where we can add flam notes or grace notes. And let's go to the grace note option. And I definitely want to add a grace note to this A over here. Let's make that lower. And we can set the length of this to happen before the selected notes and as a percentage of that selected note. So I'm going to make that just a little bit longer to start. And the velocity, I want it to be just a little bit louder. So I'll push that up a little bit. The amount of notes that I want is a single note this time. So I'm going to pull that down. Click that. So it's added a note a whole step below. I think one right here might also work. This time, let's go above and let's add 2. And I'll select that note and we'll hit the apply button. Let's hear what it sounds like. And let's stop these others so that we can hear the difference. So just a little bit of ornamentation, I think that helps. Now, let's go over to the generative tab and let's choose shape. And before we finish this, let me duplicate this baseline. So I'm going to select the loop brace and press Command D. And what I want to do here is I want to create a bit of a fill here on the end. So let's select this last note, and I want to get rid of that, and I'm going to select this last 3/16 notes so that it'll apply the fill there. And within the shape area here, I can create or generate notes based upon the shape of this arc here. And I can draw the arc with my mouse, or I can choose something from the pop-up menu. And I clicked the wrong one. Where it says up here is where we want to click. And so I can make this go up or down, or a combination of the two, or one of these others. And I'm going to try the bounce down option here. So I can select a rate of notes that I want, and I can set that to the grid or to a value. And in this case, I want some faster notes. And since I'm at a slow tempo, I'm going to choose 30-second notes. I can set a percentage that I might want to tie. I'm going to set that very low. The density, I want all notes, so I'm going to leave it at 100%. And jitter will just randomize things a little bit, so I might just set just a tiny little bit of that. And with that done, I'm going to click the, before I do that, I need to set the pitch range that I want this to be in. And so I can set the minimum pitch and the maximum pitch. And again, maybe something around G2 and as high as, actually I want that on G1. And now I can click generate and we'll see what happens here. Let's check it out. And I think I might get rid of this ornamentation there the second time. I'll leave that one. And let's listen to that one more time. That's really an interesting line there. I think the only thing that I'm going to change is I'm going to move this last note up to a B, and that will give me a fifth approaching this E here. So let's hear all of that with the pad and drum tracks as well. Okay, that's really close. I'm not sure if I like these grace notes that we added here, but otherwise I think that's getting pretty darn close. So now that we've seen most of the new transform and generate tools, I hope you'll find them useful and inspiring. Let's turn our attention from MIDI to audio, starting with discussing how to prepare to record audio. So I've got a default live set open if you want to follow along. And let's go into settings to start. So I'm going to use the key command, Command comma, and that would be Control comma on a PC. And once you're there, let's go to the audio tab. So first, I'm going to point out the sample rate here. And this sample rate will set the rate for any audio that we're going to record into this live set. If you're using loops from your Ableton library or third-party loops, they can be at different sample rates, and Ableton Live is going to sample rate convert everything so that everything syncs and plays at the correct tempo and pitch. So if I click this pop-up, you can see that our options are 44.1, 48 kilohertz, and then multiples of that. So 44.1 used to be the audio standard for songs and albums, and 48K was the standard for audio for TV and film. Now, since most songs get heard first now through being included in a TV show or a movie, oftentimes people just record at 48 so that there's no conversion later needed. Now, we can go above that and increase the resolution, but just note that this is also going to increase the file sizes. Below that, we can check our buffer size. And remember, small buffers will give us less latency, and larger buffer sizes will give us more latency. But the computer will operate more efficiently at that larger buffer setting. But when we're recording, we really can't deal with the latency because it comes across as echo when we're listening. So I'll typically start with this around 128 samples. And if I can, I'll go smaller. But around 128, I really don't hear much latency. If we go above that pretty quickly, as you get to 512, you're definitely going to be hearing latency. So experiment with that and see what works for you. Now let's drop down to the Record Warp Launch tab while we're in Settings. And here we can set the file type for the audio files that we're going to record. And our choices are WAV or AIF, and both of those are full bandwidth uncompressed audio. WAV used to be only for PCs and AIFF only for Macs, but it's been 10 or 15 years where both of these files have been cross-platform, and they're very similar. So there's not a lot of difference here. Now below that, we can set the bit depth, and this has a big impact on our dynamic range. So our options here are the consumer standard of 16-bit, or we can go up to 24-bit or 32-bit. Now personally, I'll always record at least at 24-bit. And again, if you go to 32-bit, it's going to also increase file sizes. So I find recording at 48 kilohertz 24-bit to be a good compromise, but at other times I'll go to 9624 and maybe occasionally to 9632. Okay, let's escape to get out of there. And the next thing I would likely do would be to create a track if I need to create it. But we've got 2 tracks here from the default set. Now, I already named this one, and I'm going to suggest that you rename it as well. And remember, you can do that by pressing Command R on a Mac or Control R on a PC, and then give it a new name. And I'm going to call that VOver for voiceover. Now, the reason I'm doing that is because any files or any recordings that are made on this track are going to be named via the track name. And if we just leave it at audio, you're going to end up with a bunch of audio clips or audio files on your hard drive named audio, and you don't want to do that. So now that I've got the track named, the next thing I'll do is I'll drop down and I'll check my input. And so again, in Ableton Live, we get 2 menus to choose from. The first one will choose the device, and this is set to external input. So any audio that's coming in through an interface will be selected here. And then below that, I can choose the channel on that device. And currently this is set on channel 1, and you can see that my microphone must be plugged into channel 1 because we see some activity there. So our settings here, or options, are on my interface, inputs 1 through 4, and then I also have mono inputs and stereo inputs. And since I've only got one mic plugged in, I'm going to choose a mono input and channel 1. So if I didn't have my mic already plugged in, I'd now plug it into my interface. And if I was using a condenser mic like the one I'm using, I would enable phantom power. And on your interface, that's probably indicated by a button that says 48V. Next, I'll also remind you that if you're recording in your home studio and you're sitting in front of your speakers, you're going to want to reduce the volume all the way down on your speakers and plug some headphones in. Otherwise, you're going to get a feedback loop when you try to record. So the last thing that I would do here would be to enable the track record button, and then I can check my track levels here in the meter. Now, mine looks grayed out because the monitor setting is set it off, and I've set it that way because otherwise I would be hearing double audio from Ableton Live and from the program I'm using to record this video. So on yours, you should see this in green. So a good target level to record at is right around -12 to -10-ish on this meter. And that will give you enough headroom, around about 10 decibels of headroom, so that if you have any peaks, you won't be clipping. Now, if you need to adjust your level, you won't do that on the track fader. You'll need to do that on the gain knob for the channel on your interface. So the last thing I'll do before we get ready to record is go over and set my tempo, set my meter, and then enable my metronome if needed. So remember, I can either click this button or I can hit O on my computer keyboard. Okay, now that we've established a pre-recording routine, join me in the next video where we'll record and punch record some audio. Now that we know how to prepare to record audio, let's record an audio clip and then use punch record to fix any mistakes. So I've got a default live set open, and I've already renamed one of the tracks. Next, I'm going to connect a microphone to my interface, and then because I'm using a condenser microphone, I'm going to enable phantom power. Then I'm going to check my inputs. I've got this set to external in, which is going to accept audio from my interface, which is this Prism Lyra that I have. And then I'm going to set this to the input on my interface that my mic is connected to. So I've got this set to input 1. I've got 4 options here because I've got 4 inputs on this interface, 2 analog and 2 digital. And since I'm only using 1 microphone, I'll make sure that that's set to a mono input. Next, I'm going to record enable my track so I can check my level. Testing 1, 2, 3. And again, I can see that I'm right around that target -10 to -12. Then I'm going to go up and I'm going to check my tempo. I'm going to set that at 90 BPM. I'll leave the meter alone, and I'm going to enable my metronome, and then I'm going to quickly check the properties because I want to know what the count off is set at. And 1 bar is going to be fine for this. So in session view, to record, all we need to do is click the record button on an empty clip slot, and that will start the record process and record a clip onto that slot. So let's give that a shot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17. Let me double click that clip to have it appear down here in clip view. And we can see that we've got audio that we just recorded. And I'll point out that, like MIDI clips, oftentimes Ableton doesn't do a great job of truncating the clips. And so if I wanted this to be a particular length, I would need to drag these triangles to make sure that the clip is exactly the length that I want it. Now, I wanted this to end up being 2 measures long, but I made a mistake in here and it ended up being longer. So if I wanted to save the first half and punch record to fix the second half, I can't do that in session view. I can only do that in arrangement view. So if I wanted to work with this clip, I can copy and paste it, take it over to arrangement view, fix it, then copy and paste it, and bring it back over. So to do that, I'll copy it, that's Command C, or Control C if you're on a PC, and then I'll tab, and I'll go over here to arrangement view. Notice that we've got that kind of grayed out or film over this track, and that's just an indication that Ableton thinks we're working in session view, so I need to click the back to arrange button. And now I can paste that clip on the timeline where I want to. Let's put it at bar 5, and I'll go Command V to paste that. That would be Control V on a PC. So now if I want, I can punch in on this clip, but I'm going to delete it. I'm going to do it all over again because let's take a look at how you record in arrangement view. So I'll put my cursor at measure 5. I can double check to make sure that that's where it's at by looking in the counter up here. And then I've got the track record enabled, and all I need to do is hit the record button now to drop into record. I'll get the 4 clicks, and then away we go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. Okay, so this time I did a better job, and I did it in time, but I actually wanted this all to be an even series of numbers. So I made a mistake here starting around measure 2. Now, this is roughly a 2-measure clip, but that clip actually starts on the timeline. So I'm going to quickly listen to this so that I can hear what it sounds like and know where I need to punch in. And let me zoom in a little bit to do that. Two, 4, 6, 8, 9. Okay, so I made my mistake right here at bar 6, but I was a little bit early, so I'm going to punch in just before that. So let me click there. So now by placing my cursor there, that's not actually going to allow me to punch record because I need to set that value up here. And the easiest way to do that is to actually set the loop brace. So I'm going to zoom back out a little bit. I'm going to drag my loop brace over closer to where I want to work. And then let me shorten that a little bit, and then let's zoom back in. So I know I want to drop into record there, so let me trim that loop brace over to that point, and then I can set an out point. And for now, let's set that over at measure 8. Then I'm going to drop into punch record at this point. So instead of using the metronome, I'm going to actually listen to the track to get my rhythm. So I'm going to click over here at the beginning, and playback is going to start at this point, and then it will drop into record here at the beginning of my loop brace when I engage the punch in switch. And if I want to punch out where I set the loop brace in, well, I also need to engage the punch out point. Okay, so again, I've got the track record enabled. I've got my start point where I want playback to start, and all I need to do is hit the record button to start the process. 2, 4, 6, 8. Up. I blew that. I wasn't ready, so let me undo it, and I'll do it again. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So it dropped out of record perfectly there. And let's just double check and see what that sounds like. Let me take this out of record. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay, so that's good. So I'm going to select these 2 clips, and now I want to join them into one clip, and I can do that using the join command, which is Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC. So it's joined those, and now I can copy that, and I can tab back over to Session View, and if I want to use it here, I can paste it on one of these clip slots. So while you can't punch record in Session View, the audio record process in Session View and arrangement views are similar. Audio clip editing, while similar to MIDI clip editing, does offer some other opportunities. Let's take a closer look. So I've got the audio clip editing project open, and I'll start by mentioning that moving, copying and pasting, and duplicating audio clips is the same as working with MIDI clips. So let's start with trimming clips, which can be a little bit different in some cases. So with any audio clip, let's say like this piano clip right here, if I move my cursor over the end of it, I can click and drag on that and make that longer or shorter. Where it differs is in loop trimming. So let me grab this percussion loop clip up here, and I'll point out that this clip is only 1 measure long, and we've looped trimmed it out so that we get about 4 or 5 repeats. Now we know that we can do that because the loop button is enabled. But the difference here is that the warp button also has to be enabled. And we haven't talked about warping yet, and we will in upcoming videos, but I'll just mention that warping clips allows us to change the tempo of the clip without changing the pitch. So if I disable this button, it also disables the loop button, and when I look up on the timeline up here, it's only 1 measure long. It's gone back to just the original content of the clip. And when I hover my mouse over the right edge, I can't trim it out because there's nothing else to trim out. I can trim it shorter if I wanted, but I can't make it longer. So let's re-engage the warp button and the loop switch, And then I'll put my cursor back up there and notice that now I can loop trim that back out. So I get the 4 or 5 repeats that I had originally. Now, something else that we haven't talked a lot about is working with partial clips. So when the clip height here, or the track height, is at its smallest, the only thing that I can do out here is move my cursor over one of these clips and select the entire clip. If I want to be able to select a portion of the clip, I've got to unfold the track and increase the track height. So let's do that on the guitar track. I'm going to go over here in this first pre-chorus, and I'm going to make a selection. And then I'm going to zoom in on that by pressing my Z key, and that will increase the width of this to the kind of visible area in the arrange view. And if I press Z a second time, that will also increase the track height. So now that I can see a lot of detail, I'm going to make a more specific selection. And then, for example, if I wanted to delete this, all I need to do is hit my delete key. Now, when I'm working with audio clips, I typically don't do it this way. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate that into its own clip, and then I'll mute the clip. And the reason that I'm going to do that is because if I want to bring it back later, all I have to do is select the clip and unmute it. Now, the way we do that again is I'm going to have to make it its own clip. So I'll separate it by going up to the Edit menu, and then I'll go down and choose Split. Or you can do that by key command, and that would be Command E on a Mac or Control E on a PC. So now when we look up here in the upper corner of that, we can see that the name of the clip, which indicates that that's the beginning. So I know that this is a unique clip. So to mute this, all I need to do is press my 0 key, and you can see that the header on that clip is grayed out. And if I move my cursor over to the side, you can see that the whole clip is grayed out, which is an indication that that is muted. So let me select the clip again, and I'll hit 0 a second time, and now I've reactivated or unmuted that clip. Now, while I've got this separated, I'll also mention something else that we can do, and that is I can make a gain change on this clip down here in the clip gain. And this is a really useful tool because sometimes you have some big gain imbalances between sections of the song. So if you run into that, and this will happen a lot with vocal tracks, you can separate out a portion, and then you can increase or decrease the gain using the clip gain fader down here. So let me grab that, and I'll start to increase that. Notice that there's a visual indication that we're increasing it because the waveform is getting taller. And if I need to decrease it, I can just bring it back the other direction. Okay, let me put that back to where it was. And now I can minimize what I was looking at or zoom back out by hitting my X key once, and that will take me back to where we were. So another thing that we can do down here in this clip properties area is I can change the pitch of an audio clip. Now, I'm going to do that to this organ clip right here, but I want to do that on a copy of it. So first, I'm going to create another audio track. And remember, we can do that by pressing Command T on a Mac or Control T on a PC. So that's going to create a track below the one that was selected. And now I can select that clip, hold down my Option key, and drag it down here, and then line that up with the other clip. Now I did that poorly. Let me do that again. So again, I'll hold down Option and then click and drag it. And this time I'm going to make sure that I release my mouse first and then the Option key. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to transpose this up an octave so that I have something else to add when I get to this point in the song. So let me solo this, and then I'll just play a bit so you can hear what the pitch level is. Okay, so you can hear that. And now let's go down, and I'm going to grab this knob, and I'm going to turn this to the right to transpose that. Now this is transposing by half steps or semitones, so I need to go up 12 to get that up an octave. And now when I play this, You can hear that it's up an octave. At other times, you may want to make a smaller pitch adjustment on a clip, and you can do this in cents, which would be 1/100th of a half step or a semitone in this field here. All right. So one other thing that I'll point out that we can do that's kind of fun is we can reverse clips. So I'm over here in the library area, and you can see that I've done a search for crash, and I've got this ambient crash here. I'm going to drag and drop this down here on this sound effects track that I've got, and let's solo that so you can hear what this sounds like. So just a simple crash. So I can reverse that, and this is great for sound effects, by just pressing my R key. And as you see down here, you'll notice that this gets reversed. And so now I've got something that I can lead in to this pre-chorus at that section. Let's check what that sounds like. So we've seen a few new editing techniques here, and we'll continue with some other audio editing tools in the next few videos. Fades are used to mask the pops and clicks that can result from editing audio clips. Let's take a look at how fades and crossfades work in Live 12. So I've got the audio clip editing project open, and let's go into settings. I'm going to press Command comma to do that. That's Control comma on a PC. And let's go down to the Record Warp Launch tab. And under Warp and Fades, I'm going to point out that there's a setting here for Create Fades on Clip Edges. So if this is enabled, Ableton will automatically create a 0 to 4 millisecond long fade on the beginning and the end of an audio clip to ensure that if you've edited that clip and there's a little click or pop, that is masked. And the 0 to 4 milliseconds is determined by the signal itself. So there's some kind of algorithm that makes that determination. Let me close that, and I'll do that by hitting my escape key. And let me tab back over to Session View. And I'm just going to select this first clip and double click it so that it opens up down here in Clip View. And I'm doing that to just point out that in Session View, there's not a lot we can do with fades. There is a fade button here in the sample area, and we can enable that or disable that, and it automatically adds that auto fade. And we cannot adjust that. There are no handles that we can see here in Session View. But in Arrange View, we can do a lot. So let's tab over there. So let's take a look at the beginning of this first clip on the piano track. Now, you're not going to be able to see any information about fades in Arrangement View when the track heights are at their smallest. So let's go ahead and unfold this track by pressing the U key. And I'm also going to just go over here and quickly increase the track height by dragging down there. So you'll notice that when I hover my mouse over the clip, I see these little boxes on both sides of the clip. And those are the fade handles. So if I grab the top one, I can drag that over and lengthen the clip. Now in the middle here, you'll now see that there's another handle, and if I grab that and drag that up or down, I can change the fade curve. Now if I want to go back to the default fade, I can select the handle here at the top and hit my delete key, and that takes us back to the original default fade. Now another way that you can create a fade of the length that you want is to make a selection across a clip boundary and then use the fade command. And on a Mac, that's going to be Option Command F, and on a PC, that would be Control Alt F. Now, if we look at the other end of this clip, we can do the same thing with the fade out. So again, you can grab the upper handle and drag that to the length that you desire, and then adjust the fade curve here in the middle. If you highlight or select that top handle and hit delete, that takes you back to the default fade. Let's take a look at a clip that has been looped up here. So let's go to the perk loop track, and again, I'm going to hit my U key to unfold that. And let's make that just a little bit taller. In fact, let's select this clip, and then I'm going to hit the Z key to zoom us in, and I did that twice. So on clips that have been looped in arrangement view, I just want to point out that you can't make a fade in any longer than the length of the clip. So if I wanted to create a fade in all the way across this, I won't be able to do it with a fade. I'd have to do that with automation. So if I grab this handle and drag, I can only go the length of the clip. And you'll notice that there's no fade out handle that's available here. I have to go over to the end of the clip, and here I can only drag it the length of the original clip. Okay, let me hit my X key to take us back out. And let's go back to the piano track, and I'm going to zoom in here near the beginning of the first chorus. So actually, let's make a selection, and let's hit our Z key twice to take us in. So when you have clips that are up against each other where the boundaries touch, you can create crossfades. And you can do that either by grabbing the fade out handle of the outgoing clip and dragging it into the incoming clip, or the reverse. You can go to the outgoing clip and drag that across the clip boundary into the outgoing clip. Now, I'm going to point out that the only reason that you can do that is because both of these clips have handles that we can't see. So there's additional audio content that we can't see. Let me show you that. So if I go to the outgoing clip and I trim its edge, notice that I can trim that out, and there's audio content back there. And similarly, I can go to the incoming clip and drag its boundary, starting boundary, forward. So that just is an indication that there's additional audio back there, and the fades in a crossfade are happening on that additional content. So if you have clips that don't have any content past the edges, you won't be able to do crossfades. Now, similarly, if we want to use the fade command, I can make a selection across this clip boundary, and I can go Option Command F or Control Alt F on a PC, and that will create a crossfade with the same command. Now, one other thing I want to point out is that if we're in automation mode, which we can enter by clicking this button up here in the upper right-hand corner, or by pressing our letter A key, we don't get to adjust the handles here on this fade. But if I hold down the F key and continue to hold it, the fade handles appear, and now I can grab that and I can make an adjustment on that. So I leave the automatic create fades setting enabled, but pay attention and add or adjust a fade if you hear any unwanted noise at the beginning or end of an audio clip. Let's take a look at how to record and comp takes in Live 12. So I've got the take comping project open if you want to follow along. And let's record some audio here and learn how to record alternate takes. So I've got this first track set up, and let's put that in record. I've got a count off set up, and by the way, we're in 6/8 because of this music over here. So we're going to hear 6 clicks before we drop into record. So let's click our Arrange Record button here, and I'll make the first pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've recorded a little bit, and now if I want to record another take, I could come over here on the track header and right-click and choose Insert Take Lane, then move that clip onto that take lane, and then record the next take. But there's a much faster and more efficient way to do that, because anytime you record over a clip or a previously recorded clip, it's automatically going to create a take lane and move the previous clip onto that new take lane and then put the new audio onto the main track. And this is for either audio or for MIDI. So with that said, all I need to do is hit the record button again, and I'll be able to record an alternate take. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now if I go over here and right-click on the track header I can choose the Show Take Lanes option here, and we can see that there are 2 takes on this track. Now, the one that is on the main track here is also highlighted down here on the alternate take that it's on. So this is probably the way I would do this most of the time. The only time that I would actually use this option for insert take lane is if I was bringing in alternate takes that were recorded maybe by somebody else and they just sent me the audio files, or perhaps maybe we recorded in another DAW and we're bringing it into Ableton Live to edit. So I'm going to undo that, and I'll show you one other thing that we could have done, and that is to use loop record. So I'm going to make a selection here on the track, and then I'm going to press Command L, that would be Control L on a PC. That moves my loop brace to my selection and enables the looping mechanism. So because we're in record, when I hit the record button, we're going to loop that spot on the track, and it's going to continue making alternate passes until I hit my space bar. Check it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so by the time I was able to stop that, it had created another take, and I want to get rid of that because I don't need that little piece of audio that's there. So we can select our take lane over here and then right click and choose delete if we want, or just hit the delete key on your computer. Okay, let's fold that down and let's come over to this song that we're going to use here. By the way, this came from my good friend Joe McKenzie. I'm going to right click on that verse track and then let's choose the Show Take Lanes, and we can see that we've got about 5 takes here. So I'm going to select that clip and then I'm going to press my Z key twice. Well, actually I don't need it that big, so I'll hit my X key to back out one level, but let's hit Z one more time to make it wide. And then if you want to increase the height of your alternate takes, you can hold down your Option key or Alt key and click and drag there on the bottom of the track header, and that will make that a little bit taller. Okay, so if you want to audition these alternate takes, you can click the speaker button on the alternate take lanes during playback, or perhaps an easier way to do that is to, while it's playing back, just use your up and down arrows to move between the takes and hit your T key to listen to that particular take. So let's listen a little bit.
You've been everywhere I've been, a modern Magellan, but I can't control the wind.
So you can hear how that's working, and you can also tell that it works very quickly when you move to the next take and you press the T key to audition that. There's not much of a gap at all. Okay, let's disable that speaker button and let's comp some audio from these alternate takes up into the main track. So there's 2 or 3 ways to do that, and they're all pretty easy. For example, if I like this first bit here, I'll leave that alone, but let's grab this next half phrase from take 2. And all I need to do is click and drag across there and then hit my return key. Now notice that it now says take 2 up there, and it continues to highlight this piece down here. So that shows us that this piece came from there. Now let's do the same thing on take 3. And this time I'm going to hold down my Command or Control key if you're on a PC, and I'm going to use my arrow keys to take that piece up into the main take lane. Now this one's a little bit weird, so pay attention. So what it just did was put take 2 up there, and I wanted take 3. So now I'm going to continue to hold down my Command or Control key, and just hit my down arrow, and now you can see that it's put take 3 up there. The third way I can do this is probably the way I would do it most often, and that is using the pencil tool. So remember, with Live 12, you can temporarily activate the pencil tool by just holding the letter B down, and that will allow me to just click and drag, and as I do that, it's going to put those pieces up into the main take lane. So you can see how fast that is. And now that I've done that, you can see how this is highlighting the pieces that we've taken from the alternate takes and moved up into the main track. Now that we've done that, you might need to make some small edits, and we can trim any one of these pieces that we've moved from the alternate take out to its entire take if necessary. Now, a good example of this is right here at the end, because there's a little breath or pickup going into measure 23, and I've got a bit of that from one take and a part of it from another, and it's probably going to work better if I do it all from this take. So I'm just going to trim this take out so that encompasses that entire last piece. Now finally, I'll point out that Ableton has automatically added short fades to the beginning and ending of every one of these clips. And in fact, where we have a clip up against a clip, it's actually put crossfades. So if you need to, you can adjust that by grabbing one of these handles and clicking and dragging to extend the fade. Now that might help you cover a breath or some other noise that you don't want. So when you get all done with this, you're probably going to want to take your comped performance and turn that into a new clip. Later on, if you have to kind of re-put all this together, it's going to be a lot easier if you have a clip that's the entire verse instead of having 5 clips and trying to figure out how to put them together. So instead, I'm going to select that first clip on the timeline by clicking on its clip header, and then I'll hold down my shift key and click the header on the last clip so that entire range is selected. Then I'll go up to the edit menu, and I'm going to use the consolidate or join command, which is going to be Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC. Now when I click this, it's actually going to write a new audio file with all of our edits and with all of those fades. So I love how easy it is to comp takes in Live 12. Check out the linked track editing video where we'll look at how take editing can be used to comp multi-track drum takes. Ableton Live is well known for its ability to time stretch audio to fit different tempos. Let's discuss how this works and the options available for warping drum clips. So I've got the warp project open, and the basic idea behind warping is to create the ability to change the tempo of an audio clip without changing the pitch. And that way you can make that audio clip conform to different tempos in different projects. Now, it does this by analyzing each audio file or clip to determine the location of the attacks or transients. And from that information, it calculates the clip tempo and the clip length. Now I'm going to quickly switch over to my Finder window and just point out that if we go into the samples and imported folder, this is where we can see the files that I brought into this particular live set. And each one of these audio files, the .aif files, are accompanied by a .asd file. And that .asd file is the file that contains that Ableton analysis of those transients and the clip length and the clip tempo. Now, if one of these gets deleted, don't worry about it. The next time you open up this project or you bring this file into a different project, it's going to reanalyze that file and it's going to immediately and quickly create one of these .asd files. So I'm going to select that clip so that we can see it down here in clip view. And over here on the right, you'll notice that I have selected this Audio Utilities tab. And this is where the warp controls live. So first of all, when you bring an audio clip into Ableton Live, it's going to default to have the warp button on. And that means it's going to immediately try to time compress or stretch to fit the tempo of the current project. Now, below that, we have the pop-up menu for the different warping algorithms. And the one that is automatically selected here, and this is the one that it often defaults to, is Beats Mode. And Beats Mode is optimized for drums and percussion. So it's really looking for those sharp transients that you find in that kind of music. And we've also got tones, which is for monophonic type of material, texture, which is for polyphonic material, repitch, which as you time stretch it is going to actually change the pitch the way it used to work with tape machines when we did that. And then below that, we have a couple options for time stretching whole songs. So we'll leave this on Beats Mode because we're working with drums. And below that, I'll just point out that, well, first of all, before I do that, let's actually listen to this clip, and I'm going to change the tempo. So notice that when I sped the clip up, or I sped the tempo up of the project, the clip reacted to that very well, and it sounded good, and we really didn't hear any artifacts that are a result of the warping. So the problem is when you slow the clip down. And what happens there is that as you slow it down, the segments of the audio are getting pulled apart, and we get gaps between those segments. And how we handle those gaps is really kind of the end result of the quality of the warping. So below our option for selecting our warp mode, we have this preserve. And when I click that pop-up menu, we have the option of having Ableton preserve the integrity of this file by the location of the transients. Or if you're really just concerned about, for example, the location of the eighth notes in this particular clip, well, then you can set it to this rhythmic subdivision. Now, that hasn't worked very well for me in the past, so I normally leave this on transients. So below that, we have this pop-up menu for the loop mode. And this controls how Ableton fills those gaps between segments when you slow the clip down. Now, when you put it on the first option, it's just going to play that segment forward, and then it's going to stop and wait until it's time to play the next segment. Let's check that out. So it doesn't sound great. It's almost creating a gating-like effect. So if we go to the second option, what's going to happen is it's going to play the clip forward, and when it gets to the end of a transient, it's going to jump back into the middle of that segment of audio, and then it's going to loop it forward, and it's going to continue to do that until it's time to play the next segment of audio. Here's what that sounds like. You can't hear the kind of gating effect anymore, but you can really hear that it's struggling with that audio. So the next one is the one that I'll typically use, and what this does is it plays the segment of audio, and then it loops backwards to some point in the middle of that segment, and then plays it forwards, and then backwards, and then forwards and backwards until it gets to the next segment of audio. Let's check that out. Okay, that's even better, but it's not perfect yet. So just to the right of that, we have this transient envelope setting. And essentially what this does is it puts fades on these different segments of audio. And at 100, there's no fade. So as we lower this, it's going to start adding these fades, and that will help with the transition between these different bits of audio. Let's check that out. Okay, down here about 30, that starts to sound pretty close to okay. Now, another thing that we can do here that might help is to engage this RAM button. And what that does is it loads the bits of audio that we're using here in this clip into RAM, and it plays it from RAM instead of streaming it from your hard drive. Let's check that out. Okay, again, it's a little bit better. It's not perfect, but it's quite a bit better. Now, the last thing that we might do is switch this to another one of these modes. And I'm going to drop it down here to complex. Remember, this is designed to warp entire songs. And so this is going to take up more CPU usage, and it's a better algorithm than beats. Let's hear what that does. Okay, and that's actually pretty darn good. So now we've got a good idea of how audio warping works for drums. Check out the next video, and we'll see how warping works for other types of audio. In the last video, we discussed how to warp drum clips. Let's continue and see how warping works with other types of audio clips. So I've got the warp project open, and I've selected this sine bass clip so that we can see it down here in clip view. And I'll point out again that right below the warp enable button, the menu here that we can open allows us to choose an algorithm that is optimized for certain kinds of audio. So beats is for drums and percussion, tones is for monophonic audio like a bass line or a vocal, texture is for polyphonic audio like a piano or guitar part with chords, complex and complex pro are for entire songs, and repitch emulates what we used to do with tape decks to change the tempo of an audio file. So when we used to speed the tape deck up to play the audio at a faster tempo, the pitch would go up, and vice versa. When you slow the tape deck down to play it at a slower tempo, the pitch would drop. So we looked at drums in the last video. Let's look at bass here. And let's check out what this sounds like. Now, this was originally at about 68, so let me pull the tempo down a little bit closer to the original tempo. So you could hear when we sped it up that the warping held together. I didn't really hear any artifacts. But as soon as I started to go below the original tempo, we did start to hear a little bit of weirdness, especially when we got about 10 BPM slower. So with the tones mode, we have a different option here for adjusting how it is working with the audio. So instead of thinking this in segments of audio, if you think of this whole audio file as a big pile of sand, we can choose the grain size of what we're going to work with as we stretch the audio. And the word is that where the pitch is clear in the audio file, you want to go with a smaller grain size. And where the pitch is unclear, you want to go with a larger grain size. So let me play this back while I adjust the grain size. Now I'm going to do one other thing here. I definitely like it at the larger grain size, but I'm still hearing a little bit of bobbling. So I'm going to enable the RAM switch here and see if streaming this from RAM rather than off my hard drive improves the results. Yeah, that's better, but I'm probably trying to push this a little bit far. Now, if I wanted to lower the tempo this far, again, an option might be to go to complex or complex pro. Let's check that out. Yeah, that's definitely better. It's subtle, but it's definitely better than the previous option. Now, let's move over here to the Dirty Roads part. And I'll play this. This again was originally at about 68, and then I'm going to speed it up and slow it down as it plays. So with this particular clip, it doesn't really sound that great either way. Now, I think there's two reasons for that. One, there is some delay effect in here, like a little bit of chorusing or flanging. And there's also some vibrato in the file. And I have always found this kind of thing difficult to time stretch. Now, with texture, we get grain size again. So we know when the pitch isn't clear, you want to go with a larger grain size. And I think that's an issue here. And we also get this flux setting. And this is going to add some randomness to what's happening. And the larger the value, the more randomness. So let's try this again at this slower tempo. Okay, that's definitely a lot better with a larger grain size and more of that randomness added. Okay, let's go over to the last clip here. And this one is on Complex Pro. We've got 65 bars here versus the 4 or 8 that we had on these other clips. So this is a lot of audio for this thing to time stretch. Now, the formants option is here, and what that does is that a formant frequency is one of those fundamental frequencies that's created by the size and shape of the instrument or voice that creates the sound. And oftentimes when you pitch or tempo shift an audio file, you can get some weirdness. And for example, a piano might start sounding a little bit more like a harpsichord. And so with this adjustment, we can ensure that as we're stretching this file that we're retaining those original fundamental frequencies. And 100 would be the setting that would fully retain these. So we can't go more than 100. We can only go less. Now, below that, we have this envelope setting, and that works with the tonal aspects of the audio clip. And 128 is in the middle of the setting. And the suggestion is when the content consists of mostly higher frequencies, you want to go with lower settings. And vice versa. When it's more low frequencies, you want to go with higher settings. So let me play this one here somewhere in the middle. And again, I will start with this at its original tempo, and then we'll slow it down. So changing these settings, I don't think made a big difference, but I am really impressed by this particular warp mode in that this is a large audio file. I just reduced the tempo more than a third, and I'm really not hearing any problems. And it's not even messing with the delay and reverb tails that are in this file. It all still sounds really pretty clear. Okay, let's finish. I want to do one more thing just for fun. Let's go over to the drum clip that we used in the last video, and let's switch this one to repitch. And then I'm just going to change the tempo up here so that you can hear what it does as we change the tempo. And I think we were about 90 was the original tempo, so we'll start there. So you can tell that's a lot of fun. And you could actually automate the tempo if we were working in arrangement view, and that could create some really interesting effects as you speed up and slow down that clip. So while the warp modes are optimized for different types of audio, listen to the results. You never know which one of the modes might produce the best results. In addition to changing the tempo of an audio file, warping can be used to fix rhythmic errors and quantize audio. So I've got the Audio Quantize project open, and we just have a single track here with one clip. Now, before I start editing this clip, I'm going to make a couple copies of it so that I can always go back to the original clip. So I'm going to hold my Option or Control key down, and I'm just going to click and drag a couple of extra copies. So let me show you a couple of different ways that I might work with this clip. So we'll go to this first one here, and let me increase the size of this down here so we're got a little bit more screen real estate to work with. So I'm going to play this clip, and I'm just trying to define the starting point that I want to work with. Okay, so I've already heard that we've got a drum fill here. So I want to zoom in around that point. So I'm just going to click and drag to do that with my mouse up here in the ruler. And I'm going to hit play one more time because I just want to make sure that that's the right spot. Okay, it is. So above this transient here, I'll point out you can see this little white triangle. And that is a transient marker. So this is what Ableton is doing when it analyzes the file and it looks for the reoccurring transients in the process to determine what the tempo and length of the file is. So I can't do anything with the transient marker on its own, but I can promote it to a warp marker, and warp markers I can drag around. So I'm going to hover my mouse over that transient marker, and I'm going to double click on it, and I'm going to drag it right here onto beat 3. So now that I've done that, I'm going to right click on that warp marker, and in the contextual menu here, there's an option for set 1.1.1 here. That will set the beginning of the clip, or where measure 1 lies in this clip right here. And when it loops, I can drag that triangle over so that this clip will start here, and then when it loops, it'll loop back to that point. So essentially, I'm getting rid of this drum fill so that I can create a 4-bar loop that I can copy and paste anywhere into an arrangement. Okay, next, I'm going to right-click on this warp marker again, and from the contextual menu, I'm going to choose Warp from here. That's going to analyze the location of these transients, and it's going to try and place those appropriately as it goes deeper into the clip. And you can see what it's done here is it's tried to identify the starts of measures, and it's added a warp marker, and it's adjusted the clip so that it's lying in line with these measure starts. And it looks like it's gone all the way through the clip. So I'm going to zoom back out here, and I'm just going to play this because what I'm looking to do is create a 4-bar clip. Okay, so there's a little more work to be done with this, but it has identified this correctly and stretched everything out the way it ought to be. And now all I need to do to define the endpoint of where I want this to loop is go over and grab these 2 triangles and drag them over there and pop those on at measure 5. Next, I can right-click here, and I'm going to choose this crop clip sample to time selection. And what that's going to do is get rid of the stuff that's on the outside of our loop. Now, it's not been deleted, but we're just going to visually work with what's on screen here. So that's a pretty quick way to get this loop to the starting point of where I would start editing it. Now, sometimes this doesn't work very well, so let me show you how you might do this another way. So let's go down to this next clip, and I'm going to zoom in around the same place, around beat 3. I'll again promote that transient marker to a warp marker, and then I'm going to pop that over onto beat 3. And again, I'm going to right click and choose set bar 1, beat 1. And let's also move this loop point over. Now, I'm going to listen to this clip and determine where I need to align a transient to properly align it to measure 5. So let's play this clip. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it needs to be right there, and that's not lining up correctly yet. So I'm going to zoom in at that point, And again, we can see this transient marker up here, and I'm going to hover over that with my mouse and then double click and promote that to a warp marker. And now I can click and drag that and snap that over at measure 5. Now let me click down here and I'll hit the W key to size this clip so that it displays the entire clip. And then I can grab these triangles again and move those over to measure 5. And again, right click and then choose the crop clip sample to time selection. So I've manually defined that instead of doing that with the warp forward from here command. So let's talk a little bit more about transient markers and warp markers. So let's start about right here. I'm going to zoom in there with my plus key. And I'm just going to point out that sometimes Ableton doesn't always get the location of a transient marker right. And that all depends upon kind of the shape of the transient. So if you need to adjust the position of one of these, in fact, that looks a little bit late actually, you can hold your shift key down and then just click on that transient marker and drag it towards where you want to put it. And I'm going to put it right there. Okay, sometimes you'll actually need to add a transient marker where one was not seen. So I'm going to temporarily disable the grid so that I can click in between these grid points. And I'm going to do that with the key command, Command 4. That would be Control 4 on a PC. And now I can click where I want to, and I can turn that into a transient marker by pressing Command Shift I. That would be Control Shift I on a PC. Now, if I move my cursor away, you can see that there's now a transient marker there. So I did that because I wanted to show you that you could add one, but I also wanted to show you that sometimes when you have sustaining material, there might be a little bobble in the middle of it, and Ableton will identify one of those little bobble points as a transient and when it isn't a transient. So sometimes you need to get rid of them. So again, you can go up and hover your mouse, click select it, and then hit your delete key, and that's gone. Okay, so you look through here and you can see that Ableton has done a pretty remarkable job of identifying where the transients are. So the next thing I might do is start looking through here to see where maybe some stuff isn't lining up. Like that snare hits late. This one over here is even later. So let's work with that one. Now I'm going to turn my grid back on. Again, I'm going to press Command 4 to toggle that back on. It'll be Control 4 on a PC. And I can pan what I'm looking at by holding down Command and Option, or Control and Alt if you're on a PC. And now I can drag and I can pan this so that's in the center. So I want to pop this one on the grid. Now, if I zoom back out, I'm going to do this because I want to show you that if I promote that one to a warp marker and I start to drag this to the left, I'm compressing everything to the left and I'm expanding everything to the right. So in fixing one problem, I might be creating a whole host of other problems. So let me undo that. So I'm going to zoom back in again this time. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold down my Command key, and that would be Control if you're on a PC. And notice that when I do that, you see the transient markers appear on the transients to either side of the transient that I want to work with. And when I double click on it, it turns all three of them into warp markers. And now I can grab the one in the middle and I can move that, and notice that these other two transients didn't move because they were pinned in place with those warp markers. So that's a really handy way to quickly be able to go through. If you've got a loop that already sounds pretty good and you just need to fix a rhythmic error here and there, this is a great way to do it. Now, the other thing that we can do is we can quantize this audio. So I'm going to click here in the clip and I'm going to press Command Shift U. That would be Control Shift U on a PC. And when I do that, the quantize controls show up over here to the left of the sample editor. I do have some 16th notes in here, so I'm going to quantize to the smallest rhythmic amount in the clip that I'm working with. And then I'm going to set a strength because I don't want to hard quantize this whole thing. I'm going to pull that down maybe to the 80 to 85% range, and then I'm going to click apply. So notice that it has promoted every one of the transient markers to a warp marker, and it has then moved those 80% closer to the grid. So let's hear what this sounds like. So I've got just this one little bobble over here. Everything else sounded really, really good. If I go back to the warp options and change this maybe over to complex, I think that will sound fine. And I'm going to click over here at bar 4 so that we can just hear the last measure. Yeah, that's made a difference. It cleared up that problem over here with the end of the clip, and it all sounds a little bit clearer. So I find Ableton's warping to edit rhythmic problems really useful, and I bet you will too. Comping alternate takes on multi-track drum tracks is a more complicated process than comping vocals. Let's look at how this works in Live 12. So I've got the linked track editing project open, and anytime you need to edit an audio clip or an audio track that was recorded in the same room at the same time as other instruments where you had multiple mics being recorded at the same time, you're going to have bleed across all of those tracks. And if you edit one of the tracks, you're going to then move the bleed on that track out of phase with the bleed on the other tracks and possibly end up creating a worse problem than you started with. So the way that we can make these edits across tracks in Ableton Live is to link them, and we can do this ever since Ableton 11. Now to link tracks, all we need to do is select their track headers. Let me shift click to select these first 4 tracks. Then right click and choose Link Tracks from the contextual menu. Now I should have done this with all of the rest of these drum tracks, but I wanted to show you how you could edit a linked track group. Now please note a track can only belong to one linked group at a time. So when I do this, it's essentially going to wipe out the original group and create a new one. So let me hold down Shift and extend my selection down to this bottom drum track. And then again, I'll right click anywhere within that selection and click Link Tracks again. And now they're linked. So the next thing I want to do is open up all these tracks so that we can see all of their alternate takes. And remember that you can press Command-Option-U on a Mac or Control-Alt-U on a PC to do that. So now we can see these are all open and we can see their alternate takes. And it looks like we've got our main take and we've got 4 alternate takes. So let me zoom in a little bit over here towards the beginning. And I'm going to make a selection on the second take here. And I'm going to comp that into the main take lane by pressing my return key. Now another faster way that we can do that is just to hold down the B key on your computer keyboard, which will temporarily activate the pencil tool, and then we can just swipe sections to comp those into the main take. Now, while I do that, I want you to notice that I've disabled the grid. And if your grid is active, remember that you can disable it temporarily by pressing Command 4 if you're on a Mac or Control 4 if you're on a PC. And when you see the dotted lines, you know that the grid is not active. Now, why did I do that? Well, that's going to help me make edits without having my selection snap to grid. And I probably don't want things to snap to grid because it might end up on top of a transient. So when I make my selections, I'm trying to avoid making them right on top of a transient. Okay, so now with the B key down, I can just swipe and make some edits. Fast and easy. So I've made about 4 edits here. And as I scan down, you'll notice that the same 4 edits have been made on every one of these tracks. Now, another thing that I can do is I can use my warping to edit some of the placement of some of the transients inside these clips. So for example, if I click on this clip on the main take on the kick track and open it up down here, I can see that this kick hit looks like it's early here at measure 5. So I can turn this transient marker into a warp marker and then pop it over on bar 5. But remember, if I did that to just this transient, it would end up stretching out everything to the left and compressing everything to the right. So in adjusting one of these transients, I would end up messing up all the rest. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to hold my command key down, and that would be the control key on a PC. And when I hover my mouse over that transient marker and double click, it converts that transient marker into a warp marker on this one and also to the 2 adjacent transients, which will pin those 2 in place and allow me to move this one without affecting the others. So let me grab that, pop that over on measure 5, and now if I scan down and look at the related clips below, well, you can see the same thing happened on that track, and on that track, and on that one, and so on. Now, when you get done with all of your edits, you can end up with a lot of clips, or what is referred to as a high edit density. And that may cause some CPU problems, but more importantly, if you ever had to put these tracks back together, you wouldn't want to have to re-edit all this stuff. And it's really great when you just have one clip per track. And we can do that by consolidating all of these clips. So if I select here at the beginning and then hold my shift key down and select the last clip on the track, you'll see that it's made the same selection on all these tracks. And now that I can consolidate or join these clips together with the join command, which is going to be Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC. Takes a minute because it's actually writing new audio files. So you'll use link track editing on drum tracks most of the time, but you can also use it on any multi-track recordings. You may run into situations where Ableton is having difficulty playing a project because of the large number of tracks or plugins. Let's look at how Track Freeze can help with this issue. So I've got the Track Freeze project open. And if you are working in a project with lots of tracks and lots of plugins, you can check the system performance by looking at this CPU load meter that's in the upper right-hand corner of the control bar. If you see that this is getting fairly high, you can look down into the mixer and you'll notice these little meters that I have shown here at the bottom of each track. Now, you can do that by clicking on your mixer pop-up and choosing Performance Impact from the contextual menu. So this will show you a readout of how each track is contributing to the CPU load. And if you've got a track or track that are contributing a lot more than others, well, then you might consider the track freeze option. But before we do that, something that I'm always going to check if I'm running into CPU issues is the buffer setting. So if you remember, that's in Settings, and we can go there by pressing Command comma if you're on a Mac, or Control comma if you're on a PC. So in the buffer size pop-up menu, just remember that if you're editing and mixing, you want to go to a larger number. Now, that's going to make the system more efficient, but it's also going to add latency. That's not an issue when you're mixing, but it is when you're recording. So if you're recording audio or MIDI, you're going to want to take this back down to a smaller number, say around 128 samples or lower. All right, let's escape to close that window. And let's freeze this sine bass track here. So all we have to do is right-click on the track header and choose Freeze Track from the contextual menu. Now, it'll take just a second to do that. And what it's doing is it's rendering, in this case, the MIDI, any automation, and all of the plugins into a single audio file. And when we hit play, it's basically inactivating all that other stuff, and it's just going to play the temp audio file. Now, if I need to make a change to any of the plugins that are on the track, or I want to edit this MIDI further, well, all we need to do is right-click on the track header and choose Unfreeze Track from the contextual menu. So if we get to a point in your progress on finishing this project where you actually don't need the MIDI data or the plugins on the track, well, at that point, you might consider right-clicking and freezing the track again, and then right-clicking a second time and choosing Flatten Track. Now, you might have seen before I refroze that track that there's now a second option in Ableton Live 12 where you can freeze and flatten it all in one go. So I'm not going to do that quite yet. So a couple things about freezing and flattening. I want to point out that when you freeze a track here in Arrangement View, it's doing the same thing in Session View. So let's tab over there. Let's look at the signed bass track. We don't see any indication here on any of the clips here, but if you select any of the clips like I've done and you look down in the clip view, you'll notice that we have that kind of same blue film or curtain over everything. And that's just indicating right now that we can't change any of the loop settings, we can't warp this, we can't transpose it. So until we unfreeze the track, all of those options are unavailable to us. So this is a bit concerning because if I flatten the track, there's no undo. I can't bring the original track back. So one thing you might consider doing is duplicating the track and then freezing and flattening the duplicated track. Then you might go back and mute the original track, but muting the track does not release any of the CPU usage from any of the audio or MIDI that's on the track or any of the plugins that are on the track. So that really doesn't help us. So the only thing that I can think to do would be to save the clips that are in the session. And let's talk about how to do that. So I'm going to unfreeze this track really quick. And let's hit W so that we can see the entire project here. And I'm going to make a selection from the beginning all the way over here to the end. And then I'm going to consolidate this clip. And remember, we can do that using what I call the join command. That's going to be Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC. So I do that, I've got one clip. Then I can take that clip and I can move it down into my user library and I can put it in a clips folder down here, or you can just drag and drop it in your current project. And if I select my current project, I can also right click over here and say, hey, give me a new folder. I'm going to call that clips. And then I'm going to drag and drop this into that folder. And now, at a later point, if I need to bring this back, I can just drag this down into the empty space below the bottom track, put it back into the session, drag it over and line it up at the beginning so that it will perfectly sync with everything. And I'm going to double click on this clip to show it in clip view. And then I'm going to shift tab to see device view. And I'm just going to point out that all the plugins that are on that track were saved with the clip that I saved into the session. So that will allow me to have a track to get back to in case at a later point, if I flatten the track, I need to make changes. Let me right click on that, new track, and I'm just going to delete that. And let's close our clip view. Okay, so as I mentioned, the last thing that we would need to do after freezing this track would be to flatten it. And again, you can right click on this. Notice again, we have the freeze track option, but with Ableton Live 12, we have the option to both freeze and flatten it in one move. Okay, so now that you're familiar with freezing and flattening tracks, you'll be able to manage those annoying CPU overload problems when they occur. Locators visually help identify song sections and create useful playback points in Arrangement View. So I've got the Locators project open, and you'll notice up here in the ruler area at the top of Arrangement View, we can already see that I've added several locators to identify the start point of sections in the song. So locators are pretty easy to create. So let's add the rest of the ones that we need for the other sections in this song. So right about here is where the chorus starts. So I'm going to click and put my cursor there on the timeline on one of these empty tracks. And then you can create a locator by going up to the Create menu and choosing Add Locator from the menu, or much more simple is to just go over here and click this Set button that's at the upper right-hand corner of the arrangement view window. So that's added another locator, and in a minute we'll talk about how to rename that. So I need another one over here for the bridge, and one here for the last chorus, and then maybe one over here for the ending. By the way, another way that you can do this is to just hit play, and while the session is playing, just click the locator button when you need it. And by the way, notice that mine's turned into a delete button at this point because there's a locator at that place. So if I select that, I can click the delete button and that will go away. Another way that I can delete that is to right-click on it and choose Delete from the contextual menu, or just select it and hit the Delete key. Okay, so now I want to rename these locators. So the reason I did it this way is because I want to name these all in one shot. I don't want to have to rename each one individually. So I'm going to select this first locator, and you can either right-click on it and choose Rename from the contextual menu, or you can use the key command, Command-R or Control-R on a PC. Let's do that. So let's call this Chorus 2. And now I'm going to tab to the next one, and that will save me having to right-click and choose Rename for this one, or use that shortcut a second time. So we'll call this one Bridge, and I'll tab again, call this one Chorus 3, and then tab and call this one Outro. So once we have our locators in the live set, they're very, very useful in setting start points for playback. So all I have to do is click one of these, and that will move the playback head to that point, and now I can hit play and it'll start playback there. And you notice from what I was just doing there that I could skip around while I was playing back by simply clicking one of the other locators. So I find it useful to set quick keys to be able to quickly recall these rather than having to click with my mouse. And so I'm going to foreshadow a topic that we're going to talk about in more detail later, and that is key mapping. So I can key map something here in Ableton Live to be controlled by my computer keyboard by clicking this key button. And everything that turns orange can be mapped. So I'm just going to select Intro, or that intro locator, and I'm going to press the number 1 on my computer keyboard. And we can see over here that it has assigned a key mapping of the letter or the key 1 to the locator intro. And then I can quickly go over to verse 1 and maybe make that 2, and then make pre-chorus 1, 3, and so on. So now I'll escape out of there. And if I want my cursor to go to verse 1, I just need to press 2 and then my space bar, or 3 or 1, and you can see the locator jumping around. So locators are both useful visual indicators and tools that you can use to navigate and play your project. Let's look at the time commands and see how they make rearranging your material in Arrangement View easier. So I've got the Arrangement Section Editing project open. And as you're working on a project, it's very likely that you're going to want to experiment with the order of the different sections of your material. So let's take a look and see how we can do that most efficiently here in Arrangement View. So here at the beginning, I want to experiment with having a double verse. So I need to create some space over here where I can copy and paste some of this material into that area. So I'm going to create a space that's the length of my current first verse by selecting one of the clips that's as long as the first verse, and then I'm going to set my loop brace to that. And I can do that by using the key command, Command L or Control L on a PC, and that sets my loop brace to that point and it activates loop playback. Now, we'll not be using loop playback here, but this is the fastest and easiest way to do that. So now that I have the loop brace set to the length that I want, I'm going to click select that, and I'm going to use my arrow keys to move it over to the end of the first verse. And then this is the one time command that's not located on this contextual menu here. So I'm going to go up to the Create menu, and I'm going to say Insert Silence. So at this point, I could start copying and pasting elements from the first verse over here to add a double verse, or there's actually a faster way to do that. So let me undo what I just did. And let's move my loop brace back over here. So I'm just clicking and dragging to move that in place. And by the way, once you get close to where you want to be, if it's not the right length, you can use your cursor to trim the edges of that longer or shorter as needed. But now that I've moved that back in place, I'm going to right-click on the brace itself, and I'm going to choose Duplicate Time from the contextual menu. Now what that did was create the amount of space that we needed here and copied the content that I had under the loop brace and pasted it at the end of the selection. So that was really helpful. Now, next thing I'm looking at here is I'm not sure I like the double chorus that I have here at chorus 2. So I'm going to take out this section here. So I need to find a clip that's about the right length. Looks like that buzz bass 3 is. So let me select that. And again, I'm going to go Command L to move my loop brace over there. And I'm going to right click on that loop brace, and I'm going to choose Delete Time from the contextual menu. Now that has deleted that second or repeated verse at that point and then moved everything over so that I don't have a big gap there. Now, there's one other thing I wanted to do, and I actually wanted to copy that material in the second verse so that I could create a double verse over here at the end of the song. So let me undo that. Again, I'm going to set my loop brace to the length of that second chorus, or the second half of the second chorus. Then I'm going to right click on that, and I'm going to choose Cut Time from this instead. Then I'm going to go over to the end and I'm going to paste that. So again, I need to make a selection that's the length of what I need. Looks like I don't have an easy clip for that. Well, I can do it right there with that buzz bass clip. So I'll go Command L. Again, I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to use my arrow keys to move that over. And now I can right click on that and choose Paste Time. So the next time you want to reorder the material in one of your projects, remember to use Ableton's time commands. In the previous video, we looked at how to experiment with the project's form in Arrangement View. Let's look at how you can do the same thing in Session View. So I've got the Session View section editing project open. And while you're working with the project, you may find that you need to create some space where you can grab some of these clips and form a new scene. So one of the ways that we can do that is to insert a new empty scene. So I'm going to go over here to the verse 1, and I'm going to right click on that, and I'm just going to choose the Insert Scene from the contextual menu. Now note, this is going to add a scene after the currently selected scene. So then it would be simple to just copy some clips onto that scene, and you've got something new. Now, if you decide later on that you don't need that scene, well, we can just select it and either choose Delete from the contextual menu or hit the Delete key on your computer keyboard. Now, another thing that I noticed that I did here is, for some reason, we don't have a pre-chorus after verse 2. So I'm going to select that pre-chorus and I'm going to copy it using the Command C or Control C on a PC command. And then let's go down and select the verse and let's paste it by going Command V or Control V. Now, I want to point out that this did the opposite, where when we did insert scene, it inserted it after the selected scene. Here, when I pasted it, it pasted it before it, and that's the wrong order. So let me undo that. This time, I'll select the chorus and paste it. And now we can see that we've got that in the right order, verse, pre-chorus, chorus. Now, another thing that we can do is we can duplicate scenes. So, for example, I could go up here if I wanted and select that first verse and duplicate it by going Command D or Control D on a PC. Now, I'll just point out that that's really unnecessary in this particular case, because when you're working in session view, you can trigger scenes in the order that you want them to happen, and they'll just loop until you trigger the next scene. So unless there's different content here in verse 4, or this is actually verse, and that's the number of the scene, but unless there's different content in this scene than the previous one, we really don't need it, because we can just let the other one loop longer. Let me delete that one. Now, one that's a little harder to use is the capture and insert scene. So the way that works is that you need to play a bunch of clips, and then we can capture those as a new scene. So I'm just going to arbitrarily get some clips playing. Okay, once they've all triggered and they're all playing, we can drop down here to one of our unused scenes and right-click and choose Capture and Insert Scene. And now, if we want to put this someplace else in the song, well, we can reorder scenes by just clicking and dragging them into the order that we want them to appear in. Now, I want to point out also that there used to be a key command, which was Command up and down arrow, or on a PC, Control up and down arrow, and that would reorder your scenes. But that does not appear to be working on my computer here, or maybe possibly in Ableton Live 12. Hopefully that'll come back. But anyways, the only way that you can kind of reorder your scenes right now would be to click and drag and put them in the order that you want them in. And by the way, you can grab multiple scenes and reorder multiple scenes by dragging them as well. So, as you can see, moving song sections around in session view is simple and easy to do. Depending on how you like to work, you may prefer starting a project in session view and then moving to arrangement view to finish. Let's take a look at how you can move clips, scenes, an entire project from session to arrangement view. So I've got the session to arrange project open, and let's copy a clip from session view and paste it in arrange view. So I'll select this verse clip on the first track. I'm going to copy it. I'll tab over so we're in arrangement view, and I'm going to click where that clip needs to go, and I'll paste it. And let me click the back to arrange button so that you can see that more clearly. Let's tab back over, and this time I'm going to select multiple clips. So let's grab these clips on the percussion loop track, and then I'm going to shift click down here at the bottom and copy them, and then tab over. This time I need to be on the verse track right here at the chorus, and I'm going to press Command V, that'd be Control V on a PC to paste that. And I did that just to demonstrate that you can copy and paste multiple clips, but when it does that, it's going to paste them end to end. It's not going to put them on the track in exactly the right places where you want them. So I'd have to grab this last clip and drag it over toward where it needs to go, and similarly with these other clips. Okay, let's undo all of that. And I'll tab back over, and this time let's copy and paste a scene. So I'm going to grab the intro scene, copy it, tab back over to arrangement view, and I'm going to drag the loop brace over here, and then I'll trim it to the length that I need. I'll select it, and then I'll paste. And this time I want you to notice that it's put the clips on the appropriate track. So I've got the sine bass clip on the sine bass track, the effects on the effects tracks. Let's do one more. So I'll go to the percussion, let's go to the verse over here. I'll select it, copy it, tab over, move my loop brace, trim it out so that it's the length I need, select it, and paste. Now, it's put the clips on the right tracks, but for some reason it's kind of doubled this up and it's pasted it longer than I need. But to fix this, all I've got to do is trim that to the length that I need. And it trimmed all of them because they were all selected. All right, again, let's get rid of that. And now let's tab back over and let's look at one other way that we can do this. So one of the unique features of Ableton is I can actually record material from session view to arrangement view. So I need to activate my metronome so I can keep my place in the music. I'm going to double check to make sure that I've got a count in turned on. I'm also going to double check and see what my global quantization amount is set at. So remember, at 1 bar, if I've got a clip playing, when I want to launch the next one, I need to wait until the last measure that I want that scene to play. Then I'll fire off the next scene and it will start at the beginning of the next bar. And in that way, we can keep this music in time. Okay, so let me tab back over one more time. I'm going to put my cursor in arrangement view where I want this to start. Then I'm going to go back over here and click the Stop All Clips button so that playback is deriving from session view. And I'll click the Arrange Record button, and then I'm going to fire off this first scene while the count off is happening. Okay, so that started at the right place, and this needs to go for 4 bars. 3, 4, third measure, 2, 3, 4th measure, trigger the next scene. Okay, so now the verse is playing. This time I'm going to select the pre-chorus. When that needs to play, I'm just going to hit my return key to launch it. Here's the 5th bar, and I'll launch this in the 8th. 6, 7, 8, trigger. Okay, it's fired it off correctly. I'm going to let this one go longer than it needs to go. Okay, so I've made a mistake, and now I'm going to stop, and I'll tab back over here, and I'm going to select the spot where I need to start recording so I can kind of punch over my mistake. So now I'll tab, I'm going to hit my Stop All Clips button, I'll select the chorus, and I'm going to go back into record, hit my return key. And now you can see it's recording the chorus at the right place. Now, when you're all done, you can hit the Back to Arrange button, and you've got your project moved from session to arrangement view. So check out the next video, and we'll take a look at how to do this the opposite way, and we'll move all the material from arrangement to session view. If you prefer working in arrangement view, you may need to move your song to session view for use in live performance. Let's take a look at how you can do that. So I've got the arrangement to session project open, and I'm in arrangement view right now, and if I tab over to session view, you can see that there's nothing there. So if you just need to copy a clip and put it into session view, that's easy. Just select it, hit your command for copying, which is obviously Command C on a Mac or Control C on a PC, tab over, select the clip where you want to paste it, and paste it. I'll undo that. Let's tab back over. This time, let's copy all of the clips on the drum track. So I've got the first one selected, so I'll just shift-click the last one. Again, I'll copy it, tab over, select the clip the first clip to go and then paste it. And notice that it pastes all those clips on consecutive slots. So if there's any gaps in the drum part that aren't here, you'll need to move these clips around to line those up correctly. Let me undo that. Let's tab back over. And this time, let's copy whole sections of the song. So the first thing we need to do to accomplish this is to make a selection that's the length of what we want to copy. And then we need to bring the loop brace over here. So I'm going to press Command L. That would be Control L on a PC. That will activate your loop playback, but more importantly, it will set the loop brace to the selected range. And now I can just right-click on that, and I can choose Consolidate Time to New Scene. Now before I do that, I'm going to tab back over because I need to select a scene, and it's going to be the scene prior to where Ableton will paste this new material. So we should expect to see this scene appear on slot 2 here. So let's tab back over. Again, I'll right-click on that. I'll choose Consolidate Time to New Scene, tab back over, and it's done it. Okay, let's tab back over here. Now, this time I'm going to make a selection by right-clicking on the locator here, verse 1, and I'm going to say Select to Next Locator. Once I've done that, Command L, right-click, Consolidate Time to New Scene. You can see that's done that just right. Okay, let's do a couple more here. So the next one, I don't think I want to have a short little pre-chorus and then a chorus. So I'm just going to make a selection on this track where it's empty. And then again, I'll go Command L to set my loop brace to that length. And again, obviously, right-click, Consolidate Time to New Scene. And then on the next one, I'll go back to the previous technique. I'll right-click on this verse 2 locator, choose Select to Next Locator, Command L to move the loop brace, or Control L if you're on a PC, right-click, Consolidate Time to New Scene. So it's only taken about 30 seconds here, and I've already moved 4 scenes over. So the next thing I would need to do is just start naming my scenes, and then if I want to color code them. So for example, I'll press Command R, that would be Control R on a PC. I'm going to call this one Intro, and then you can right-click and choose a color if you want from the color palette. So if you prefer working in Arrangement View, it's simple to convert the project for use in Session View. One of Live's strengths is the instrument, audio, and MIDI plugins included with the program. Let's start with the basics. So I've got a default set open if you want to follow along, and let's review how the plugins are organized in Live's browser. So if we go down to the library category, I'll start with All. This is where we can access presets for all of Live's devices, and we can also find audio clips and MIDI clips here. Below that, we have access to the Sounds category. Now this is going to give us access to all of Live's instrument presets. Now in the past, these were organized by type, for example, bass or keyboard or synth pad or synth lead. But with Live 12, we get the new filter option, and so you'd need to open the filters and then choose one of these options in the sounds area to narrow the results that you're looking at to a certain type of sound. Below that, we have access to the drum plugins, and then next we have access to the instrument plugins that come with your version of Live. So I have Live Suite, and so you're going to see more here than you would have if you have Live Intro or Live Standard. So remember that the folder that we see with each one of these instrument plugins is actually a default preset. So if you want to start from scratch, just click and drag one of these folders onto a track. If you want one of the presets, then open up that folder and you'll find the different presets. Now, below the instruments category, we have the audio effects, and this again is those effects included with your version of Ableton Live. Now, in a previous version of Ableton Live, these were all organized by type. So we had our EQs and our dynamics and our reverbs all in different folders. Now they've given that up in Live 12 because, again, the filter option. So if I open up the filters, you can choose one of these types to narrow the results back to a certain type of plugin. Now below the audio effects, we have MIDI effects. And again, these are all MIDI effects that come with your version of Ableton Live. Now let's skip down to the Max for Live folder. And I'll remind you that Max for Live, Max I should say, is a visual programming language used to create audio and MIDI devices, all of which can be used in Ableton Live. Now they're often created to solve problems that the stock Ableton plugins don't have a solution for. So I highly suggest you check these plugins out and experiment with them. Now, above that, we have a new category which is called modulators. And I'm showing you this partially because of the folder shape, and that folder shape indicates that these are all Max for Live plugins. And if I go back to instruments, you'll notice that several of these are Max for Live plugins, and similarly in the audio effects area, you can see the difference between a stock Ableton plugin and one of the Max for Live plugins. And the ones that you see distributed through these other folders are plugins that have been used so much that they've just kind of found their way into the stock area of the Ableton plugins. Okay, now below the Max for Live category, we have a general plugin category, and this is for all of the third-party plugins that you may have purchased. So I've got quite a bit of stuff here. You may have less. Now, if you come in here and you don't see anything, we can fix that in settings. So let's go Command comma or Control comma on a PC to go into settings, and then let's go to the plugins tab. And I'll just point out that there are largely two plugin formats. There's audio units, which is the default format for Macintosh computers or Apple computers. And then VST is the default plugin type for Windows machines. Now we can use either one of these formats on my Mac computer. And typically I only use the audio units plugins, but I've got the VST plugins turned on because I might receive live sets or sessions from other people who are either on a Windows machine or they're using VST plugins on a Mac. So if you find that you're not seeing anything in this category, it's either because you haven't purchased any third-party plugins or because these buttons are not enabled. And if you just click one of those, it'll quickly rescan your hard drive and you should see this populate very quickly. Okay, so continuing our review, I'm going to remind you that MIDI plugins are going to process MIDI signals. For example, if you play a chord and you send it through an arpeggiator plugin, it's going to break that into a broken chord. Instrument plugins receive MIDI signal and convert it to audio. Audio plugins process audio signal. Now, on a MIDI track, you can have all three plugin types. You can have MIDI plugins, instrument plugins, and audio effects plugins. But on audio, return, and main tracks, you can only have effects plugins. So in Ableton Live, in device view, the signal flow goes from left to right. And it starts on a MIDI track with MIDI plugins, followed by instrument plugins, then followed by audio plugins. And examples of that might be an arpeggiator or chord plugin, followed by an Ableton instrument like analog, meld, or wavetable, then followed by an audio effect like an EQ, compressor, or saturator, or all three. So let's finish by just reminding ourselves how to load plugins. So if I go into the instrument category and I want to load wavetable onto this first MIDI track, well, if that track is selected, all I need to do is either hit return to load it, double click it, or I can click and drag and drop that on the track itself, or with that track selected, I can drop it down here in device area. Next, if I go to the MIDI effects category and I grab arpeggiator, I want to remind you that I cannot put the arpeggiator or a MIDI plugin after the instrument plugin. And you can see over on the far left in device view that orange line that's indicating insert MIDI effects before instruments. And you see that ugly message down in the bottom. So if I go over here, the line turns blue and I can drag it and drop it and it will appropriately load there. Next, if I want to grab an audio effect, let's grab, where's EQ8? There it is. If I want to grab EQ8, I can't put it before the MIDI plugin or the instrument plugin. It's telling me it only goes after instruments. Now, with that plugin selected, it's getting a little bit crowded. And if I wanted to add a compressor after that plugin, well, all I have to do is either double click it or hit return, and it will insert it after the last plugin. And I can also scroll until I see a little bit of daylight over here on the right edge. And I can go down and, let's say, grab saturator, and I can drag and drop that on the end of the chain. Okay, let's take a bit of a pause, and we'll continue with part 2 of plugin basics in the next video. Let's continue our discussion on plugin basics that we started in the previous video. So I've got a plugins basics projects open, and this contains the plugins that we loaded in that previous video. So you'll notice down here in device view, after you load a few plugins, it can get quite crowded. To minimize one of these plugins, all we need to do is double click on the plugin header. And we can quickly minimize a number of these. Now, if we want to maximize them, all we have to do is then double click on the plugin and it comes back. If we need to scroll, you can scroll by just scrolling with your mouse. And next, if you wanted to copy some of these plugins and their settings to a different track, well, we can make some changes and change the threshold there. And now I can select these two plugins by shift clicking their plugin headers, and I'll copy them. I'm just going to press Command C or Control C if you're on a PC. And I'll click this audio track, and then I'll click down in device view, and I'll press Command V. It'll be Control V on a PC. And I've pasted those two plugins from the other track, and you can see that they came in with the changes in the parameters that I made. Now, if you need to delete one or both these plugins, well, you can just select a plugin header and hit your delete key. Let's go back to this first track. Now, if we want to reorder one of these plugins, we can just click the plugin header for that plugin and then drag it right or left. Now, as I do this, you'll notice that a little blue line will eventually appear before that EQ8, and that shows me where that plugin is going to be dropped. So I'll let go with my mouse, and now it's there. If I want to move it back, well, I just drag it the other direction. Okay, let's talk about the common parameters that we see in the plugin headers. So first of all, the little gold button is the plugin activator. So when it's lit, the plugin is active, and when it's grayed out, well, you can see all the parameters are grayed out, and I can make changes, but we're not going to hear any sound process through that plugin. Now, next to that is a little triangle that tells me that this plugin either has some additional parameters that are hidden, or there's so many parameters that if I click this, it will open up and I'll be able to see more or all of the additional parameters. So if I do this on Wavetable, we get this row here with the envelopes and the LFOs, but if I move my cursor to the top and click and drag, well, now we can see all of the plugins between this area up here and the interface down here on the bottom. Let's refold that back down. And I'll show you that we have a similar thing on EQ8, that when we open that up, we can see the parameter changes in greater detail, as well as when we're passing audio through this track, you'll get a really nice detailed spectral readout on what's happening with the frequencies in that particular group of plugins that we have on this track. The compressor holds some hidden parameters, and if I click that, it opens up and it shows us the sidechain controls. Now, not all of the devices have triangles like this that unfold to show additional or hidden features. So continuing on, if I go over here on the right corner of the plugin, we have what's referred to as the hot swap button. So if I double click that, that takes me back into the browser and to that preset. In this case, we're seeing the default preset. So if I loaded a different one of these presets by double clicking on it, I'll point out that when you use the hot swap option, it'll also take you in the library where you can use the show similar presets option. So if I click that, well, now I'm looking at a bunch of different presets that supposedly sound a little bit like this one. And if I double click that, it'll load it. Now, I'll point out in this case, it actually loaded a different plugin because that preset was for something that is in sampler. And also, because that particular preset was part of a rack, it's loaded that rack. But if we move over to the far right edge, you can see that we've got this save button. And if I click the save button, that will take me into the presets category in my user library, and then eventually into a folder for that particular device. And then there's the preset where I can rename it, or I can just hit my enter key or return key to complete the process. Now, while I'm on this arpeggiator plugin, I'll point out that this particular plugin is one that is scale aware, and that's because I see this little button right here. If I enable that button, any notes that come through this arpeggiator are going to be forced into whatever key and scale that has been chosen on that particular track or clip. Okay, let's finish by taking a look at third-party plugins. So let's drop down to the plugins category, and I'm going to go down to Serum. This is a good option, and I'm going to load that onto this second MIDI track. So we took a look at this in an earlier video, but I'll just remind you that all third-party plugins have the same universal interface that appears in device view. The actual third-party interface can be accessed by clicking on this little show hide button per se. And so if I click that, it will show or hide the plugin. Now let's load an actual preset here, because I want to show you that when you click the disclosure triangle on this particular plugin, it opens up this configure area. And this is where we can select parameters on the third-party plugin interface that we want to automate in Ableton Live. So if I click configure and I click a parameter here, you'll see that it adds it down here. And let's add one more. Let's add the wavetable position. And while I'm here, I'm going to click this wavetable window that shows us a visualization of the current wavetable position. And I'll put it in this other mode where we can see greater detail. Then I'm going to disable the configure button. And at this point, I could click the MIDI mapping option and then assign one of these parameters to be controlled by a knob on my keyboard controller. And the other thing that we can do would be to click this little pop-up here where I can choose one of those two parameters and assign it to this XY controller. Now, as I move this, check out the third-party plugin interface, and you'll see those parameters animate as I move them. Okay. We've got a good idea of how plugins work in Ableton Live. Check out the next few videos where we'll take a closer look at the different plugin types. Several instrument devices are included with Ableton Live. These devices range from virtual synthesizers to modeling synths to sample players. Let's take a brief look at some of these instruments and the important aspects of their user interfaces. So I've got the Instrument Plugins project open. And on the first track, I have a device called Analog. And this is a 2-oscillator subtractive synth that also includes a noise oscillator and sub-oscillators. So some of the things I want to point out here are that as you click these different areas of the synth, you'll notice that the parameters and what we see here in the middle change. For example, when I go to one of the oscillators, there are some hidden parameters here that I wouldn't be able to get at up in this area. I have to come down into this middle window. For example, one of these parameters is the sub-oscillator, and I can increase the level of that by raising this parameter. That's also available on oscillator 2. I'll also point out that all these gold buttons on this particular synth are on-off buttons. So if I want to turn off this filter, I can do that, or turn off this amp section, and so on. Now over on the far right, we have the global controls, which in this case include the overall volume and whether we're doing any kind of detuning using multiple voices, and the glide parameter. Now, next to analog, we've got operator. An operator is a 4-voice FM synth. Again, as you click some of these different areas, the parameters and the display in the middle change. Of particular interest is this global area, which in this case is down in the lower right-hand corner. And this has some modulation controls where you can determine how your pitch wheel or your mod wheel are going to control parameters in this synth. But more importantly, up top, we have the different routings and algorithms that are available in this particular device. Now, in an FM synth, the oscillators act as either a modulator or as a carrier. And the carriers are always at the bottom of a stack. So we can see here that the oscillators B, C, and D are all modulating oscillator A with this particular algorithm. Now, if we go over on the far right, all these oscillators are not stacked, and essentially what we get out of this is a 4-voice subtractive synth. And I'll just mention that I find this to be a very powerful and overlooked device. Now, next to operator, we have one of the newer devices that's available in Ableton, and this is a wavetable synth called Wavetable, and it's similar to third-party devices like Serum or Massive, if you've used those. So in this case, the oscillators output these single-cycle waveforms, which are in a table, and you can have up to 256 waveforms in a single table. Now, the one that we're looking at here on oscillator 1 is very, very simple. It's just got the basic waveforms. But if I click this little pop-up here, I can choose a different one, and now we can see that we have several waveforms here that are closely related but slightly different. And what we can do now is we can modulate between these by dragging this parameter here, which is the wavetable position for this particular oscillator. Now, I don't know what this is going to sound like, but let's check it out. So this particular example is fairly subtle, but I've found this to be an interesting and useful parameter to work with. I'll also mention that this particular device has one of those disclosure triangles that gives you access to all the parameters in a little bit more user-friendly interface. This is also fully multi-polyphonic expression enabled, and we can control those interesting parameters that are now available on devices and keyboards that are able to do MPE. All right, next to Wavetable, we have the newest synth device that's available with Ableton Live Suite, and that is Meld. And Meld is described as a macro synth where the oscillator algorithms combine multiple parameters that can be controlled by a single knob, like a macro. And you can see here with these two oscillators that we have two different algorithms being used. We've got this one called chip, and we've got one called swarm sine. And the controls here for those oscillators differ depending upon the oscillator algorithm. For example, with the swarm one, we've got a motion option that is going to control pitching and modulation. And then the spacing one is really interesting. It controls different kinds of note spacing or chords. Now I'm going to turn off oscillator A with its button there so that we can just hear B. And let me play a little bit and I'll adjust these two parameters so you can hear what they're doing. So you can hear as I raise that, the pitching and modulation radically increase where it does actually sound like kind of a swarm of bees. Let me pull that down to a little bit less and check out what the spacing option does. So you can hear that adding kind of different spacing and intervals on top of the notes that I'm playing on my keyboard. I also notice that some of the filter types over here are interesting, and then they model kind of physical plates or membranes, like a membrane on a drum, in addition to the more typical low pass and high pass and filter and notch filters and other things like that. Okay, so leaving these synth devices, the next three are modeling type devices. For example, Collision models the characteristics of mallet instruments. And here I've got a marimba sound pulled up. Next to that, I've got Electric, which models electric pianos, and kind of the two most iconic are the Fender Rhodes and the Wurlitzer electric pianos. And you can see here, we can change between pickup types that model the pickups from those devices. So the R is for Rhodes and W for Wurlitzer. And with Rhodes, you're going to get a little bit warmer, fatter sound. And with Wurlitzer, if I change the pickup there, we're going to get a little bit softer and kind of reedier sound. Finally, the third of those devices is Tension, and this models string instruments. And the preset that I pulled up models banjo. Moving on from the modeling devices, I've got the sampling type devices that are available in Ableton, starting with Impulse, which is a very simple device that has 8 pads, and on each of these pads you can have a sample or you can trigger a sample. Now, when you select one of these pads, notice that the parameters below change. So all of these parameters are available independently for each one of the pads. And then on the far right, we have the global controls, which in this case, again, include the overall volume. Now, if you decide you don't like one of these pads, like for example, if I want to exchange out this kick, you can click the hot swap button, or you can just go into the browser and grab a sample and drag and drop it onto the pad. And now we've got a different kick sample. Now next to that, we have Simpler. And I'll admit, when I first started using Ableton, I really didn't get Simpler, in that Simpler plays a single sample. And I couldn't imagine why you would want a device that would do that. But Simpler is a really powerful device that can be combined with this modular architecture that we have in Ableton to create much, much more complex devices. And we'll see one of those in just a second. So again, I could just grab a sample out of the browser and I can drop it in this window, and now I can trigger that sample. Now, Simpler has different modes that we can work, and we'll talk about those later. But I want to point out that one shot is something that I use all the time, especially with drum samples. And one of the things I like about this is you can control the sample playback, essentially the start and stop points. So with a lot of drums, there's often a lot of resonance at the end or decay that I don't like, essentially. And so I can use this sample out flag and drag that over to tighten up that decay. So if I move it over about here, That's a lot better, but there's still a little bit of junk on the end of that. And so what I'm going to do is take this knob and dial a little bit of a fade on the end of that, and that's even better. So on the next track, I've got another simpler, and I'm showing you this because in Ableton versions like Intro and Standard, you'll also get simpler, and you may get some presets that when you bring them up have this indication of multi-sample mode. Now essentially these presets are locked and you can't work with the samples other than the parameters that you have down here at the bottom. And that's because this is essentially a one sample player, but they've given us some more advanced, isn't quite the right word, but more complex presets. And if you want to unlock those, you can right-click on the title bar and choose this simpler to sampler option. And this will then open this particular set of samples up in Sampler, which is another device we're going to talk about in just a second. And you can edit those. And then when you're done editing it, you can right-click and choose Sampler back to Simpler. And we've returned back to Simpler. Now this is an option that's only going to be available to users that have a sampler, which comes with Ableton Live Suite. Now, if I go to the next tab here, I've got Sampler itself. And what I want to show you here is that this is a device that can play multiple samples. And in fact, you can layer multiple samples if necessary to create a different sound as you play louder on the instrument. Now, if I click the Zone tab here and open that up, we can see a list of samples that are being used in this particular preset. And then in the Key Zone area, I can see how those samples are mapped onto the keyboard. And then under the Velocity area, I can see that some of those samples are mapped to only come in when you get 112 or about maybe 110 velocity and higher. So if I play some notes here, that's what it sounds like when I'm in that louder velocity. But if I decrease the velocity, you can hear that there's a kind of a bright edge to this example that we don't hear. And if I increase that back and play again, you can hear that kind of edge to the sound that wasn't there at the lower velocity. Now, finally, if I go over to the drum rack here on the end, I want to go back to Simpler here for just a second, because on this drum rack, I've got a bunch of pads, and I can drag and drop samples onto the different pads. Now, when I do that with the kick here, I want you to notice that it's taken that sample, put it on the pad, but it's actually loaded it into a Simpler. So again, we're in one-shot mode, and I can use all these controls to really dial in the playback of that particular sample. So there's a large group of instruments included with Live Suite capable of creating a large variety of sounds. If you want to dig deeper into how each one of these devices works, check out my LinkedIn course, Creating with Ableton Live Plugins and Instruments. Live comes with a large number of audio plugins, and while there isn't time to discuss them individually, let's talk about the best way to locate a plugin and some of their special features. So I've got the audio plugins project open, and if you're looking for an Ableton audio effect, they're all in this audio effects category. Now, earlier versions organize them alphabetically or by device category. In Ableton Live 12, you can do it both ways. So by default, we see them here alphabetically. I find that kind of difficult to find the plugin that you're looking for. So if you open up the filters in this area, under devices, we can click dynamics if we're looking for compressors or limiters, or we can click EQ for EQs and so on and so forth. Now, device organization is something that I like to use the collections area for, because I like to group all of the plugins that I actually use into their categories. So for example, if I go up to the EQ category, I see the EQs that I use, and in dynamics, I see all the compressors that I use. And notice that this includes not only the Ableton devices, but also plugins from third-party manufacturers like Waves or Universal Audio. Now, when I was in the EQ category, I noticed that one of the plugins that I frequently use isn't in that collection. So if I go back to Audio Effects, under EQ, well, it's not there, so let me uncheck that. If I go to the auto filter, I can add that to one of these collections by just pressing the number of the collection. So synths is 1, dynamics is 2, EQ is 3. So if I press 3, it's added that little yellow box there that corresponds with that collection. And if I click that, we can see that auto filter has been added to that collection. All right, let's continue, and I'm going to select the EQ track. And if we look at EQ8, I just want to point out some of the common features that we'll see on all the other plugins. So at the top here, we have the on-off switch. Over on the right, we've got the hot swap switch and the save preset switch. And as we've seen in previous videos, we've also got this unfold triangle that lets me see more detail in this particular plugin. Now, while we're there, I want to show you another interesting feature, which is this little button right here that will let me audition. And what it does is it lets me audition the frequencies in a particular band. So I'm going to play this clip and show you what I mean. So if I click on that third band, it's only playing the frequencies in that band, or auditioning those frequencies. So here I'm hearing lower stuff, and as I go higher, I'm only hearing the higher frequencies. Let me pull that back down, and I'll stop that. All right, I'll take that off, and I'll fold that back down. Now, another feature that's up here in the title bar but hidden is the option to go for oversampling, and other plugins that have that might say high res. So if you do decide to choose one of these, you're going to get a higher res processing of the audio that passes through that device, but that's at the expense of a little bit higher CPU usage. Now, over on this auto filter, I want to show you that there are several plugins that have filter emulations, like this auto filter plugin or like Operator that we saw in the instruments category. And here I can see those emulations by clicking this option that says clean. So clean is the filter emulation that we see in EQ8. Below that, we see emulations that come from some different synthesizers. And the bottom one, for example, is PRD from the Moog Prodigy synthesizer. Now, when I choose some of these options, you get this extra option here, which is for drive, and that will increase the gain level of the signal going into the filter, which can add more warmth or tonal characteristics or even grit. Okay, let's go over to the delay category, or the delay track. And I've got a couple of older Ableton plugins here to start, the delay and the filter delay. Now, when you're in sync mode, the delay time is set to synchronize to the session tempo via some rhythmic increment, like a 16th, eighth, or quarter note. Now, with these older type plugins, that delay amount is set by these numbers, which equal the total number of 16th notes in the delay time. So 1 is going to be 1/16th, 2 is going to be an eighth note, 3 is going to be a dotted eighth note, and 4 a quarter. Now, you'll notice that as I did that, it was setting the delay time same for the left side of the stereo image as the right. If you disable this stereo linking button, we can now set these independently of each other. By the way, over here on this filter delay, you'll see that we can set delay time by the same number of 16th notes. Now, over on the right here with Echo, which is a newer plugin, we can set this using a knob as we turn indicates a rhythmic increment below. Now, if you don't want this to sync to the host tempo, you can disable this sync button and you can set the delay time via a number of milliseconds. Now finally, if we go over to the modulators track, there is a feature that has annoyed me for a long time that they have finally done something about. And that is when you're using a plugin like Shaper or the LFO plugin, we can use either of these plugins to control a parameter or parameters on another device. And we can do that by simply clicking the map button and then clicking the target parameter. So as I do that, we can see that this is now modulating this volume amount. But I can no longer make any changes to that volume amount. And that's the aspect of this that has always really annoyed me. Now, with Live 12, when I map this, there is this remote button that appears. And when I click the remote button, I have two options, either remote or this new mod option. And when I switch it to mod, I can still change the overall value of this parameter, and it is just going to modulate that parameter instead of take it over and control it. Now, when you choose the mod option, we also get this plus button to the side, and that allows us to either have this kind of bidirectional change of the level or modulation of that level, or have that be positive only. And then to the right of that, we can actually set the depth to which this modulation is happening. So if I want that to go deeper, I can raise that up and you can see that we're getting more modulation out of that. So now that we're familiar with some of the confusing features of audio plugins, we'll look at MIDI plugins. Now that we understand how to use instrument and audio plugins, let's take a look at MIDI plugins. So I've got the MIDI plugins project open, and I've selected the MIDI effects category in the browser so that you can see that there are several MIDI effects that are available. Now we're going to take a look at a couple that I use frequently and a couple that also received a big update in Ableton Live 12. So on the arpeggiator track, if we look down in device view, I've got the arpeggiator plugin, and before and after it, I've added the MIDI monitor plugin so that you can see the notes that I'm playing on the left, and then what the MIDI plugin is doing to it will show up on the right. I'll also remind you that MIDI plugins have to go before the virtual instrument plugins. So we see 3 MIDI plugins here and then the virtual instrument analog. So with this all set up, what I'll do to start is I'm going to play a simple C major triad. You'll see me holding the notes over here, and then you'll see what the arpeggiator plugin is doing to them on the right. So it's simply playing the notes from the lowest note to the top note in a sequence. Now, that is determined by this style setting here. And if I click this pop-up menu, you can see that we have several options here. We can go up, we can go down, we can go up then down, or the reverse of that, and they get more complex as we go lower. I like some of these converge and diverge options because they mix up the notes in a way that they might start with the bottom one and then go to a top one and then play one in the middle and then play something else. So a much more complex pattern. So this time I'll play a C major 7 chord, and this is what we get. So a more interesting pattern. Now, there are a few knobs across the bottom that we've had in the previous versions of this plugin, and let's go through them quickly. The rate button determines the speed at which it's arpeggiating the chord, and that's either based upon it being synced to the host tempo, and we're able to set the rate using a rhythmic division of the beat, like a 16th note, or if I go this direction, it's going to play them faster. If I go the other direction, it's going to play them slower. This other button will allow us to set the rate in milliseconds so that it's free from the host tempo. Now, over here to the right, these two buttons allow us to transpose the arpeggio up or down an interval. And so it'll do that more than once, and that's determined by the step setting. So if I put the step setting on 1, it is going to transpose the arpeggio by this distance, which is currently set to an octave. So if I play that same C major 7 arpeggio, this is what we get. So you can hear each time that the sequence plays, it does the original octave and then it does 1 above that. Finally, the gate knob over here on the right allows us to set the length of the notes. And at 100%, you'll start to get the notes smearing together, and as you go lower than that, they're going to get gradually more staccato or separated. Okay, so that's a little bit of old news. The newest thing that we can do here is that Ableton has this scale awareness option now, and if I click this little button here in the control bar, I can set a key and a mode or scale. So I've set this to C minor. Now, down here on the arpeggiator plugin, there is a use current scale button. And if I enable that, it will take the notes that I play and force them into that key. So I'm going to play that same C major triad, but listen to it or look at the MIDI monitor to see what actually comes out. So obviously a minor triad there. And if I go up to E flat and I play that same major triad, notice what it does there. So we hear a major triad because an E flat major triad is in that particular scale. All right, let's go over to the next track and let's look at the chord plugin. So this is a plugin that takes the note that you play and it stacks up to 6 additional notes on that. So I have a 5-note setting here that when I hold down a note, I'm going to get a minor 11 chord out of it. So you saw me playing 1 note over here, but I was getting a total of 6 notes, the original note that I played and the transposition of those other notes. Now, as I move my note that I'm playing around the keyboard, notice that I just consistently get the same chord. So when it's set up this way, you can only get 1 chord. Now let's go over to the second example of this. And this time, I want to do a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to click the Learn button so that you can see that if you're not aware of how to set these shift knobs, you can just play the notes that you want, and then it will automatically set these. Now, it's going to take the first note I play, and it's not going to set one of these shift knobs to that, but then it will look at the other notes, and it will set the shift knobs for the additional notes, the correct interval above that. So I'll play a C major 7 chord again. Let me do that one more time. Sometimes that's a better way to do it because the first time I did that, it didn't do it correctly. It was judging one of the notes in the middle of the chord to be the root. So now when I disable the Learn button and I play just a C over here, you'll see a C major 7 here on the right. And these shift knobs are currently setting this by scale step. That's what the ST, actually, I made a mistake there. It's setting them by semitones. That's what the ST stands for. Okay, so next, notice that we've also got this scale awareness button. Now, if I click that, it kind of resets all this stuff. So this time I'm just going to play a simple C major triad. Actually, let me hit the Learn button. Let's do this correctly. Now, you might have noticed that I was playing a C major triad over here, but I was actually hearing a C minor triad because of the settings and the scale awareness button being on. Now, let me take the Learn button off, and what I'll do is, okay, here's the C minor. I'll play the bass note. I'll just play a C, and we get C minor. But when I play D, I'm getting a D diminished chord because of the scale or mode that we're in. I play E flat, I should get major. If I play A flat, I should get major, and B flat, I should get major. Now let's change the scale briefly here to harmonic minor. So now when I play C, I get C minor. But when I play E flat, I'm not going to get E flat anymore. I'm going to get E flat augmented. When I play G, where I would have gotten a G minor, now I get a G major chord. And I'm going to play B flat again, and check this out. B flat's not in the scale, so it actually transposed that to B, and then it played the correct scale or correct chord that was associated with that note and that key. Let me change this back to minor. I'm going to hit learn one more time. And this time, let me play a C minor 7 chord. Okay. I did that to get just a little bit more interesting sounding chord and to show you that we now have this strum feature added to this plugin. And what this will do is will turn just a chord into like a guitar player that's slowly strumming across the strings. The tension will speed up the notes as it gets to the higher notes. Let's turn that up a little bit. So that further you get up the chord now, it's going faster as it gets to the top notes. And if I use the crescendo, it will play the lower notes softer and the higher notes louder. So there's some really nice updates to both of these plugins, and I encourage you to take a look at the other MIDI plugins in this category. So I've ended up using the MIDI plugins more than I ever thought I would. Check out the next chapter where we'll learn how to use Ableton racks. One of my favorite Ableton features is racks. Let's start with audio racks. So I've got the Audio Effects Racks project open, and on this first track, I've got an EQ and a compressor that I often use as a starting point when I'm working with kick tracks. And I'd like to be able to save these two plugins and their settings as a single preset that I can bring into other projects when I start working with drum tracks. And we can do that by racking these two devices together. Now we can do that by selecting the title bars on both of these, and so I'm going to click the first one and shift click the second one. And then on either one of these plugins, I can right click, and in the contextual menu, I'll see the option for group. Now while I'm there, I'll just point out that there's also a key command, and that's Command G or Control G on a PC. Now once I do that, we can see that there's a difference. I have these slender rectangles on either side of the rack, and that shows us that these devices are in a rack. Now, if you need to reorder the devices inside the rack, it's easy. All we have to do is grab one of the devices and drag and drop it where you want it to go. And if I want it to go the other direction, I can click it again and drag it. And when you see that blue line, that's an indication of when you let go of the mouse where the plugin will end up. Similarly, I can go back into the browser and I can add another plugin into this effects rack by just dragging and dropping it. So let's grab Drum Bus, and I'll put this over here on the end of the chain. Also, if you decide later on that you don't want this plugin inside the rack, but you still want to use it, well, you can just drag it outside the rack. And similarly, if you decide that you've got a plugin that's outside the rack that you want to put inside, well, just click it and drag and drop it. And again, when you see the blue line, let go of your mouse, and that's where the plugin will end up. Now let's take a look at another way that we can create an audio effects rack. So this time I'm going to go to the second track, and you'll notice in the browser here, there's a device called an audio effect rack. So now we see the outside edges of the rack with no plugins. So if there are some plugins we want to put in here, all we have to do is go to the browser and drag and drop them. So let's get the EQ8. It's right there. I'll drag and drop that one. Then I can get the compressor, and I can finish that with drum bus. Now, as you add plugins, you can get to a point where you can't see all the plugins in device view because they're off screen. Just note that you can minimize the plugins the way we've done in the past by just double clicking on their title bar. And if you want to re-maximize them, well, just double click again. And we can do the same thing with the rack itself. And then we can do that by going here on the left edge and double clicking. Now it's minimized. And if I double click that again, it comes back. If you decide that you just want to delete the entire rack, well, just select the left edge, the header of the rack, and hit your delete key, and it's gone. Now let's go back over to the first track, and let's talk about some of the buttons that we see here. Now, along the left edge here, we have a number of buttons that are going to show hide elements of the rack. If I click the bottom one, it's going to open up what's called the chain list. And right now we have an audio effects rack that has one chain. But you can right click in this rack and you can create a second chain that will run in parallel with the first. And if I click on that previous chain, it'll bring the view of the plugins on that chain back. Above that, just below the activator button, which is up here in the upper left-hand corner, we have a button that will show the rack macros. And we'll talk about this in detail in a later video in this chapter, but just note that we can map parameters that we will be often changing. We can map those onto these rack macro knobs where it's going to be easier to access them and add automation. Okay, so then across the top here, we also have the hot swap switch, which we've seen. And now we also have a save button for the rack itself. So if I click that, that again will jump us into the user library and into a presets folder, and then into a subfolder that's specifically for audio effects racks. And so I can call this my kick chain and hit my return key, and now that's saved for use in a later set. So now that we understand the basics of audio racks, we'll continue with instrument racks in the next video. In the previous video, we took a first look at racks with audio racks. Let's continue with instrument racks. I've got the Instruments Racks project open, and on this first track, I've got a synth pad via virtual instrument and a few audio plugins. And I like what I've got started, but I'd like to layer this with another sound. And we can do that with instrument racks. Now to get this started, I need to rack what I've already got. So I'm going to go down here in the bottom and I'm going to select that instrument and then scroll over and hold my shift key down and click the title bar of the last plugin. Now, in the last video, when I grouped the audio effects, it knew that I wanted to put them in a audio effects rack. And now the presence of this virtual instrument in my selection is an indication to Ableton that I'm trying to create an instrument rack. So this time I'm going to do that by key command, and I'm going to press Command G. That's Control G on a PC. Once I've done that, I can see that I've got the rack ear on the left-hand side, and if I scroll over on the right, I can see it on the right as well. Now, I'm going to minimize some of these other plugins by double-clicking on their title bars so I can see the entire rack here. Now, to layer another sound, I need to create another device chain in this rack. And remember, we can show hide the chain list by clicking this bottom button here on the left-hand side of the rack. Now, with that lit, I can now create a second chain a couple of different ways. First of all, I can go up into my instruments area, find a preset, and then drag and drop it down here, or I can right click and I can choose create chain. Let's do that one this time. Okay, Now that I've got that second chain, all I need to do is drag and drop this preset on that chain, and now I've loaded meld. And if I click this chain, we see meld, and if I click this one, we see wavetable. So I know I've got two different chains running in parallel. Now, when you're doing this, you can get yourself very confused with multiple chains, and you'll be making changes to a plugin on one chain when you think you're working on another. So you want to do everything you can to identify the two chains that we have here. So I'm going to name them and color code them. So to rename, we just use the Ableton rename command, which again is Command R on a Mac or Control R on a PC. I'm going to call this one pad left, and then hit my return key, and I'll drop down and name the other one pad right. To color code them, you just right click on the chain list name and choose a color from the color palette in the contextual menu. And let's make these as different as we can, so we've got a visual aid in recognizing one from the other. Now we've got some mixer controls here on the two, one of which is the pan setting. So if I want to pan the top chain left, well, I'll click in that field and pull down, and the right, I'll select that, click in that field and push up or drag up with my mouse to pan it all the way right. Now, while I'm doing this, I'll just point out we've got a gain setting here, plus an activator or mute button, and a solo button. Now, up top here on the track, you'll notice that there's now a triangle here, and that indicates that there's some kind of group happening. And if I click that open, I can see that I have two channel strips for the two device chains that I have inside this rack. If I grab the fader on the left one, notice that when I move this, it's going to change the gain setting down here. And if I click the solo button here on the right one, well, it's soloed that and we can't see what it's done, but if I go back to the rack, you can see that that is soloed. So there's multiple ways to work with this. If you don't mind mixing inside the rack, you can do that, but if you'd rather do it in the mixer, you can just unfold the track. All right, so let's hear what this sounds like so far. Okay, it sounds like the left side's just a little bit louder, so I'm going to pull that down a little bit. Now, it also sounds like there's some kind of a side chaining effect that's happening on the left that's not happening on the right. So on the left chain, I notice that there's this shaper plugin over here, and that's what is creating that side chaining effect. So I'm going to click Select Shaper, and I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to select the right chain, and I'm going to click after the virtual instrument, but inside the rack, and I'm going to paste that plugin. Now it's giving me a message down here because the shaper on the left side was mapped to wavetable to control the volume, and it's not able to do that when I paste it, but I didn't want it to do that anyway because I want to map this shaper to control or modulate this volume control. Remember, all you have to do to make that happen is click the mapping button and then click the target parameter. So now you can see from the animation down here that it is modulating that volume control. And that is because we have this new setting in Ableton 12 that allows us to either have that take over or remote control that parameter, or to modulate it, which is going to give us the ability to still control that parameter, but this will modulate that and give us this changing level and volume that we see here. Okay, let's check out what we have going now. Okay, we can hear that we've got that side chaining effect happening on both sides. There's a little bit of difference in the overall decay on the right side, but I don't mind those differences. So let's go back to the left chain. And I've got an EQ and a chorus effect here that I'd like to actually process both sides of this rack that we've got starting. And one way I can do that is to simply click and drag these outside the rack. So in this scenario, the signal The MIDI signal will come in, it's copied to both chains, it passes through the virtual instruments and is converted into audio, then Shaper sidechains it, then it's mixed as it leaves the rack, and then the left and right are both processed by these two plugins. But I've got an idea of something else that I want to do. So I'm going to take these two plugins and I'm going to right-click the two of them and I'm going to group them. And this will create an audio rack. So we'll go Command-G or Control-G if you're on a PC. And I'm going to open up the device chain for this new audio effect rack. And I'm going to create a second chain here. So let's go up into the audio effects category. I'm going to select reverb up here in the filter so that it narrows my results. And I'll grab this reverb and I'm going to drag and drop it down here and create a second chain. So when the signal hits this rack, it's going to copy it and pass it down both of these chains in parallel, and then it's going to mix it on the output. And so on the reverb side, I want to have just reverb. So I'm going to set this 100% wet. And while we're here, let's add just a little bit longer decay length. And let's play this so that I can use the volume on this chain to balance the total amount of reverb that I want to have. So you can hear I've got a bit of a dry side here and a wet side. And just as if we were using sends and returns, most of the sound is coming from the dry side, and I can just touch a little bit of reverb in there. So I'd like to finish by finding a way to save all of this as a single preset. And we can do this by taking both of these racks and then racking them together. So let's go over and let's select the title bar of the instrument rack and scroll over and hold our shift key down and select the title bar of the audio effects rack. And now I'm going to group both of those. Now we can see that we've got racks nested inside of another rack because we have kind of a rack here or a rack edge here on the outside, and then there's another one right there. Now, to save all of this as a preset, I'll go to the rack that's holding both the instrument and the audio effects rack, and I'm going to click the Save Preset button. That'll take me into the presets and into my instrument rack subfolder in the user library, and now I can call this my sidechain synth pad and hit return, and now I can bring that into another project later on if I need to. So I love how instrument racks allow you to layer sounds, add multiple audio effects, and then save the whole thing as a single preset. And being able to run multiple chains in parallel opens up a lot of creative possibilities. Now that we've looked at audio and instrument racks, we're ready to tackle drum racks. I've got the drum racks project open if you want to follow along. And let's create a drum rack from scratch. To do that, I'm going to pull the default preset out of the browser, and you can find that in either the instruments category and the drum rack here, or if you go to the drums category, it's at the top. So let's grab that and let's drop this on this first track. So the first thing that we see here with the drum rack is the pads, and we can place samples on every one of these pads, and we have an entire chromatic scale of several octaves that we can use. Now, if you don't want to use this lower octave starting on C1, well, you can grab this square and you can drag it up until you get to the octave that you want to use. Now, I'm going to create this rack using somewhat of a general MIDI mapping. So I'm going to start with my kick on C1. Now, you'll notice that each one of these pads has a MIDI note number on it. And when you play the related key on your MIDI keyboard, it will trigger that pad. So next thing we would probably do is go to our samples category and then start doing searches like for kick, and then going through all of these loops and samples and finding a kick one shot that you like, and then dragging it from the browser onto the pad that you want to map it on. For our purposes here, I've collected some samples that are inside the current project folder, and we can access that by just going over in Places in the browser and clicking. I'm going to disable that search so that we can see the folders that are inside our project, and you'll notice that there's a sample folder with imported, and it contains all of the samples that I want to use here. So I'm going to grab the kick exclusive sample, and I'm going to drag and drop that on C1. That's where I want to put it. And then the next one is going to be the kick long sample, or 808 long. And okay, I accidentally put that on D, and I want to put that on C sharp. So I'm going to click and drag that and put it on the right pad. By the way, if you wanted to replace this sample with another one, we could just drag it from the browser and drop it on it, or you could delete it by pressing your delete key and then find the sample that you want to use, and drag that onto the pad. Okay, let's continue. Let's grab the snare lo-fi sample and put that on D1, and then the snare clap jam we'll put on D sharp, and finally the clap Hugo we'll put on E. Next, I've got two hi-hat samples, and that is going to be this 909 D1V1, and I'll put that on F sharp, and then I'll grab the 909 vinyl and put that on G sharp. So let's check out what we've got so far. Okay, so everything sounds in mono, so I want to start off by doing a little bit of panning. So I'm going to go to the Show Hide Chain list here, and when I click on that, we can see that we've got a chain for each one of the samples. Now if I click the kick chain, I can see that what's actually happened is that when I dragged that sample onto the pad, it actually loaded a simpler plugin and put the sample in the simpler plugin. And that allows us to use all of the functionality in simpler to shape these samples. So for example, if I wanted to reset the sample out point, I could drag that flag over, add a little bit of fade. If I wanted to check what was going on with the beginning, I can put my cursor in the middle and drag down to zoom in a little bit and see what the front end of that sample placement looks like. And then once you're done, you can click in there and drag back up. I'll also point out that you have two gain settings here in the plugin, and they start with the output volume down quite a bit at -12. The other setting here will allow you to kind of, if you've got some samples that were recorded softly, will allow you to set their level and then also set the output level. And these volume controls are independent of the actual channel volume that we see over here on the actual pad. So it looks like we have enough signal on the sample, but later on I may want to increase this level a little bit. So while we're here, I can find the hi-hats. They're down here on the bottom, and I'm going to pan one of them left, so I'll click here and pull down, and then I'll click the other one and push up with my mouse to pan that right. Now, like the layered synth that we did in the previous video, if we look at our track up here in session view, you'll notice that there's now a triangle here on the right that I can click to open up and see that I've got a channel strip for each one of these chains. And if I click the kick one, I can see the kick instrument on there, and I don't have to look at anything else. So sometimes it's easier to work here than it is in the actual drum rack itself. Now if I go back to the drum rack, again, the mixer controls that we see here are duplicated on the channel strip. So we can see the panning that I already did. Now if those are a little bit loud, I can pull those down with those faders, and you can see that we see a volume change down here as well. Now this is all brown and we've got these long names, so it looks crowded and it's hard to tell which actual chain we're working with. So I would typically rename all these and color code them. So I would right click, and then I can choose a color from the palette if I want. If I want to rename that, I can use the key command Command R or Control R if you're on a PC, and I'll call that kick 1. Then I'll go down to the second one, rename that one, call that kick 2, right click, and give that a different color. So another thing that you're likely going to want to do is add some audio effects to process these samples. And the great thing about this is that we can put some samples on the kick track, and we can put different samples on the snare chain or the snare channel strip. So with the kick selected, I'm going to go to my audio effects category, and let's click the EQ tag, and I'm going to grab EQ8, and I'm going to drag and drop that, and I'm going to carefully put that after the virtual instrument and inside the rack. Now if I click the kick 1 channel strip up here, we can see that now I have both the virtual instrument and I have the EQ. And sometimes I find it easier to work with the plugins on the channel strips rather than in the rack. So let's go up here and let's choose dynamics, because I'd probably use a bit of compression. And then if I go to saturation, I can grab either roar or the drum bus plugin, and I can put that over on the end, and I'm running out of room with my mouse. So before I do that, let's minimize those two by double clicking on their headers of those plugins, and now I can easily drag and drop that one. Again, if I go back to the drum rack, I can now see that I've got the kick instrument, I've got these two minimized plugins, and I've got drum bus. But if I go to the snare track, it's just the single plugin. So let's go back to our dynamics, and I'll grab the compressor. You can see that drum bus is right there. And let's grab that, and I'll put that on the end of that chain. So now we can see that when I go to kick, I've got those plugins, and when I go to snare, I've got those plugins. Now, there may be a time when you're going to want to put a plugin in a place that it will process the signals from all of these. So if I go to my dynamics category again, I can grab the limiter plugin, and I can drag and drop that outside the rack. So as all of these different device chains are triggered and we have sound passing through them, they're all running in parallel until they get to the end of the rack, where they're mixed into a stereo signal on the output, and then that stereo signal runs through any plugins that are outside the rack, in this case, the limiter. So if we go over to the second track here on this drum rack, and let me stop that one from playing, you'll see the finished product of what we've been working on. So I've got the same samples on the same pads, but I've got everything renamed and color-coded. Now I've also clicked this I/O button to show you that the MIDI notes, when they come in on the kick, is going to be C1. But remember that the default note in Simpler is always C3. So this little function here allows us to route C1 to that kick pad, but then output C3 so that it triggers this sample at the right pitch without any transposition. Let's check out what the whole thing sounds like. All right, it sounded pretty good. So the final thing that I'm going to want to do here is save this whole thing so that I can use it in a later project. So let me click the Save button. And I've already named one test rack. Let's call this one Test 2. And hit the Return key. And now that's saved for later use. So setting up drum racks takes time and a bit of concentration, but I love the control and flexibility that they offer. Now that you're familiar with the different rack types, let's discuss one of the advanced rack features, zone editors. So I've got the Zone Editors project open, and on this first track, I've got two virtual instruments in this rack. Now the one on top is a pad, and the one on the bottom is really a bass sound. And when I play something, it sounds actually pretty bad. So what I really need to do is I need to define an area on the keyboard where the bass sound is going to work, and then a different area on the keyboard where the pad will work. And that's called a key split. Now, if we look at the main part of this rack here, you'll notice that there are three buttons above the device change that we see here. And one of those buttons says key, and if we open that up, we see one of our zone editors. And this is the key zone editor. So if you look across the top here, it looks like a keyboard, and we can see the MIDI note names for the different octaves of C. So these bar graphs define what area of the keyboard that these two device chains will be active in. So one of the things I could do would just be to pull this one over and say, down there to just below middle C, I'm going to have the pad active. And then if I pull the other one this direction, I can define a different zone. So this one will be active from E and on down. So when I play that same chord voicing, you can hear in this hand just the pad, and then in the other hand, there's my bass part. So if I've got a part that crosses between these two, it would sound like this. And that's kind of a jarring transition going from one sound directly to the other. So what we can do to compensate for that is overlap these two zones. So if I pull this one a little bit this way, and that one a little bit that way, they're overlapping, and in between, I'm going to get both of them. But we have one other feature that I'll point out, and that is there's a second bar graph. So we have the big green one, and then there's a smaller, looks like white one here. And we can use that to crossfade. So I want this one to fade in. So I'll trim this little bar graph on top, and then we see a display down here showing us that it's going to gradually fade in. And then I'll do the reverse with the other one so that the bass sound fades out. So now when I play a little bit lower, we hear this. And we hear that transition between the two, and it's not nearly so jarring. All right, so that's key zones. Let me click hide, and let's go to the next track, which is called velocity zone. So again, I've got two virtual instruments here that are layered on top of each other, and one of them is more of a pad sound, and one of them is more of a pluck sound. So when I play it now, we hear both of them. Now what I'd like to have happen is just have the plucked sound kick in when I get to a higher velocity, or I'm playing my keyboard harder. And we can do that with velocity zones. So if I open this one up, we can see there's a different color bar graph here just to give us a visual indication that we're not in the key zones. And across the top, we don't see notes. Now we see MIDI velocities, which go from 1 to 127. So if I play softly, I'm down here somewhere in the 55 to 65 range or below. And if I play really hard, well, then I'm kicking above 70. So what I'll do is I'll leave the pad sound all the way across, and then I'm going to take the pluck sound and I'm going to move that up to about there. So again, now when I play softer, I just get the pad, and then when I play hard, I get that little bit extra articulation that the plucked sound gives us. Now I could also pull this a little bit lower, and gradually fade this in so we get a little bit when I play. So there's soft. So you can hear it a little bit when I play a little harder. And you can hear it gradually fade in as I get louder. So on instrument racks, we get key velocity and chain zones. Now I'm going to hide this and let's go over to the last example and we'll take a look at chain zones. Now here we're going to do this using an audio effects rack, and I want to point out that the only thing that we have here is chain zones. We don't get velocity zones or key zones on an audio effect rack. So let's open this one up. So here what's going on is I've got 3 different device chains, and I've got a different effect on each one. Here we see a delay. On that one, I'll click and you'll see that I've got a nested rack with multiple choruses in it. And then when we go down to the bottom, I've got a flanger preset there. So what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to switch between the key zones and essentially route the output from this electric piano to go through one of these at a time. And I'm also going to create one additional device chain that doesn't have any effects on it. So let me right click here and I'm going to choose create chain and I'll rename that, and I'm going to call this dry or no FX. And I'm going to drag that up top and I'll make that one first. Now the way that I can switch between these 4 device chains is using this little blue or aqua indicator up here. And you can click that and you can move this across the MIDI scale that we have here, which goes from 1 to 127. So to enable that, I'm going to need to create 4 different chain zones down here. Now the easiest way to do this is to hover your mouse very carefully on one of these device chains and drag this all the way across. Then what I'll do is right click below that and I'll choose distribute ranges equally from the contextual menu. And now we've got these 4 bar graphs. So if I play a chord here, I'm not getting any effects, and you can see that the audio signal is only lighting up the meter on the dry chain. If I move it over here, you can hear the delay over here, the chorus, and hear the flanger. Now, you might also want to be able to crossfade between these different ones. So rather than drag these bar graphs one at a time, here's how we can do several at the same time. So I'm going to select the bottom 3 chains and I'll pull these over. So it's doing all 3 at the same time. Then I'm going to go to the smaller upper bar graph and I'm going to crossfade that in going this direction. Then I'll select the top 3. And now I'm going to crossfade the other ones out. Oh, I'm doing that wrong. Let me undo what I just did. I've got to get my cursor on that smaller graph. Now I have it. Now I'll pull that off, pull that to the left, and you can see that I've crossfaded between them. So if I move my cursor back over, or this little indicator here, we get no effect. In here we get the added delay, a little bit of it. Over here we get both the delay and the chorus. And here we get the delay, we get the chorus and the flanger. Now, you can see that I'm even having trouble dragging this with my mouse here. And so there's an easier way to do this, and this foreshadows something that we'll look at a little bit later. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to MIDI map a knob on my keyboard controller to control that. And the way we do that is to activate the MIDI mapping button up here, select this indicator, and everything that's purple here can be mapped. And so I'll select this, and then I'll turn the knob on my keyboard controller. We can see up here that it has been mapped, and now I'll hit my escape key to get out of there. And now if I dial my knob, you can see that I can easily move between those 4 different chains. So I hope this video has sparked some ideas for how you might use the zone editors. We'll check out another advanced feature, rack macros, in the next video. Racks often incorporate multiple devices with dozens of parameters. Locating these controls can be a pain, so let's take a look at how rack macros can help solve this problem. So I've got a rack macro project open here, if you want to follow along, and I've recreated the layered pad that we used in a previous video here. So I've got this synth pad rack where I've got 2 synths that are panned left and right, and they're on different device chains. Then over on the right, I've got an audio effect rack where we're feeding the output of the first rack and running it through these 2 device chains. Then, so I can save this as one device, I have racked both of these yet into a 3rd rack. So what I want to do now is I want to locate those parameters that I would use most frequently, and I want to map those onto a macro where I can control all these parameters without having to go through all of these devices to find them. So let's start with the audio effect rack, and the macro button is this one just under the audio effect rack's activator button. So I'm going to click that. We can see the macros we have here, and we see the default 8. Now just note, you can have as many as 16, and I can add those by clicking this plus button, or you can reduce this to a smaller number if you're using less than that. You can get all the way down to 1 and then bring this back out to the original 8. So I'm starting here. One of the things I might want to do is map the frequency control from this high pass filter where I can get at it. So I'm going to right click on this parameter and I'm going to choose map to macro 1. So you now see that this is grayed out, and we see that little aqua circle there on the upper left hand corner, and that's indicating that that parameter has been mapped to a macro, and I can no longer change that parameter here. I can only do it over here. Now let's give this a name that I can remember. So I'm going to rename that. And again, that's Command R or Control R on a PC. And let's call this low cut. Then I'm going to go over to the chorus plugin here and the dry wet knob, and let's map this to macro 2. And I'm going to call that one color. Next, I want to have control over the level of these 2. The level on the dry chain is really going to control my overall level, and the level on the reverb will control the amount of my reverb. So let's right click on macro 3, and actually let me do this correctly. Let me right click on the volume here next to reverb, and I'll map that to macro 3, and then on the dry one I'll map that to macro 4, and let's rename those. So we'll call this one reverb, and I'll call this one gain. Okay, next I'm going to go over to the synth pad, and what I want to do here is I want to have control over the filter cutoff frequencies. Now I've got 2 filters on each of the synths that we're using here, and I want to control them all from one knob. So I'm going to open up the macros, and then I'm going to right click on this first frequency. I'm going to say map to macro 1. Now it says filter frequency, but I'm also going to go to the second filter here on this device. I'm going to right click that one, and I'm also going to map it to macro 1. Now that's gone back to being named macro 1 because I have multiple parameters mapped to that one macro. So let's drop down to pad right, and I'll go over here just a little bit, and now I've got 2 more filter cutoff buttons, and I'm going to map those to the same one. So I'm going to go right-click, map to macro 1, right-click, map to macro 1. Now you saw these two parameter values change to match this other stuff. So we're going to solve that one by going into the mappings browser here, and I'm going to click map. And you can see these 4 parameters that I've mapped here. And over on the right, we can set minimum and maximum values for each one. Now, the original setting for the first one was 1.8 kilohertz. So I'm going to push the minimum value on this one up to about 1 kilohertz. And then I'll take the next one up to, or down to, I should say here, to around maybe 2, 2.25. Now the next one was originally set at 2.4. So I'm going to push that up to about 2 kilohertz and then pull down the maximum to around 3. And then the next ones were at about 500 hertz. So I'll set the minimum here at around 300 and the maximum around 650. And the last one was at 238, so we'll set this at about 150 hertz and the top end around 350. So the great thing about this now, when I escape to get out of the mappings browser, is that when I move this single knob, it's going to be easier to see here, you'll see those two parameters change. And similarly, as I go down to this one and turn this one, let me scroll over here, you'll see both of those parameters change. Okay, so now we got the basic setup, but I've got all these parameters assigned to macros that are part of 2 separate racks. So the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reassign this macro to be controlled by its parent macro, which is this one over here where I've got yet another macro knob. So let's right click on this one. I'll assign that to macro 1 and let's rename that. I'm going to call that filter frequency. And then I'm going to go all the way over here on the right and I'll take low cut. I'll map that to macro 2, color to macro 3, reverb to macro 4, and gain to macro 5. Now I can minimize all this stuff. And so I'll minimize that. And now all we have to do is look at this single. I can even get rid of device view here. And now when we come on this track, all I have to do is look at these macros. In fact, I can even reduce that to look like that. So I just see these 5. And now if I want to make changes, I can play something. If I want less reverb, well, here it is dry. If I want a bunch of reverb, if it's too loud, I can pull it down. If I want more chorusing, I can push that up. And if I want less low end or more low end, I can adjust this one. Now, if at a later point I've got something here that I don't need, well, I can go back into my mappings browser, and to get rid of one of these assignments, all I have to do is click it and hit my delete key, and it's gone. So if you have a rack with several devices on it, assign the most often used parameters to the rack's macros. Then those parameters will be easy to access when you want to make changes. Many projects tend to end up with a lot of tracks, which can be difficult to manage. Let's look at how we can organize and make our projects easier to navigate. So I've got the mixing setup project open, and let's start by closing areas of the window that we don't need all the time when we're mixing. For me, that's going to be the browser. And anything down here at the bottom like clip view or device view. Now, if you're working in session view, we can do the same thing. And additionally, because we have the ability to have the mixer in arrangement view now, I don't want to duplicate the controls that we have on the mixer over here on the track headers. Now we can get rid of these extra controls on the track header by going to the View menu and down to Arrangement Track Controls. And in this case, I'm going to get rid of the volume option. And so now we just have the track header there. Now, if you want to change what you're looking at in the mixer, remember that you can click this little pop-up down in the lower right-hand corner and you can make changes here. All right. Next, I'll just point out that all of my like tracks are kind of in the same area of the mix and they're color-coded. So if you need to change your track order, remember that you can just click a track header and drag it and put it in a different order. You can also do that by holding down your Command or Control key and then pressing the right or left arrow to move that track around. Now, if I need to color code something, well, I'll just right-click on a track header or on a clip and choose a color from the color palette. You can do that to multiple tracks at the same time by selecting them, or if you want to change the color of all the clips on a track, I'll select Arrange by clicking the first one to select it and then shift-clicking the last one. And now, again, I can right-click and I can choose a color from the color palette and change all of them simultaneously. Now, you'll notice that I've got my track headers for like tracks colored the same, but I've got the clips on those tracks colored differently. And that's because you can easily get confused when you're working with a clip thinking that it's on one track when it's on another, when they're all colored the same. But I do like to see the nameplates colored similarly so I can easily spot like tracks. So another thing that I might need to be able to do is change the track width so that I can see all of my tracks. Now remember, with audio and MIDI tracks, all you need to do is move your cursor to the right edge of one of the tracks and click and drag. I can also do that by holding down the Option key or Alt key if you're on a PC and clicking and dragging, and it does it to all the tracks at the same time. Now another way that you can do that is to shift-click a selection of tracks or a range of tracks, and now when I go down in the mixer, anything I do to one track is going to happen to all of them. So if I grab a fader and move it, it's happening to all of them. If I click a track activator button, they're all going to do the same thing, and the same thing with the solo buttons. Now, there is a preference or setting that you should know about. So let's go into settings. Again, that's Command comma on a Mac or Control comma on a PC. And on the Record Warp Launch tab, this exclusive option has two buttons. The ARM one is for Record Enable buttons, and the Solo one is for solo buttons. If these are enabled, you can only solo one track at a time or record enable one track at a time. So now, if I click a solo button, it's only that track, and if I click the one next to it, it's going to cancel out the previous track. Now you can override that by selecting multiple track names or by holding down your Command or Control key and clicking another track. Now if I click one other, you'll notice it cancels those. I prefer to work with the solo exclusive off, so let's change that. Now down in the mixer area, there's one other thing that I want to point out that's important, and that is we have two options for our pan knobs. By default, we have what's referred to as a balance panner, and that means that as you drag a pan knob to the left, it's increasing the level on that track on the left side versus the right side, which is decreasing. Now if I right-click on that pan knob, I can choose Split Stereo Pan Mode, and that gives me a different pan setting for the left side versus the right side. And with this, you can get much more precise in your positioning of tracks in your stereo image. Now, the next thing that I would do after I get all my like tracks in the same area and all this color coding done would be to likely group some of these tracks together. So let me do that to the keyboard related tracks. So to group the tracks, you can right click and you can choose group from the contextual menu, or you can use the key command, Command G on a Mac or Control G on a PC. Now, once I've grouped them, you can see that we've got this additional track, and we can see the header of that track extends over the member tracks within that group. Now let's rename that. Let's call this one keys. Now, once I've renamed the track, if we go down and we look at the track outputs, notice that they're all routed to keys. So all of the outputs of these tracks are routed to this track, and then the output of that group track goes to the main track. Now, if you don't like that, but you like the ability to fold these tracks down as an organizational tool, well, you can just change the outputs on one or all of these tracks back to main. And now this is acting just as what we would refer to as a folder track if you're working in Pro Tools or Logic or one of the other programs that has similar functions. Let me put that back to the main track. Now, if I've got a track in here that I've decided that I don't want within the group, well, I can just grab that track and drag it outside the group. Now you can see that that little extension of the header does not go over the organ track, and if I look at the track output, it's automatically been rerouted back to the main track. If I take that track and drag it back into the group, then if I want, I can reorder that. Actually, let's pull the Rhodes track over. Now you'll notice if I look at that track output, it's been rerouted again back to the keys output. Okay, let's grab some other tracks, and I'll quickly group those. We'll call this one synths. And then I'll group my basses as well. Actually, let me do that right. So on our group tracks, you'll notice we have this little button that indicates that we can unfold that. And if we look over at the drums track, you'll notice that we have a triangle here. So these are grouped. The drum track itself is a drum rack. And we have this disclosure triangle that we can open up to show the channel strips that are the outputs for the individual pads that have samples on that drum rack. Now, if I want, I can nest this drum rack inside of a group by just selecting the drums and then extending my selection to include those two percussion tracks and then grouping them and then giving that a name as well. This I'll call drums and percussion. Now, at a later point, if you decide that you want to ungroup something, well, all we need to do is right-click on it and choose Ungroup Tracks from the contextual menu. Now, let me point out one other difference between the drum rack track and the grouped tracks that we see over here. So notice on the group track, there are actual clips on the drum track. If I open that up, we just see these empty channel strips. If I go over to one of these groups and open that up, notice that the groups are on the member tracks, and on the actual group track, all we have is an indication that there are clips on a particular clip slot within the group. Now, while I'm there, I'll also point out that if you want to launch a number of clips within that group when you're working in session view, well, we've got a play button on the group. And I can stop those from playing by clicking on a stop button somewhere on the group track. Now, one last thing that I want to point out that is important about group tracks is that we can place effects on the group track. Now, those effects will affect the processing of all of the other member tracks, but sometimes we want to do that to help those tracks, that group of tracks, fit in the mix. So if I go back to my browser now, I'll go into my audio effects and let's grab EQ8 and I can drop that on the keys track. And now if I want, I can do something like go into mid-side mode, which is going to give me a different EQ curve for the material that's in the center of the stereo image and a second EQ curve for the sides of the stereo image. And what I'll often do here on the middle, on a group track like the keys, is pull a little bit out of the middle to get out of the way of a vocal or instrumental melody, and then perhaps put a high-pass filter on the low end so that I can remove a little bit of stuff down here that might be in the way of the kick drum or the bass. So as you prepare to mix your projects, try grouping similar tracks. We'll continue this discussion in the next video where we'll look at mixer sends and returns. Sends and return tracks are extremely useful for routing and processing audio. Let's look at how they work and how we can best use them. I've got the sends and returns project open, and currently in this project, you'll notice that we don't have any return tracks. So let's add one. So I'm going to go up to the Create menu and I'm going to choose Insert Return Track. Now, when I click on that, I want you to notice that we also got a send knob down here on all of our tracks. So this send is connected to this first return track by a virtual wire that's referred to as a bus. And if we want to process some of the audio from one of these tracks, well, all we have to do is turn up the send, and that will copy some of that signal onto the wire and take it over to the return track where we can process it through some kind of a plugin. Now, typically, we put things like reverbs and delays on return tracks, and we put things like EQs and compressors directly on the track that they affect. Now, why do we do that? Well, with things like reverb and delay, we're enhancing the sound of a track, whereas with an EQ or a compressor, we're directly trying to process the signal and change it somehow. Also, EQs and compressors are in general not that intensive on your CPU usage, whereas some reverbs, not so much delays, but some reverbs can be very, very CPU intensive. And by putting the reverb on a return track, well, we can share that between multiple tracks. So let's create one more return track, and this time I'm just going to right-click out in this empty area and choose Insert Return Track from the contextual menu. Then let's go into our audio effects category, and I'm going to open up the filter here, and I'm going to click on reverb to narrow my results to just these reverbs, and I'm going to grab just a basic default reverb preset, and I'm going to drag and drop that on both tracks. Now, one of these I'm going to set to be a longer reverb and the other one shorter, so let's rename the tracks. So we'll make this one short reverb, and the next one I'll rename long. And correspondingly, I'll go to the two plugins. 1.2 seconds is good for a short decay amount, but I'm going to push the dry wet to 100%. Now I'm doing that because the dry sound that we're going to be using is going to come directly from the original tracks. And the process sound of this reverb is only going to come from the reverb track. Let's do the same thing on the long reverb track, 100% wet. And let's make the decay time here a little over 2.5 seconds. Now I'm going to open up the synths group here that we did in the last video. And now I've got these two send knobs. A is going to the short reverb and B is going to the long reverb. And let's add some to these synth pad tracks. So let me get both of these playing. Okay, it took a second, but now you can hear the ambience that that reverb is adding. Now let's go over to the marimba or mallet track here, and I'm going to use the ascend to set a reverb amount for that. Okay, I don't need to send quite as much because I have a track that has these short transients on it compared to the sustain values that we had on the synth pad track. Now, I want to do one more thing here, and that is I want to add some delay to the marimba track. So let's create yet one more return track. So I'm going to right click, and let's go Insert Return Track. This one I'm going to name, well, let me just pull a delay first. So let's select delay in the filters here, and I'm just going to grab delay, drop it on that track. And I did that because I knew that it would be automatically renamed by the plugin. Now here, I'm going to leave the delay in sync mode so that it's synced to the host tempo, but I am going to unlink left from right so that I can set a different delay time. Remember, this total delay length is set in a number of 16th notes, so the left side is set at 2/16 or an eighth, and the right side is set at a dotted eighth. Let's push the dry wet up to 100%, and let's trigger that marimba track again. Okay, so now we can hear the delay that we're adding to this, and I'm just going to point out that the amount of delay that we're getting can be impacted by how much we send. If I want to hear fewer repeats, well, I can pull the send level down, or I can pull the feedback switch down. Check it out. And I think that will sound good in the mix. Now, you'll notice that we've also got sends on the group tracks. And typically, I will not use these controls to send signal over to return tracks to be processed. And that is because it would add exactly the same amount of reverb or delay to every one of the tracks within our group. And usually, I'm going to want to have a different amount of reverb or delay on these member tracks. So you can experiment with that, but I'm going to suggest that you use the send knobs on the individual tracks and not on the group tracks for the most part. So now that we're familiar with sends and returns, you can use them to add reverb, delay, and other effects to your projects. In the previous video, we discussed how to use sends and returns. This technique is more complicated with drum racks, so let's take a closer look. So I've got the drum rack returns project open, and I've also opened up this drum rack track so that we can see the channel strips that are within that rack. Now you'll notice on these individual channel strips, if we look down here, there are no send knobs on those tracks. We can see them over here on the individual audio and MIDI tracks, and we can also see them on the drum rack track itself, but we do not have independent control for the various channel strips within the drum rack. Now this is a problem because if I use one of these send knobs to copy signal over to one of the return tracks within the live set, every one of the drum instruments is going to get the same amount of reverb. And you typically don't use any or much reverb on the low frequency instruments like your kick drums. So let's take a look down here at the drum rack itself in device view. Now you'll notice on the lower left hand corner there's three buttons that we haven't talked about. That's the I/O or input and output button, a send button, and a return button. Now as I clicked those, we saw some things start to appear here that weren't there before. And particularly, we have this divided area down here that says drop audio effects there. Now, if you right click in that area, you get this option for create return chain. And if I click that, I want you to notice that we get these sends that appear on the channel strips. We get a send column here, and this audio 2 column over here lights up and is active. So now we have a choice of routing the output of our channel strips and our return chain. Now we're going to leave the channel strips routed to the drum rack, and we can either have this new return chain output routed to the same place, or we can route it to one of the return tracks over here in the session. So let's do that first. So all I would need to do would be to click this pop-up menu here and send it over to this return track that I'm calling drum verb. Now I can either raise the send levels where I want to in this column here, or I can do the same thing up here on these channel strips. For example, I want to add some reverb to the snare. I'll pull these two up. Hi-hats are going to need some as well. So let's bring that up, as well as this final claps track. So now when I hit play on one of these clips, we should see signal in this return track, and we should hear reverb on these drums. Okay, so I want to check one thing. I wasn't hearing a lot of reverb there, and I want to just double check on this drum reverb that it was set 100% wet. So that looks fine. So I must just need to raise my send levels just a little bit more. Okay, there we hear it. Now, if I want to have more reverb on my snare tracks, well, I need to raise these more than I'm raising the other ones. Now, once I get the balance that I want with the reverb, I can control the total amount of reverb with the fader on the drum reverb track. Now, if I choose to not do it this way, I'll put this back to the rack output. Now what I need to do is grab a reverb from the audio effects area and drop it on this return chain here or in the drop audio effects area that we see on the right here. So let's do that. We'll go to audio effects. Let's click the reverb tag here in the filters area, and I'll grab this reverb and drop it right there. I'll set it 100% wet, and let's hit play again, and we should hear a bunch of reverb. And so we're set up and ready to go. Now, the question is, which way is better? Do I put the reverb within the drum rack, or do I put it on a return track in the session? And it's really a matter of how you like to work. And for me, I often like to route it here to the drum reverb track. It's easier for me to keep track of what I'm doing with reverb in the session if all the reverbs are on these return tracks. But if I want to save this reverb within the drum rack as a single preset that I can take into other projects, well, then you want to use this return track to route within the rack itself, because now when I click this Save Preset button, it will save this to the user library with any effects that we have in this drum rack. Now, you might ask, well, what other effects might you do using return tracks like this? Well, a good example is to add some parallel compression or parallel saturation. So if I right-click down here again, I can add a second return chain. Notice that I now have two return chains within the rack, and I've got two return tracks here, or two return channel strips. So this time, let's go to saturation, and I'm going to go down in roar here, and I'm looking for a preset that I've been using. Let's make this a little bit larger so I can see that a little bit better. I like this drum kit enhancer. So I'm going to grab that, drop this on this other return track, and now I've got another send that I need to set levels on. This one I'm going to use mostly on the kick and snares. This will just add a little bit more snap to these. So I'll quickly set those. And I'm going to disable this and I'll play it. And then while I'm playing it, I'll re-enable it so that you can hear what it's doing. So you can hear that there's just a little bit more warmth and color, maybe just a little bit more level as well, and a little bit more snap than what we had previously. So if there's one Ableton feature that confuses new users, it's this one. But if you like using drum racks, it allows you to set the independent set levels necessary for a drum reverb mix. Key mapping can be used to create custom keyboard shortcuts, control Ableton Live parameters, and reduce the amount that you have to use your computer mouse. Let's take a closer look. So I've got the key mapping project open, and key mapping is a relatively simple process. So let's go into key mapping by clicking on the key button here in the upper right-hand corner of the control bar. And anything that can be assigned to be controlled by a key on our computer keyboard turns orange. And all we have to do is select that particular parameter and then press a key on our computer keyboard to assign it. So for example, I like to assign a button to the Stop All Clips button. So I'm going to select that and I'm going to press C. Now we see that assignment pop up over here in the key mappings browser. Let's also select these two punch switches. So I'm going to select the first one and press P, and then the second one and press P, because I can assign the same key to control multiple parameters. And now I'm going to escape to get out of key mapping. And notice that when I press the P key, we see the punch switches activate. And when I press the C button, we should see all of these stop clip buttons flash and the back to arrange button light up. So that's working. Now, we can go into key map mode by key command, and that would be Command K on a Mac or Control K on a PC. So let's do a couple of other things. First of all, I've never really liked the Ableton default key assignment to control the arrange record button, which is F9. So I'm going to select that and I'm just going to assign that to R. Now let's escape out of here because I want to show you how we can assign something to one of the devices in device view. So I'm going to click a clip there and then I'll press Shift Tab to switch to device view. And now what we can do is we can assign a key to enable or disable one of these activator buttons. And that's something that I'll frequently do where I need to automate something to come on and off during the playback of a project. So let's go back into key mapping. I'll click the on-off button here on Shaper, for example, and I'm going to press the S key to assign that. So again, I'll go out of key mapping and let's check out Shaper down here. When I press C, that enables and disables. Now, a couple things that you're going to want to know about. First of all, if you've got the MIDI keyboard enabled, any of the keyboard shortcuts that you have just created that use keys that are involved with that will not work. So for example, the R that I assign is assigned to one of the sharps on the computer MIDI keyboard. So that's not going to work until I disable that. So just beware that sometimes you're trying to use a shortcut that you've created and it doesn't seem to be working. Well, the first place you need to check out is this MIDI keyboard enable button. Now, if we go back into key mapping, if there are any mappings that you don't want to use anymore, well, you can just select them and hit your delete key and they're gone. So you might open up a default set, and if there's anything on the interface that doesn't have a keyboard shortcut assigned to it and you want one, well then go into key mapping, assign a shortcut, and then you can go back up to File and click Save as Template and save that as a template that you can start with, or you can even set it as your default set. And that will mean that when you open up a default set, all of these extra keyboard shortcuts will be there and available to use. Now, over in Arrange view, one thing that I'll commonly do is assign key mapping to keys on my computer keyboard for my locators. So let's go back into key mapping. I'm going to click Intro, and I'll press the number 1, and then number 2 for the verse, and 3 for the pre-chorus, and 4 for the chorus, and I'll hit Escape. And now, if my cursor's here and I press 1, notice that it jumps to the intro for playback, and 2 will take me to the verse, and 3 will take me to the pre-chorus, and 4 will take me to the chorus. So it's really, really handy. Now, another way that I will use key mapping is for launching scenes. So I want to point out that if you go into key mapping, click that one, you'll notice that there are some hidden controls there. Now, if I hit Escape, notice that you can't see those controls. So in key mapping, you can assign something to launch scenes by enabling this button with a keyboard command. Now, what this one does is it launches the currently selected scene and drops the selection down to the next scene and waits for you to launch that one. So if you've arranged everything in the order that you want to launch things, then all you need is one key on your computer keyboard, or if you're using a MIDI keyboard or a MIDI foot pedal, you just need one button on those devices to be able to launch all your scenes in live performance. So I'm going to select this button and I'm going to assign it to L for launch. Then I'm going to hit Escape to get out of there. Let's click the Stop All Clips button so that playback will originate from session view. And I'm going to select the intro scene. I'm going to double check my global quantization amount, which is set at 1 bar. So as I'm launching scenes, I know that when I reach the bar before I want the next scene to launch, I need to launch it so that it will launch at the beginning of the next measure. So now I'll just press L for launch. So we've triggered the first scene. Here's bar 3, bar 4, and launch. Okay, so you get the idea with that one. Now, one last point that I would like to make is that key mapping is a really great way to control those switches on the interface or on a plugin that are on, off, or left, right. They only have 2 states, one or the other. Not so great for controlling knobs or parameters that are continuous. That's much better from a knob on your MIDI keyboard or on some kind of MIDI controller. So if you're looking to create custom keyboard shortcuts or control device parameters, try using Ableton's key map mode. And check out the next video where we'll discuss MIDI mapping. In the previous video, we saw how you could use your computer keyboard as a MIDI controller using key mapping. Let's take a look at how MIDI mapping can be used to control Ableton via a MIDI controller. So I've got the MIDI mapping project open, and like key mapping, MIDI mapping is a relatively simple process. But there is one thing I want to remind you of, and that is there is a setting in our global settings that can affect this. So let's go into settings, and again, that's Command comma on a Mac or Control comma on a PC. And on the Link Tempo MIDI tab here, I'll just point out that in the remote column, if this checkbox is not enabled, you can assign a knob on your keyboard, but it will not work. So just remember to come in here and enable these for any MIDI controller devices that you want to be able to control Ableton via MIDI mapping. Okay, so now to MIDI map something, again, is a really easy process. All we have to do is enable MIDI mapping by clicking the button up here in the control bar, and then anything that turns purple is mappable. So for example, if I wanted to map the cutoff frequency here to a knob on my controller, all I have to do is select that parameter. And by the way, when you do that, you'll see there's little kind of corners on the parameter to let you know that that's the one that has been selected. And then next, all I have to do is turn a knob on my controller, and it's found it and it's assigned it. Now we can look up here and we can see that it is assigned continuous controller number 21 to the filter frequency on buzz bass. Now if I hit escape and come back out here into Ableton, you can see that when I turn the knob that it's controlling the parameter. Now let's go back into MIDI mapping, and this time we'll use the key command, Command M. That would be Control M on a PC. And let's also map the same knob to the resonance on this filter. So I'll click Select Resonance. I'm going to turn the same knob. We can see that it has assigned it to both of those. But this time, I'm going to make sure that I can set just the exact amount of change that I want to make with this knob by using the min and max values. So I'm going to put this around about 200 hertz. Now let's put it about 250. And then we'll top out here around 2K. And then for the filter resonance, I want to start at 0, and then let's go up to maybe 25%. Now I'll hit escape. And now when I turn that knob all the way down, you can see that we're at that minimum I set for frequency, and resonance is all the way off. And if I turn the knob all the way up, we're right about 2K and right about 25%. Now, one other feature that's pretty awesome here is that if I go back into MIDI mapping, and again, I'm going to use the key command, Command M or Control M. If I right-click on one of these assignments, I can choose Invert Range from the contextual menu. Now, you'll notice that it's reversed my settings there. So when I have the knob down at the minimum, the filter should be on 26%, and when I turn it all the way up, I should be at 0. So I'll hit escape. Let's check it out. So 273 and 26%, then we'll be at 2K and 0% resonance. Okay, let's go back in one more time. And I'll just point out that if you want to delete a MIDI mapping, just select it here in the list and hit your delete key, and that's gone. All right, let's go over to the next track where I've loaded a third-party virtual instrument. So I'm going to open up Serum by clicking on the little wrench icon here, which is the Show Hide button for the third-party interface. And I'm also going to click this little triangle here on the Ableton Universal third-party interface so I can get at this Configure button. And now, while we're here in this Configure mode, I can assign parameters down here onto the Universal interface, and from there, I can assign them to a MIDI controller. So for example, if I wanted to be able to change the wavetable position, all I need to do is select it. Now it shows up down here. Now I've also got a macro set up in Serum here that will control the cutoff frequency and the filter, and I can control that from my MIDI controller by just adding the macro onto the third-party interface here, and then when I go out of Configure mode, they're here. So if I go into MIDI mapping, these are purple, and I can assign them. So for example, I'll grab this one, assign it to this knob. We can see it's assigned. And I'll grab that one, and that's assigned. And I'll hit my escape key, and you can see that I'm controlling the wavetable position on that oscillator. And if I grab the other knob, I won't see anything here until I actually play something. So I'll play a couple notes. And you can see now I had control over the filter cutoff frequency and the resonance through mapping them to this macro and then mapping the macro onto the third-party interface and then using MIDI mapping to then gain control over that macro knob. So I've used several DAWs, and Ableton MIDI mapping is the most consistent and easiest to use. One Ableton feature that many users overlook is instant mapping. That's where Ableton integrated hardware from third-party manufacturers will auto-map controller knobs to Ableton device parameters. So I've got the Instant Mapping project open, and it's likely that you're going to know whether your device is native or Ableton integrated just from the advertising. But if you're not sure, you can find out a couple of different ways. One way is to go into settings. So let's press Command comma if you're on a Mac or Control comma if you're on a PC. And let's go to the Link Tempo MIDI tab. And I'll just remind you that if your device is a native controller, you'll be able to find it in the pop-up list here. Now, you'll probably already see it here, but you can always come in here and check. And you can see there's a lot of these devices that are available. Now, you're going to want to make sure that you take a look in the user guide for your particular device, because there'll be instructions on how to set it up. And notice in this case, we have these input and output settings, and you need to make sure that you're choosing the right ones. Finally, as I've mentioned in several videos in this course, if you want to use your controller to control Ableton Live parameters, you've got to make sure that this remote checkbox is enabled for your device. Okay, let's escape out of there. And then let's go up to the View menu and open up Help View. Now this is just a bit complicated, but I'll take you through it. So if you click on MIDI controllers here, and then under this MIDI control surfaces bullet, you click the link for here, then it says go to the next page. There's a link here for control surface reference. And if you click on that, again, this lists all these devices that are available. And furthermore, it has a little lesson on how to set it up to work with Live. So in my case, I'm using a Novation Launch Key. And when I open that up, it kind of takes you through the process of how you can best use your controller with Ableton. All right, let's close Help View. So I've got an Ableton native device. And when I select a device down here in Device View, you'll notice that this little hand appears on the device. If I go over to Operator, the hand moves there. So this just shows you which device currently is being instant mapped. So if I go back to this macro and I go to the first knob on my controller, well, it's automatically controlling it, and the second one does the next macro knob. If I click on Operator and the hand moves over there, when I dial 1, oh, look, it's moving that attack. 2 is the decay. 3 is moving the sustain option. Now, not only does Instant Mapping map the 8 knobs to parameters here, but it does several pages of that. So you'll want to look on your device and figure out how to do that. Now on mine, I'll hold down this button and hit another button. And now, if I go to the second oscillator, my first knob is controlling the attack, and the second one the decay, and the third one the sustain for that oscillator. Now if I go over to Bass Fattener, this is Roar, the new saturation plugin, and I click the title bar for that one, and the hand appears there, well, now my first knob is moving drive. Now I can even switch to another track, and if I click the wavetable synth here and move my knob, well, now it's turning the fine tuning. 2 is the fine tuning, 1 is semitones, and 3 is moving the wavetable position. So you may find that you need to lock the instant mapping to a particular device. You don't want it switching. So just select the title bar for that device and right-click and choose your device from the list. So now when I go to my first knob, still turns that, but when I go over to Operator and turn it, well, it shouldn't be moving that. Let's go back over and do this again. Okay, 1 turns that. Now when I come over here, it's not doing that. So I needed to make sure I chose the right option there under these options that are here. Now, if you want to disable these later on, well, you just come back in and click them again to disable them. So hopefully you have a controller that will allow you to take advantage of Live's instant mapping. If not, it's definitely something to consider when making a future purchase. Automation is a tool for creating real-time device and mixer parameter changes. Now I've got the track automation project open, and there's a couple of different ways that we can add automation in Ableton Live. First of all, you can draw it in with your mouse or the pencil tool. We refer to that as graphic automation. Or you can record it in real time, and we refer to that as real-time automation. Also, automation can be clip-based in either the session view window or the arrangement view window, or it can be track-based, and that's only an arrangement view. So let's start with track-based graphic automation in the arrangement view window. Now, we can see automation if we activate automation mode, and we can do that by enabling this button just above your top track header on the upper right-hand corner. Or you can simply press your A key, and you'll notice that that toggles the automation view open and closed. Now, once you've got it open, you can choose the parameter that you want to automate by using these two pop-up menus. And here, if I click on this, you'll notice that we've got the analog virtual instrument on the track. I've got then 3 different audio plugins, and I've got the mixer itself. And in the mixer, I can automate the parameters that we see down here, like the track fader or the pan knob or the send knobs. Now, we could go through this second pop-up menu to choose the device, but with some things, like, for example, if I was on the virtual instrument, if I click this, there's like 100 parameters. So I'll typically never do it that way, and instead, I'll just click the parameter that I want to automate. In this case, if I click the fader on the track, it'll immediately go to track volume. So I can add automation with my mouse by clicking to add breakpoints. So if I click this and add one there, I'll just point out that if I want to get rid of that, I can also just click that again and it's gone. Now, once you add a breakpoint, you can change the value by dragging the breakpoint right, left, or up, down. But if you do that with a single breakpoint, notice that it's changing the value for the entire track, and you typically don't want to work that way. Instead, what you want to do is add a breakpoint where you're going to start working, add a breakpoint where you're going to stop, and then add a breakpoint in between, and then click and drag. And now I've added a volume ramp or a crescendo. Also, if I want to curve that automation line, all I need to do is hold down my Option or Alt key, hover my mouse over the automation line, and then just click and drag up or down to curve that line. Now, another way that we can add automation is by making a selection and then hovering your mouse near the automation line, and when you see it change color, click and then start dragging. And notice that it's adding the breakpoints for us on either side of the selection. Now, as I'm doing this, notice that it's moving by a dB or 2 at a time. If you want to do this by fine value or finer resolution, hold down your Shift key as you're dragging, and it'll move by 1/10 of a dB in this case. Now, let me point out that once you've added automation to a parameter, if you look over on the pop-up menus, you'll see a little red dot. And if you look down at the parameter on the device, in this case on the mixer, you'll see that same red dot. That's an indication that there is automation present on that track. Now, if I grab this fader and move it to maybe add just a little more volume, you'll notice that it disables the automation on that track. So if I want to make a change, I've got to make a change to the automation. Now I can bring the automation back by clicking this back to automation arrow up here in the control bar. Now, with volume itself, I don't actually use the track volume fader to add automation. And the reason is because I can't change that value later on if I need to add just a little volume or a little less volume. So instead, let's select this automation and let's get rid of it. So I'll just select it and hit delete. Notice it deleted the automation, but not the clip. And now let's go down to device view, and I'm going to do that by just double clicking on the track header. And let's minimize some of these plugins. And now I'm just going to grab the utility plugin from the audio effects category. I've got the utility tag selected, and I'll grab utility and I'm going to drag that on the end of the device chain. And now I'll just click the gain knob, and now I can go back and I can click and I can add those same automation real quickly. But if I need to make a change to the overall volume on the track, I can move this fader freely. And if I go back to the gain knob, that same automation is there and it's active. So in essence, this automation I'm doing is just modulating wherever this fader is set, and I can make changes freely without having to update the automation. Okay, next, let's take a look at how we can add automation with the pencil tool. So remember that we can activate the pencil tool by pressing the B key, and that toggles it on and off up here in the control bar, or you can just hold down the B key to temporarily activate the automation. Now let me click the automation parameter that I want to automate so that it immediately jumps to that type of automation. So I see mixer track volume, and now I'll hold down B and I'll click and drag, and notice that it's snapped to grid. If that's what you wanted, that's great. But if it isn't, we need to override the grid. And I can either do that by right-clicking and turning the grid off, or as I'm holding down the B key, on a Mac you can add the Command key, or if you're on a PC, add the Alt key. And now when I click and drag here, I can do a freehand draw, and it's not snapping to grid. Now, some parameters only have an off or on setting. So if I wanted to add some mute automation over here, let me click the track activator button. And now I can add a selection, move my cursor inside that selection. And if I wanted to mute that during that period, well, I can click and drag. And I can only go either on or off with that. Now, we can also add automation by inserting a shape. And let's do that on the pedal motion track. And on that one, I'm going to click the pan knob. And I want to start the pan all the way on the right. So I'll do that so that the automation line moves all the way to the top. And now let's select a couple of measures. I'm going to right click and I'm going to choose this shape right here. And that will take my pan all the way from the right all the way to the left. And if I grab another couple measures and right click, I can choose the opposite. And now I've created an auto pan motion going from right to left, back to right. Let's check it out. All right, you get the idea. Now, finally, let's look down here on the main track. And we have some other mixer options here that we wouldn't have on our other tracks. And that includes one that I really want to show you, which is song tempo. Now, when you bring up song tempo, notice that we get these minimum and maximum values, because you're probably not going to want to go from 0 BPM to 200 BPM with some kind of tempo change. So you can actually kind of refine and set your min and max tempos that you might want to use if you're adding tempo changes. So we're at 68 here. Let's say I wanted to do a slowdown or a retard. Well, maybe I might want to go as slow as 55. And if I was going to speed things up, maybe I want to go as much as 80. So I'll just click in those fields and type. And now if I click and add a tempo change, I can only go as slow as 55, and I can only go as fast as 80. All right, so now that you know how to add graphic automation, check out the next video where we'll discuss how to edit automation. Now that we know how to add graphic automation, let's look at how you can edit automation. So I've got the editing automation project open. And if you need to delete an automation breakpoint, just hover your mouse over it and click it to get rid of it. If you need to delete a range of automation, make a selection and hit your delete or backspace key to get rid of it. Now, if you need to move an automation breakpoint, just click on it and you can drag right or left or up and down. Now, notice that as I grab one of these over here and drag it right and left, it's going to wipe out the automation as you hit other automation breakpoints. But if I drag back, they all come back. Now, another thing that you might consider is that when moving a breakpoint, you might want to lock it so that it can only move horizontally or only move vertically. So for example, on this one, I'll hold my shift key down and I'm going to drag to the right, and I can't. I'm trying to move it up or down, but I can only move it right or left. Similarly, if I hold down shift and drag this up or down, I can't move it left or right. Also, I'll point out that it's moving by fine increment. Now, another way that you can move automation is to make a selection and then hover your mouse near the automation line and drag right or left with it. Now you'll notice here that it's snapping to grid. So I'll undo that and let's disable the grid temporarily using the key command, Command 4 or Control 4 if you're on a PC. And now when I move my cursor near that automation line and I see the color change, I can click and drag and now it's moving smoothly. So I find moving automation by dragging with the mouse to be kind of, well, it's annoying. It's hard to do with any accuracy. So instead, I'm going to make a selection here, and let me reactivate the grid for this. Now I can nudge the automation using my right and left arrow keys. Now with the grid on, notice that it's snapping to grid. Again, if I disable the grid and do the same thing, it's going to move by a much, much finer increment, and that is determined by your zoom level. If you're way zoomed in, it's going to nudge smaller values. If you're zoomed out, it's going to nudge larger values. But it's not going to snap to grid, which in this case is a half note. Okay, so another way you might need to edit the automation is to increase the level or decrease the level of a selection. And we call that trimming the automation. So if I've got a selection made and I hover my mouse near the selection, well, I can click and drag up to increase the overall level. Notice that as I get to the top, the automation will flatten out. But if I bring it back down, the automation reemerges. And the same thing happens if you go all the way down and bring it back. Now, something that's a little bit like trimming automation happens when you make a selection of automation and you move your cursor inside the selection. You'll notice that we get these handles that appear on the outside corners and at the middle. So if I move my cursor to one of these middle handles, like this one on the bottom, and click and drag up, it's going to compress the automation upwards. If I grab the one at the top and pull down, it's going to compress it the other direction. And if I hold down my Option or Alt key and click and drag one of these two controls, it's going to do it from both sides simultaneously. Similarly, if I go over to the corner here in the right upper corner and click and drag down, it's compressing gradually from the left to the right. And similarly, if I do it from the bottom and compress it upwards gradually from the left and right. And if I hold down my Option key and hover over either one of those handles, it'll do both at the same time, and it would do the reverse over here on the left. Now, let's look at the pan automation that I have on this track. So in this case, I'll make a selection, and this time I'm going to use this handle on the right middle and I can compress this or expand it depending on what my needs are. Now in this case, I had that automation going across 4 measures, and I now think that that panning from right to left and back to right is too slow. So if I click and drag this from the right edge, I can pull that over and I can make that so that the automation is only happening every 2 bars. And now I can easily copy and paste this across the rest of the clip. And a couple of ways that I can do that would be the conventional Command-C, Command-V, or Control-C, Control-V if you're on a PC, right, like that. Or I can select this and just duplicate it very quickly. Now, another thing to take into consideration when you're trying to copy and paste automation is there's only one type of automation on that track. Because if we take a look at the SynthPad 2 track and I click on the device, I can see that both the utility and the mixer have automation on it. And if I copy the automation that's visible right now and paste it somewhere else, it's only going to paste that automation and not the other automation. So what I want to do then is take this automation and move it into another lane. And if I put this one on the mixer automation, well, now I can see both of those, and I can move that into its own lane. And now if I select across that first clip and copy both of those, well, then when I come over here and paste it, it pastes both types of automation. Now, if you need to close your extra lanes here, all you have to do is click these little minus buttons now, and that will go away. So if I want to copy and paste the automation that we see here, Command-C and Command-V, I can move it over here and paste it on these other 2 clips. But we really can't tell whether or not we just copied the automation or we copied both the automation and the clip. So if I make a selection over here again and copy that and move my cursor out here in this empty spot and paste, I can see that all I'm pasting is the automation. If I need to paste the automation and the clip, I'm going to disable that button, then I'll talk about it here in just a second. If I want to copy the clip and the automation, well, I'll select the clips from their title bars, copy that, move my cursor, and paste. Now, this button that I just clicked here is the Lock Envelopes button. And when that's clicked, the automation won't move. So if I select this clip here and copy it and paste it, I can paste that without the automation. And then when you're done with that, you're probably going to want to disable that button. Now, to finish, I just want to remind you that if you change the value on a parameter that has automation on it, like if I grab this pan knob on the octave synth track and I move that, the automation is grayed out. And at this point, I can't edit that automation. All I can do is audition other settings for this parameter. Now, if I want to edit that automation, I've got to reactivate or re-enable the automation by clicking this arrow button. And it's back. And now I can make changes. So as you can see, there are a lot of ways to edit and fine-tune automation in Ableton Live. Adding and editing clip automation is similar to that of track-based automation, but there are some very interesting differences. So I've got the Clip Envelopes project open, and let's start with just a bit of background. Remember that session view automation is not track-based, but it's actually part of the clip. And Ableton uses the term clip envelopes to distinguish that from track-based automation that we see in arrangement view. Now, I'll admit it's very difficult or hard not to use these terms interchangeably, and it can get confusing. So if you want to view a clip envelope, we need to select a clip so that we can see it down here in clip view. And then note that there are 3 tabs across the top of this MIDI editor area. And those are for notes or MIDI polyphonic expression with MPE or envelopes. Now, there's actually two types of clip envelopes. There's an automation type and there's a modulation type. So I'm going to add some automation to show you the difference. And let's do it with mixer track volume. So let's make a selection here. And I'm going to right click and add a shape from the insert shape options. And then I'm going to quickly duplicate that. So that it goes across the entire clip. And then I'm going to click in the background and press Command A to select all of this automation. That would be Control A on a PC. And then notice that I get those same kind of compression and skewing handles that we saw in the last video. So I'm just going to click this and drag this down just to make sure that this doesn't get too loud. Now, as I play back this first clip, watch the fader here on the track. So we see the red dot that indicates that we've got an automation envelope on that parameter, and it's moving that, it's animating that parameter. If I click it and I move it, notice that it just disabled the automation and the re-enable automation button just lit up. So if I want this automation to come back, I need to click that. But then I'm right back where I was. I can't change that automation without making a change here, and I can't change that parameter. Now let's go down to the next clip. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to select all this stuff and delete it. And now let's go down to the MIDI clip there, and I'm going to switch this over to the modulation type clip envelope. And notice that I've already drawn in some similar type of automation. Now this time, I'm going to play this clip and watch the track fader. Notice that this green dot is moving up and down. And by the way, that's an indication that this parameter is being modulated by a clip envelope. And you probably noticed that I was also able to grab the volume fader and move it without disabling the automation. So the distinction here is that an automation envelope sets a specific value and it overtakes control of that parameter, whereas a modulation envelope modulates that parameter and sets an offset. Now we can actually have both types of modulation on the same clip. If I switch back to an automation envelope, and this time I'm going to select the entire clip, right click, and I'll add another shape. Again, I'm going to compress that both ways a little bit. So I'm holding down my Option key and dragging on that handle. And now when I click it, you should see, yeah, we do. We see a red dot on the fader, and we'll see the fader move, but we'll also see that green dot moving. So we got to see a little bit of both. Now, I'm not quite sure why that happened, but I didn't actually compress that. I must not have held the Option key correctly while I did that. There we go. Now that's working. Okay, so if we go over to the device pop-up, we see that we've got access to the mixer parameters and access to the plugins that are on the track. But we've also got this thing for MIDI control, and we haven't seen that before. When I click on that and I go over to the menu here where we can select the parameter, notice that we have all of the available continuous controllers, both the defined ones like pitch bend and mod wheel and expression, and then all of the undefined one as well. Now I'm going to set this to mod wheel. Let me shift tab so that we can see the virtual instrument here, and I'm going to click this MIDI tab to show you that there's a bunch of parameters here that have already been mapped to the mod wheel so that they can be changed in live performance by the mod wheel, or we can automate them. Let me shift tab back, And by the way, I want to point out there, when I chose MIDI control in the mod wheel, we lost those options for the two types, the automation and the mod type. And so with MIDI, the only option that we have is the modulation type. So let's add some automation here. And I'm just going to do a very, very simple ramp. And let's also curve it. So I'm going to hold down my Option key. That would be Alt on a PC. And click and drag on that line. So now when I play it, we should get a crescendo and a decrescendo, plus we should get a tonal change where this gets a little bit brighter because of those parameters that were mapped to the mod wheel. Okay, so we've looked at some MIDI clips. Let's look at a couple of audio clips. So if I go over to this next track and select this clip, and we go down and let's put it on track volume, notice that again, we get these options for automation type clip envelopes and modulation type envelopes. And if I go to the device selector, we've got the mixer plus the two plugins that are on the track. And so I can add clip envelopes to any or all of those. But we've got a new thing here that we haven't seen before, and that's clip. And if I go to the parameter selector here, I can see I've got grain and transposition, which correlate with this gain knob that's on the clip and this pitch bend knob. Also, we don't see that we have both automation type and mod type. So again, these are modulation type envelopes. Now, if we go to the transposition clip here, that's second of those three clips, I've already set up a transposition example here. And so we get the option of transposing up or down 4 octaves, a total of 48 semitones. And that is going to modulate or offset whatever this pitch knob is set at. Check it out. So that's a lot of fun to do with drum clips because I like the way the clips start to break down. Now, if we go to the sample offset one, this is really interesting. So let me set that to the offset parameter. And again, I've already done a bit of automation here. Now, what this does is it allows you to delay a portion of the clip or advance it, and it's by a number of 16th notes, and it's above and below this center line. So let me play you the original clip so that you know what it sounds like. So very simple. And this is what it sounds like with sample offset automation. So you can hear it's kind of scrambling the playback of this audio. Now, next to these two options, notice that we have this button for linked. So right now, the length of the clip automation is the same length as the length of the clip. So every time the clip loops, you get the same automation. But we can unlink this, and the clip automation can be longer or shorter than the actual clip. And so I'm going to hold down my letter B, and I'm going to just add a little bit more of this automation. Then I'm going to set the length of the clip automation to be 3 bars long. And I like to do the clip automation at an odd length so that every time the clip loops, it's getting a little bit different automation. Check it out. So we've got a much more improvised sounding performance there than we had with just the basic clip. Now, let's talk a little bit about what happens when you copy a clip from session view over to arrangement view. So let's tab over. Let's go back to arrange here. So that opens up, and I'm just going to paste this on the timeline. And if we look down here in clip view, you'll notice that the MIDI control automation that I did that was part of the clip came across. And in fact, if I go into automation mode by clicking the button up here, I want to point out that there isn't an option at the track level for MIDI automation. So all MIDI automation is part of the clip. It's a clip envelope, and that's how we can add it. Now, if I go back to the mixer device and go to volume, well, the modulation type clip envelope stayed with the clip. It's still clip-based automation. But if we look at the clip up here on the track itself, you'll notice that the automation type clip envelope, when it came over into arrangement view, it became track-based automation. So when I'm using clip-based automation in arrangement view, it's typically because I'm wanting to automate something on a MIDI track. But we still have clip-based automation available for other device parameters and mixer parameters, and you can use those to set an offset to the track-based automation. So there's a lot to take in here, and clip envelopes can be confusing, but take your time and try using them because they can create some interesting and creative results. Now that we're familiar with graphic automation, let's look at how you can record real-time automation using a MIDI controller. So I've got the real-time automation project open, and let's get set up to record automation. So first thing I'm going to do is assign a knob on my keyboard controller to control a parameter here in Live, and we can do that using MIDI map mode. So let's activate MIDI map mode by clicking the MIDI button up here in the control bar, and now I'll select the parameter that I want to automate and turn a knob on my controller. And now when we look up here, we can see that that knob was sending continuous controller number 21, and it's been assigned to track volume on the synth pad track. Okay, let's hit escape. And now when I turn my knob, I can see I've got control of that parameter. Next, I'm going to put my cursor where I want to start recording this automation. I like to see the automation as I record, so I'm going to click the button to go into automation mode, and then I'm going to make sure that I've got the automation arm button enabled here in the middle of the control bar, and next to that I'm also going to activate the MIDI Overdub button because I'm recording this on a MIDI track and I don't want to wipe out the clip as I record the automation. So we've got our start point set here. Let's also make sure that we've got a count in turned on so that I get 4 clicks before we actually drop into record. And then all I need to do is click the arrangement record button. So let's give it a shot. Okay, and then all you need to do to stop is press your space bar. Now you'll notice that there is a lot more breakpoints there than if we had drawn this in using graphic automation. So one of the things I can do is highlight that automation and then right click and choose Simplify Envelope from the contextual menu, and it will remove any unnecessary automation breakpoints. So recording automation on an audio track is similar to that of a MIDI track, except we do not need to have the MIDI overdub switch enabled. But it's not going to do anything on an audio track anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. So let's map another parameter, and let's go into MIDI mapping this time by pressing Command M or Control M if you're on a PC. And again, I'll select the fader on this track, and I'll turn a different knob. Let's turn the second knob on my controller. I'll hit escape, and again we can see that we've got control here. I'll put my cursor where I want to start the record pass, and now all we need to do is hit the record button. Okay, I'm going to undo that because this was way too soft from where I wanted to start. So let's turn that knob until we're about where we need to be. And now I'll re-record this. Okay, and real quickly, let's thin that automation. So again, I'll choose Simplify Envelope. And now let's tab over and let's take a look at automation in Session View. So let's select the clip. Again, I'm going to want to see the automation as drawn. So let's go into the Envelopes view and let's record automation type clip envelope. So I'll turn my knob and you can see that that knob is still assigned. So when we assign a knob in Arrangement View, it's also going to be active in Session View. Now, we've got our automation arm button on, we've got our MIDI overdub switch active, we know that we have a count in set. So the only thing I need to do here that's different is I want to play this clip briefly so that it gets focus. That way, when I click the session record button here, I get the 4 clicks. I don't have to fire off the clip before we actually drop into record because it will automatically start once we get to the end of the count off because the clip has focus. Let's give it a shot. Okay, I didn't do as good a job on that second pass as I would have liked, but I just wanted to show you that if the clip is looping, you've got to stop the clip from playback. Otherwise, it's going to start again and you're going to start wiping out the previous automation as it continues to loop. Now, one other thing that I want to show you is that there is a related preference or setting that you should know about. So let's press Command comma or Control comma if you're on a PC, and let's go into the Record Warp Launch area. And I'm just going to point out that there is an option here for Record Session Automation in, and this can either be set to all tracks or it can be set to armed tracks only. So I always leave this at all tracks because I'm typically only writing automation to a single track at a time. And if I accidentally bump something, or I should just say it's unlikely that I'm accidentally bump something that's going to write automation on a second track. Okay, so you can see that recording automation is not that difficult, and it often produces more musical results than graphical automation. File management is critical to working with audio applications. Let's look at 2 of Live's tools that help with this important issue. So I've got the File Management project open. And if you look down at the bottom here in the status bar, you'll see that we have this message, media files are missing. And if you look at this Kick One Shot Simpler preset, you'll notice that the sample is not available. And if you look at the clips here in Session View, you'll notice they're all grayed out. So we're missing several files. Now, to start the process of relinking these, all we need to do is double click on the status bar. That will open up the Missing Media Files dialog over here on the right. And now we can choose where we want to search. We can search in the library, We can search in this project. If you want, you can narrow the search by selecting a folder and telling it to search there. And I've done that. Let me show you how you do that. So you click the Set Folder button and then just navigate your computer, choose the folder where you think the files are at, and click the Open button, and then enable this Yes button to make sure that it's going to look there. Once you're ready to go, you just click the Go button to start the search. So it took just a second there because I had narrowed the search, and we see that it's found and relinked the bass loop option. If you look down here in the drum rack, it's linked the sample there that we needed to be able to play anything that is associated with this key on the drum rack. And it's also found 2 candidates for this Dirty Roads audio file and 4 for this drum loop. So if I want to relink those, I can click on the question mark, and that will show me the options that are available over here in the browser. And all we have to do is double click one of those to assign it. Now when I do that, it's asking the location of this sample might also have the other samples that you're looking for. Do you want us to relink those if they're there? I'm going to say no this time, just to show you that we can also search for these. So I'll double click to close that one, and I'm going to click on the question mark of this one, and we get the 4 options that we have. So I'll just choose one, double click it, and now I can close hot swap mode, and it's found all 4 of these files. So to complete this process, all I have to do is click Save, and it will relink these loops and clips and one-shot files to their current location. So I'll click Save. It says that it was saved successfully, and we can close this missing media files dialog. Now, if I save the project and open this later, if the other folders where all these files sit are available, then we won't have any problems. But there's one other tool that you should run, and that is Collect All and Save. So let's go to the File menu. Let's choose Collect All and Save. And now we need to tell it where we want it to look for the files. So files from elsewhere? Well, absolutely in this case, because most of the files here are sitting in another folder. So files from other projects, files from the user library, and then files from factory packs. So you need to think through this process because there are some presets that you may have in your live set, and those presets may contain a number of audio files. For example, a grand piano sample is likely to have multiple samples for each key on the piano. And so that preset, if we save those files into this project, it could easily double the size of the project. So I'm going to deselect files from factory packs and files from user library in this case, and I'm going to click OK. So it took just a second, and now we can go down here and click on the current project folder. Notice that there's a samples folder in our project here. I can click on that. There's an imported subfolder, and when I click on that, now the 4 files that we needed are saved into our project. So there's nothing more annoying than missing files and broken links. So make sure you use the Collect All and Save functions so your projects include all of the necessary audio files and samples. As you finish a project, you'll want to share it. So let's look at how you can export clips, tracks, and entire mixes from Arrangement View. I've got the Arrange Audio and MIDI Export project open, and we'll start by exporting a MIDI clip. And let me mention that there is a limitation in Ableton in that you cannot export all of the MIDI from a project as one file like you can in most other DAWs. We can only do a single clip. So to do that, all we need to do is select the clip and choose Export MIDI Clip from the contextual menu. Now, I'm going to put this on the desktop, so I'll go over to my desktop so we can see it, and we can see that we've exported this sine-base.mid file. Now, if you wanted to export the entire track, what we would need to do would be to consolidate all of the clips so that they're a single clip. So if I hold my shift key down and click over here at the end of the song, I can create a MIDI file that goes from the beginning to the end of this track. So to merge these as one MIDI clip, all we need to do is use the join command or consolidate command. And that's Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC. And now that that's a single clip, we can right click again and I can choose the Export MIDI Clip option. And I'll add something on the end there so that we can tell the difference between that and the other clip. Save it. Flip over so I can see my desktop, and we can see that we've got both of those MIDI files there. Now, exporting audio is a little bit more complicated. And in this first example, let's export an entire track. So I want to export this keys track, which is actually a group. So I'm going to get all of the different keyboard parts. So the first thing we need to do is set the length of our audio export. And the easiest way to do that is to activate the loop brace. And remember, we can do that just by pressing Command L. Now, if I select that, I've set my length. And now, if I want to add handles on the beginning and end of that, I can just slightly extend this out a measure. Okay, let's go to the File menu, and let's choose Export Audio Video. So up at the top, we can choose what track or tracks that we want to export. So I can export the entire project by choosing Main, which is referring to the main track. I can do all of the tracks, but as individual files, or I can do selected tracks only if I have selected those track headers. Then I get a big long list of all the tracks, including if I want to export the audio from return tracks. But let's go up and let's choose keys for our keyboard group or stem. And now I'll just double check my start and end fields, and if I need to make a bit of a change, I can do that. I can also choose to include any reverb, delay, or limiting that might be involved with the return and main effects. Let's go ahead and do that. And I can render this as a loop. And what that means is it will take any decay that's past the end of the file and it will wrap it around and include it with what's in the beginning of the audio file so that as this thing loops, you'll get the natural decay or reverb. So we don't need to do that here because this isn't going to end up as a loop. Next, if I wanted to convert this to mono, I can do that, but this is a stereo group, so I'm not going to do that here. Normalize will raise the level of the audio export to the maximum level that's available without clipping. Now, you're going to lose a little bit of dynamic range because of that, so you have to make a decision how loud you want the resulting files to be. So I'm going to leave that off for now. Now, create analysis file is handy if you're going to use whatever you're exporting in a live project in the future. But remember, as soon as you bring this audio file into a live project, it's going to get analyzed anyway. So I don't see the need for that. So I'm going to disable that. Sample rate on your export, you got to think about how you're going to be using this file. In most cases, you're probably going to downsample and export it at the consumer standard, which is 44.1. So we've got 44.1 and 48 and multiples of that we can export at. And we've also got these other two that are lower resolution, and those are for spoken audio. So let's set that at 44.1. And then here under PCM, we can choose the type of audio file that we want to export, and that can be a WAV file or an AIFF file, and those are both uncompressed audio, or the FALC option, which stands for Free Lossless Audio Codec. So that's lossless compression. And then finally, we have options for bit depth, And remember, this has a lot to do with your dynamic range. Now, the consumer standard is 16-bit, and a lot of audio today is going to get recorded at 24 or 32. So if we need to back this down to the consumer standard, then you should also make sure that you dither the output, because anytime you reduce the bit depth in your audio export, you should dither the output. Okay, and if we want to, we can also include an MP3 as part of this export, and I'll go ahead and do that. And then we can click Export, tell it where we want to save it. Okay, now that that's completed, let me flip quickly to my Finder window, and we can see that we've got this arrange audio and MIDI export. That's the file that we just did, as well as the MP3. So if we want to export another track or the entire mix, we would just go to our file menu, choose export audio and video, and then from this selector here at the top, we would just choose main for the entire mix, or one of the track names if we want it to be an individual track. So now that we know how to export audio and MIDI, check out the next video where we'll discuss how to export files from Session View. In the last video, we discussed exporting files from Arrangement View. Session View is a bit different, so let's take a closer look. Now, I've got the Session View export project open. And one thing that is the same as exporting from Arrangement View is how we export a MIDI file. And again, we have the same limitation. We can't export tracks. We can't export entire projects. We can only export single clips. So to do that, we just select the clip, right-click on it, choose Export MIDI Clip from the contextual menu, choose a place where you want to put it. I'm going to put it on the desktop, and click Save. Now, if I flip to my desktop, I can see the sinebase.mid file that we just exported. Now, if I want to export this same clip as audio, the first thing I need to do is make sure that any audio that I'm playing is coming from Session View. So I'll click the Stop All Clips button. Then I need to make sure that the clip has focus. So I'm going to click the play button on this clip and then stop it so the play button is lit green. Now I can go to my file menu and choose Export Audio and Video, and then choose where I'm exporting from. Is that the entire mix, or I should say scene in the case of Session View, or individual tracks, or what are we looking to do? And in this case, I want to export this one clip from the sine bass track. So I'll choose sine bass. The start point doesn't mean anything here, but the render length does. And this intro is 4 measures long. Then these options we've just talked about, so we'll go through this quickly. Yes, I want to include the return and main effects. I'll leave that on. Yes, this could be used as a loop, so I'm going to turn that on. And remember, that's just going to wrap the reverb tails or any decay that would be on the end of this clip into the beginning so that we don't get an abrupt stop at the end of the clip. Next, let's convert this to mono because it's a bass track. And then if we want to normalize it, again, that will raise the level to the maximum on the track, but I'm going to leave that off. Create analysis file. Again, I don't typically do this when I export files because if I bring them into an Ableton set in the future, they're just going to get analyzed at that point, and those .asd files will be created again. So then we can choose the sample rate. Again, I'm going to go to the consumer standard, and then I'm going to leave these all the same. So we'll end up with an AIF file, and at 16-bit, and yes, because we're downsampling, I do want to dither this. And by the way, we're not actually downsampling, but this is the first time that this MIDI clip will be audio, and so we do need to dither it. So let's click Export. It's going to come back out here to the desktop, and I'll go ahead and click Save. I'll flip to the Finder window, and we have these Session View Export. Now I should have maybe renamed those sine bass, but I can rename those at a later point. In addition to being able to export audio clips, we can also export entire scenes. So I'm going to hit stop clip on this track to stop this one. And let's play this verse scene, because I need all of these clips to have focus. And now I can go back to my file menu, down to export audio and video, and this time I'm going to render the main track. So this is going to take all of the signal coming from the tracks, then coming through the main, and it will export this single scene. So this is actually 8 measures long, so I'll click that. And then we don't need to include the return and main effects because they will be included because we're coming out the main track. I'm not going to be using this as a loop, and I definitely don't want to convert that to mono because this is an entire scene and some of these sources are going to be stereo. And we can drop down, 441, that's what I want. We'll leave it at AIF 16-bit, and again, let's dither that because we're either downsampling or rendering MIDI for the first time. And let's go ahead and click export. I'm going to call this verse scene and hit save. Just double check real quick that that was successful, and it was. So while you can't export entire projects from Session View, you can export clips and scenes. Thank you for joining me for Ableton Live 12 Essentials, the basics. I hope you've enjoyed this course as much as I've enjoyed creating it. If you're interested in learning more about Ableton Live, I'd suggest you check out Creating with Ableton Live plugins and instruments. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.